Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. traveling. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say, I'll shut my mouth, 50 shots still, you turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, when you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know
That nigga,
what makes
if she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So
damn, for real.
You know, you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Or I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like man, they go fighting things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to it. Yes, that happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something.
Shit.
I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
Y'all always get on here.
Listening.
So shut the up.
You not
Y'all
listening.
always get on here.
You not
Try to
listening.
dismiss women. Stop
You
trying to
not
be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
You are not listening.
or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic is right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby
That
on
need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner
Yes.
He got
He
with a
had
lady.
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn,
But
man.
the dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't got to wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She had to bust it
What I
up.
would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
You're right.
Let it go.
You are partway chivalry to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. If somebody smacks her
Investment?
but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Hang on a second. Are you
No.
really are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
I've been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. The double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have there's a reason.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
This is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
DJ Hampton Stampede, we in the building. Trill was popping.
What up, my boy? What you on? Happy to be here.
Indeed, man. Everything's everything. How was your day and all that?
Man, jam-packed as always, brother, but we getting through it. Just knocking down one task at a time.
Indeed. Hey, question, you know what the pause and the no Diddy, can we even ask each other how we doing these days, or is that
It's getting out of control, bro.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Like this, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Trill, man, I'm happy you here, B. I gotta acknowledge the chat one time. Gotta make sure they got the likes up and we get it popping. Deal?
For sure. Salute to the chat.
Shit like that.
We've been on live for 15 minutes. We got 150 people in the building. Let me check the likes. We have 73 likes. Trill, you a vet at this. What is the like button poisonous, or what? How do you get them to hit the like button?
Man, people just be so excited to see the content, man. They be forgetting to tap that button, man. Plus, you got some people watching it from the TV, so that's a little harder than watching it on the phone. But make sure y'all tap in, hit that like button, man.
Okay, no doubt. Okay, cup is half full. Okay. Let me see who in here real quick. Okay, Kia, you became a member earlier. Appreciate you. Tezzy from this morning show. And Sophia, you must have renewed. I appreciate you.
What up, buzzing, birds, snipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute. Welcome to the family, man. Let me see who in it. Clem was popping. CC in the building. Kia, I see you. Mel, you already know, bro. You back at it again, man. Bella, I see you. Jerice was popping. We missed you earlier today. Josh, yeah, man, I had set it for 7:30. And then I hit Trill like, hey, we ready for 8? Like, yeah, so that was on me. You know what I mean? But we in here. Roy was popping. Let me see. E-Dub in the building. Almanai, salute. I appreciate you. Roy was good. Let me see. Love C putting in work. You already know. Did I see you today? I think so. Love Dewey, appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you thinking of me even when I'm not streaming, man. That means a lot. You feel me? Let me see. Step, we miss you today, man. Hope all is well. I know you're working hard. Straight shooter in the building. What's popping? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Impressed. Mo, what's good? Lauren, we see you. What's popping? Maya in the building. She said,
Shit like that.
You already know. Lou, salute. What's popping? I ain't see you today. You're probably busy. It'd be like that sometimes. You know what I mean? Robert in the building. Salute, my brother. Let me see who else. Seahorse, yeah, the Discord. I think Matt dropped it in the chat and all that. He been dropping it. Mega Watch was good down south. Salute, appreciate you. So Trill, man, I had some drama happen to me, man. My sister, you know, she be on my podcast on Tuesday evenings. She gonna tell everybody my nicknames growing up. So now look what she done put. They calling me Hampton now.
Wow.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out.
They not even supposed to waterboard her to be able to get that up out of her, bro. She gotta
feel
keep
me? And she called me it just talking. Like, it was just so casual of her. But I think she planned it. You know what I mean? So I'm feeling some tight, but I'll be all right. Yeah, you know, it happened. Marcus, salute. Ratchet City in the building. Double R. Appreciate it. Clinton was popping with the $5 hand. How you got my kinfolk to show up? What you mean? You know what's real family right there. Word? Okay. And Quentin, shoot, I had set up a boxing match. Quentin said he want in, so
shit like that.
Nah, salute to Uncle Rick, man.
My
you know,
dog.
brothers be so busy and running, but Uncle Rick was able to connect us, and then it took a half a conversation, and Trill showed up for me, so I appreciate it. Man.
Shit like that.
Mr. JTK,
Yeah, Rick, man. Salute to my boy, man. If he stamp you, he say you solid, you gotta be solid, man. Salute to my dog.
No, I appreciate him, man. You know, he always look out for the cookout. He support Direction CYOP, the shirts. He come on the panel. I mean, it's a lot of good shit that people do that they don't get their flowers for, you know?
Right.
Based Williams. BT, Ilkan Ali in the building. Nick, what's popping? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Let me see. Miss Live Your Life, Eugene. All right, let's get it popping, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What up, Chuck? What up, Lawrence? What up, Will? What up, Shiesty? It's whatever, man. Salute. Let's get it popping. Trill, man, I'm excited that you're here, man. I see the grind, you know. I'm slightly new to YouTube, but you know, when you used to do the panels and things of that nature, I used to get confused. I'm like, because you used to say, we got to pay these bills. I'm like, what the fuck you about to? And then you read the super chats. I'm like, okay. You know, so I just admire the grind and all that, you know.
I appreciate that, G. Real rough.
Indeed. So in terms of your YouTube journey, first and foremost, I think that football makes sense for every single scenario. You can make an analogy for football as it equates to life in almost 99% of things. What do you think about that?
I agree 100%. So I think football teach most men who play how to beat men in terms of discipline and, you know, structure and shit like that. So hell yeah, you can make plenty of analogies with it.
I told them
shit like that.
So they
shit like that.
Me,
Shit
but
like
I think
that,
if
shit
you
like
say
that,
it, they'll
like
believe
that.
it. You know what I mean?
Hope so.
Look at Remy. She already shaking her head. Damn, man. So in terms of YouTube, you know, I'm learning so much about these different pills. I heard there's a red pill. I know that one. There's a blue, a black, all these pills.
Shit, here we go.
So I said, let me ask Trill, you know what I mean? Because Trill, I'm 38. I feel like we around the same age, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm 34.
Right? So, where do you think you fall if you had to bite into one of them pills? Pause.
Shit, neither one of them. I think you know, that's kind of been something I've been real hard on, bro. Like they always be trying to categorize you based on maybe a sound clip or based on your opinion on a given topic. I don't lean one way or the other. I always say I'm a truth teller. So whoever the truth make look bad is who it make look bad. I think that red pill, blue pill shit work kind of like Republicans and Democrats for real. We're gonna keep it honest. You got both sides is not willing to bend on what it is that they do wrong. But when somebody else from the other side do something wrong, they jump all down their throat. Or when, you know what I'm saying, when somebody that's on their side do some wrong shit, we just gonna act like we don't see it or we ain't gonna speak on it. And that ain't my thing. So given the subject, I'm gonna tell the blunt, honest truth. If that make men look bad, then that make us look bad. If that make women look bad, then that make them look bad. But I'm gonna come down with the same hammer on both.
Indeed. I like that. Do you think that oftentimes when people subscribe to a certain ideology, that makes them blind to its faults?
Definitely. Because I think most people come and subscribe to those ideologies because they lacking when it comes to something in their life and they're looking more for a support group. So, I mean, I understand the psychology of it. I just couldn't subscribe to it because I didn't come into it under those kind of terms. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, like a lot of red pill guys come into that like when they done went through a heartbreak or when they done went through some, you know, a negative experience with a woman. So they coming in looking for a support group that's to try to climb back and, you know, do whatever it may be. A lot of blue pill guys may be trying to, you know, cater to the women a lot and try to do what they got to do to get the women because they struggle to do it in their regular lives. See, again, these are problems that I never really had. So it's kind of hard for me to subscribe too hard either way. But I mean, again, I understand the psychology. You know, to me, it's kind of like religion. It's like I understand the hustle, but I just can't be hustled by it. So that was always my take.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Do you think if we had to speculate, right? Because that's what we do. We can't talk to every single man. Do you think the majority who subscribe to a particular pill are coming from a place of trauma? And it's an assumption, right? It's a legend, you know?
Yeah, definitely, man. I think, you know, the more trauma you have in your past, the less likely you're going to be to be neutral. You know, it's just like anything else. If somebody hurt me, I'm going to lean on the side that I feel like can build me back up. That's just human nature. That's why I say I understand the psychology behind it. I just can't subscribe to it because I feel like when you blindly subscribe to something like that, or when you're just looking for something to build you up, then you being blind to other shit that could possibly help you once you get into these relationships and, you know, things of that nature. That's one thing that I be seeing. A lot of these people be giving a lot of advice and then, or, you know, reading and digesting a lot of information. And then when you get to the common goal that you're looking for, which is to find somebody you love or find somebody to take care of or whatever the case may be, they struggle when it comes to actually doing that aspect and maintaining a relationship. So again, and I feel like part of that is because of how blind that you are to the other side when you subscribe heavily to shit like that.
Okay, that makes
Shit like that, shit like
you
that,
can
shit
reach
like
a
that,
level of
shit like that,
toxicity,
shit like
right?
that.
Too much of anything, right? You know, I've heard of people drowning themselves drinking too much water, you know, too much of anything, overdoing something, right? Gluttony is toxic, right? So that makes a lot of sense, man.
Shit like that, shit like that,
In
shit like
terms
that,
of,
shit like
you
that.
said
shit
you
like
don't
that.
have a lot of these experiences, right? We were having a conversation. I'll tell you, the subject matter was bodies, right? So they were telling me, somebody said 40 bodies was a lot, right, Trill? And I'm like, no, it's not. You know? And they were like, yes, it is, Hamp. The average man has 8 bodies. They said, Hamp, shut up. I play football. I'm a Q. I DJ. I don't know. I can't see it, right? I didn't live it. So it's almost like my opinion gets slightly invalidated, you know, to an extent. Did it hurt my feelings? No, but I felt some type of way, like and I shut up too. They enough of my brothers tell me to shut up, I shut up. You know what I mean? But have you had that experience?
Definitely, man. Like again, when you kind of privileged in that aspect, it's kind of hard to see shit. It's just like somebody that come from money and somebody broke trying to explain to them how lucky they are and they don't have no problems and this, that, and the third. And it's just like, yeah, I don't have your problems, but I still got problems, you know what I'm saying? But you can't identify with broke people problems because you've never been broke, you know what I'm saying? So it took a lot of people, you know, that support us and stuff to kind of pull me to the side, like, bro, I hear what you're saying, but this is my experience and this is what I went through. And, you know, enough guys say that and then you be like, all right, well, damn, maybe there's some truth to it. Then you start reading the stats, is 30+% of men is virgins and this, that, and the third. And it's just like, oh shit, okay, no, this is really a thing. So it's like, okay, now I gotta approach it from a different angle and not be so just matter of fact. Nah, this is gonna work if you do this. Yeah, it may work for me.
Yeah.
But what works for me may not work for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah.
100%. I think that word empathy comes to mind, you know?
Right.
Can you expound on the situation where they pulled you aside, like, yo, bro, XYZ, like anything like superficial, nothing too deep, but you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I mean, just right out the gate, one of my good homeboys, one time, you know, he always struggled with this one chick that I've been trying to tell him, hey, bro, she not right for you for years. She playing with you, she toying with you, you know. But he one of them guys that is kind of insecure in himself, but you know, you make a good amount of money, so he kind of used that to supplement what he don't have on the personality side, on the social side, whatever the case may be. But then he wondered why the women use him for his money. And I'd be like, bro, she gonna, like, that's what you advertise because you hadn't took the time to develop other aspects of you, or you don't sell her the other aspects of you. You actually a cool dude. Like, you chill, you fun to talk to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to express that, get that across to her. And then she gonna be more willing to, you know what I'm saying, date you for you. But if you leading with money and all of that stuff, then, you know, you're gonna end up with what you get. But he looked at me and was like, bro, I hear you. But a lot of time, like, you kind of privileged in that aspect because a lot of women won't even open the door for me to show them my personality and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, I done been trying to find a new girl, but it's not as easy as you think. Plus, I'm already invested here and this, that, and third. And I'm thinking, bro, like, you can leave that relationship and find a woman in 2 weeks if you wanted to. And he's like, no, you can leave a relationship and find a woman in 2 weeks. That's because women is throwing it at you 24/7. They're not throwing it at me like that, bro. So I got to go out there and really, like, it's going to take a while. You know what I'm saying? If I can at all. And I'm like, damn, this is my boy saying this. He grew up in, you know, on my block and
around the way.
We grew up under the same circumstance. So you just automatically think anybody from that environment, like, we going to think alike. Like, but again, his experience has been a lot different than mine. So I got to thinking back, even when we was younger. I mean, of course, like, the women always, you know, came to me or whatever, this, that, and the third, but I didn't realize how much, like, that type of thing affected him, or like how much that type of thing scarred him, you know what I'm saying, in terms of him not being chose or whatever the case may be. So it took that conversation for me to really sit back and be like, damn, maybe I am privileged somewhat, you know what I mean? Because again, like, you be thinking that, like, all men have access to women. But in my head back then, I would think, okay, yeah, if you a certain type of guy, you got access to a different tier of women, sure. But everybody should have access to women. Yours just may look a little, you know what I mean, less than what the millionaire or the star athlete, you know what I'm saying, bring it in or whatever, and that's fine. That's your range. You shoot it within your range. But then you got guys saying even the women in my range don't want me. They aspire to have you anyway, even though they are in my range.
Yeah.
It's just like, damn, there's some truth to that.
I'm actually glad.
Shit like that.
I'm glad that you gave that example because it conjured 3 different questions in my head that are completely relevant. You know, the first being, the men's value. Seemingly, the sentiment is often equates to their pockets. You know, is that the men doing it or the women doing it to them, to us?
Both, to be honest, evenly.
You think like 50-50 legitimately, or you think it leans more on how we see ourselves?
Yeah, man, I think it's like 50-50 because it's definitely how we see ourselves, but also everybody want to be accepted by the other gender. And a lot of times, if you don't have money and you're not attractive, like immediately to the eye, you know what I'm saying, then it's going to be harder for you. You see what I'm saying? But I don't feel like as a man, money is absolutely necessary because I know a lot of broke niggas who just are hilarious or who have great personalities or who are handsome, but they broke as hell. But he stay with a chick and stay with a bad one. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's like if you don't have those other traits, then a lot of times you getting looked over. You know what I'm saying? In the process of you attaining your money, and then those guys like thought process are kind of stamped because when they get the money, now they all of a sudden have access to those women. But again, I think both of us play a role in that. Men is hard on broke men. You know what I mean? Like we be getting money and start flexing on dudes the same way we do on women. You broke ass nigga like that. That's probably one of the most, you know what I'm saying, insulting things that you can say to a man. Like is that you broke, you don't get no women. You short, you know what I'm saying? Those 3 right there can result in violence. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think it's kind of both sides that cater to that mindset.
100%. And Trill, you know, I say this not all the time, but enough where the things that we don't want to be reduced to, our money, women, their vaginas, are also the 2 things that we insult with first. Broke ass nigga, stink pussy bitch, right? Those 2 things, right? Those things, when women start arguing, when men start arguing, her vagina isn't well taken care of, and this man is deficient in funds. Those are the 2 things that come up. Why is that, right? When we say we shouldn't be reduced to these things, however, those are our first insults.
Because that shit right there just cut deeper than anything else. Men are super vulnerable about our money because a lot of times we feel like that's our big joker. So if somebody calling you broke, then that means I ain't got no big joker to play, and I'm not gonna have access to it. And with women, it's the other way around. Their vagina is their currency. Let's just keep it real here.
Yeah.
When men are choosing women, if you are not beautiful, you will not be chosen. Or you will, let me rephrase, the likelihood of you being chosen by the guy that you want. Key emphasis on the guy that you want. Is extremely low if you are not beautiful. And you got a dopest personality, you can be funny, you can be all of that, but it's the sex appeal that draws a man in. That's your big joker. So if we telling you your sex is trash or you stink like a motherfucker, like that shit cuts deeper than anything else that you can say to him, unfortunately.
Yeah, not real shit.
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Interestingly, we had that conversation often, Trill, regarding, you know, the people within your range, right? You know, the argument for the gentleman who may not have as much access is the fact that the women indeed have a level of delusion, right? Because they get several dopamine hits if they put their ass on the sink and take a picture on Instagram, you know? And now it's not just around your block, like we talking about your brother earlier. You know, now with Instagram and social media, they got access to men all over the world that are in their DMs and liking their pictures and etc. Do you think the men have deficiencies in terms of approaching women? Because I've alleged that men ain't shooting their shot anymore. Or do you think the women have now their mindset changed so much to where the men that they should be with, they don't see them anymore?
I definitely think it's more that that last one you said, because again, a lot of women equate sexual interest to actual interest. So when they around these guys that with the blue checks and the athletes and the rappers or even just the lit dude within the city, if he's willing to give her sexual attention, she feels like this is my new marketplace. When in reality, it's not. I'm just using you for, again, what I feel like your value is to me is going to go no further than that. But once you have that sex with her, or once you put that type of effort into her to attain the sex, and her mind is shifted now. Like, hell nah, I'm getting sexual attention from somebody with a blue check. Why would I go date dude who work at the warehouse 12 hours a day? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even though the dude with the warehouse could probably make you as happy as a motherfucker, and you're gonna forever be that dude with the blue check option. He ain't gonna never take you serious in that way. He gonna have sex with you, but he's never gonna take you serious. But in her mind, because he's showing me sexual interest, that means actual interest. And that kind of messes up the field. You know what I'm saying? Because you would have some guys, that same guy that work at the warehouse, he could be a great dude. He could approach it the right way and everything. Like, hey, baby, I think you're gorgeous. I would love to take you out. I would love to get to know you. But again, it's kind of hard to go from conversating and, getting invited to private parties, or maybe, just having access to this guy that has money or fame or attention or litness around the city to go be with a quote unquote nobody. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the reality of the situation most times. But I also think that a lot of men unfortunately shoot at the loud minority in that case, because I feel like that type of woman is the loud minority in terms of the one who what I call blue check chasing.
Okay.
I think like a lot of women, most women in my opinion, are not blue check chasing. Most women are regular. They going to work, they doing their 1-2 step, they gonna date people within their friend group, somebody that they met at the kickback, somebody they met at the function, somebody that my homegirl linked me with, or whatever.
Yeah.
But most girls are not even getting invited to the James Harden private party in the city, more so chasing that type of guy. But the same way that we accuse women of being delusional, women of being delusional. A lot of men are delusional in that aspect. We want to take that type of woman who blue check chasing and make her a housewife. And she should never be that. She is an opportunist. So because she could be with this blue check right now, but a blue check come that make $10 more million a year, she on to the next thing. But we aspire still to be with that woman because of how she looks. So again, it's kind of like we missed each other, sadly.
Word. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, you have some of the OGs that be up here, right? And I think, even the millennials, I think we have similarities in thought in terms of Gen X, right? I know when we were outside, we were parking lot pimp. You chase, you get 20 numbers, you get, you chase, you talk to 20 women, you get 3 numbers, you feeling good. Your wingman was your wingman. Even if she a grenade, he'll still do it for the hood. You know what I mean? Now you own one. And now the brothers are like, you know what I'm saying?
What you talking about, bro? They don't know about that, man.
we can't tell all the secrets, sure, but the stuff that we used to do is definitely different now with the influx of social media. There's things like the Me Too movement as an example. But the older brothers be like, yo, y'all just scared. You ain't getting dressed up. You ain't outside talking to women. But the brothers now are like, no, you got to be a sniper. You can't just have a machine gun out there like you guys used to because of the climate, But I have a hard time. I'm thinking like, bro, I think it's fear. What do you think the reason why they don't approach the women? Is it all these worries or is it just simply fear?
And proper preparation prevents poor performance, but unfortunately a lot of them don't have a lot of preparation and a lot of practice walking up to a woman in person and expressing their interest to her. We in the social media era where dudes be feeling like, okay, if I leave hard eyes on your story 2 or 3 times, that's their way of shooting a shot. But you put that same dude, he may shoot at 100 women like that, you know what I'm saying? But you put that same dude in a room full of attractive women and he'll cower in a corner because he don't know what to say. I've literally seen it. Like, we done had back in the day when I was real active in this space, man. I salute to JR Lapeef. We used to have events and live shows and stuff like that, and I see a lot of guys at these shows. Like, we had one in Houston, as a matter of fact.
Word.
And it's like a lot of attractive women in the room, and these same alpha, red pill, this, that, and the third guys get in that room and fold because they don't know how to handle, they don't know how to hold that conversation and be, you know, charismatic in person and be able to look a woman in her eyes and tell her, hey, baby, I think you're gorgeous, and like that, because they hadn't had practice in doing it. A lot of times, you know, I think we the last generation of that, if we're gonna be honest. That actually used to write down phone numbers on paper, and you know what I'm saying, or write down numbers on your hand when you didn't have paper. We the last generation to do that, but because of that, we got the practice in to where now, you know, we kind of numb to rejection somewhat. So it's like, boom, all she can say is no. Like if you ask any OG, he gonna tell you that all she can say is no.
Yeah.
But you know, again, if you ain't been in the field, you ain't been outside, that shit seems terrifying.
Yeah. No, damn. This when you was talking, this what I thinking when you said you in those rooms and the gentlemen who have that bravado on the internet, but then they start to cower.
This nigga's scared.
Real right.
Like that's all I can see. You know, they push me around on that point. They're like, no, it's several factors. I'm like, man, I don't see them trying because I DJ, you know, like I was DJing at you live in Houston or you live in Texas? Houston. Yeah, so I was at camp. I'm DJing, and they like, I mean, everybody just separate at their tables, nobody approaching, you know. And I'm like, you can't go home and complain. You didn't take any chances. You didn't take any risks. You didn't shoot any shots. You know,
and that's the thing, bro. A lot of them put so much on it. They be feeling like, okay, I gotta have an elevator speech or something like that, especially in an environment like camp, bro. The music loud, all that. So you'll be foolish to try to go up and have a lengthy conversation. But you send a $10 drink over there, $12 drink over there, and just, you know what I'm saying, hey, boom, once you get it, hey, baby, I just wanted to let you know you was gorgeous, baby. Enjoy yourself. Keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? That alone could a lot of times get you the number because they, you know, especially in this area, they so used to dudes buying them drinks and hounding them around the club and trying to force conversations and things of that nature. But again, it's just about being smooth with it. And a lot of dudes just don't know how to be smooth with it because they ain't been outside like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, camp in Houston, especially on a Sunday, if you can't pull nothing in there,
put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Hey, Trill. Don't tell nobody else. Yo, so damn, man. Oh, see, I lost my train of thought. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, in terms of as we walk down that road, we starting to eke into a little bit of talking point, right? Mm-hmm. The talking point mafia is I mean, they know them talking points like the back of their hands, you know? And depending on the talking point, right? Depending on the conversation, the talking point would make sense, right? Mm-hmm. But as I've been listening, the talking points will contradict themselves, but they're in separate conversations, so you don't hear them at the same time. You know? What talking points should have died in the turn of the year in 2023?
Shit, man. There's so many, dog. The whole accountability piece is one. I see a lot of people talking about demanding accountability when they themselves are not accountable in their own life. And how the hell are you gonna demand something that you can't provide? The whole alpha male, I want my woman barefoot and pregnant, that gotta die, because a lot of these guys don't make enough money to be able to afford that type of a lifestyle and to take care of an entire family on their own. The whole 50-50 conversation, that gotta go. Like it man, it's just so many talking points, bro. Dating them out, $200 dates, coffee dates, all of that. I'm just all of it, bro. All of it.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Everything, man. Can you expound on the barefoot in the house, barefoot and pregnant?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of guys want just absolute submission from women, and they think that just because they are men, that they deserve absolute submission from women. When in reality, again, being a man alone does not make you a great leader. A lot of times, you may need some help with guiding your own damn life. because you are not a leader. You ain't tried and true. You ain't really accomplished nothing. If I pull your resume, it's not that impressive. But you expect a woman to just come in and just bow, just submit, stop, don't work, don't do nothing, take care of me, clean the house, cook, all this, that, and the third. But again, if you can't set up infrastructure to facilitate that, what the hell are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? So I think at the end of the day, guys who have that resume and guys who have proven themselves, accomplished, and if you pull that resume and you get to see a bunch of checked off things, a bunch of things that are finished, those guys don't tend to have trouble with a woman submitting to them at all. But I think a lot of the guys complaining about it are the ones who not really qualified to receive the submission that they asking for. If I'm gonna keep it G.
Damn. Trill, if you don't mind, can you expound on just a few of those qualifications?
Man, bro, like I tell women all the time, bro, like when you dating men, like pay attention to what he's actually finished. It's a lot of dudes will talk to you all day long about things that they want to do, things that they plan to do. All right, bro, I'm about to go get my certification. All right, bro, I'm getting ready to finish school. I'm about to go do this. All right, bro, I'm about to get my own place. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And then you get to looking at the resume, and it's a bunch of incompletes and unfinished on it. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like that type of a guy, like you don't even need to be dating. You need to be focusing, because again, if you don't have you ain't set up facility for that woman you can't facilitate or set up structure for that woman to walk into, then you shouldn't be dating in the first place. You should be working on that structure. Now, again, that's not saying that if a great woman comes along in the process of you working toward that structure and she willing to be patient and ride with you and things of that nature until you get there, that right there is a blessing. But you can't be unaccomplished and you can't have no structure and demand submission. So that's my thing. It's simply finishing things. It's not really a amount of money. It's not, because again, I know dudes who millionaires and still live check to check because their expenses are so high. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's about leadership. It's about discipline. It's about structure. Do you showcase those type of things in your life? Because if you do, then the money will tend to come eventually. It may come a little slower than it came for this guy, but it's going to come eventually if you are able to maintain discipline and able to stand on your word and able to do things that you say you're going to do. But unfortunately, a lot of guys can't do those things, but demand submission anyway. And that's why I got the issue at.
Word. Perfect. So in terms of two things you said, I just want to mine it out just a tad bit more. What's the first one I want to go to? So one of the issues seemingly is that we aren't building together, right? And so if he has incompletes, we often, I would say, caution women against potential, So now what seemingly happens is when Drake said, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym, it's almost like men have to be at the finish line and the women are there waiting, but it seems to be problematic given the divorce rates and such. What you think?
I would somewhat agree with that. Think, but I think also you don't have to have everything finished, because as men and as humans, I think we constantly evolving. But when I look at the resume, it should be a track record of things getting finished. For example, right? If you got a guy who's aspiring to be like a CFO of a company or something like that, he may not be the CFO when you meet him. He may be entry level, or whatever the case may be. But you look at his resume. Okay, he done graduated school. Okay, he done took an internship. Okay, he done held this job for 3 or 4 years. He not at the CFO level yet, which would be the quote unquote finish line. But when I look at that track record, he's completing things. He's taking actionable steps to get there and not just giving lip service. That's a guy that you can invest in as far as potential. But if you look at that resume and he talk about, I want to be the CFO, and you ain't even went to school yet, or you ain't even got the entry level job yet. But you aspire to be a CFO, but you expect me to entrust my livelihood with you. But when I look at that resume, it's not a lot of completes on it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. You don't got to be at the end goal, but I need to see actionable steps towards you getting there, or else how in the hell would you expect me to invest in something like that?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So in terms of, you see the action, you see completes, right? And which means that goal looks to be attainable, right? And it's about somebody just talking. Okay. Tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What should us men be looking for in these women as we progress? You know, like one of the talking points is this one. You remember this one where as long as she pretty enough, we don't care about her education. We don't care about her money. And I'm just like, if I get a fry cook, right, from Mickey D's because she pretty, I'm a fucking idiot. That's what I'm thinking. What's your take on it?
I agree 100%. I agree 100%, man. Like, again, I have a 5-year-old daughter.
Word.
I have no interest in raising a grown woman. I just don't. So I need you to be well on that path. I tell people all the time, if I was single tomorrow, I'd be hell on women. Because the bar be so high, and if you don't qualify for it, I'm not going to even entertain you at all. Because again, it's not that I'm judging your pocket, so I need your money or anything like that, because I don't. My lifestyle is not going to change one way or the other, but I need you to be able to identify with a lot of the trials and tribulations that it took for me to be successful. Because if you can't identify with it, then you would never understand me, and we'll never be able to relate. I can explain it to you, but you ain't went through it yet. So you don't have that, acumen and things of that nature that I can trust my livelihood with you or trust my legacy with you. Because that's how you got to look at it. Like, as a man, when I'm picking my woman, I'm entrusting my legacy with her. I could die tomorrow.
Yeah.
God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid.
But you know what I'm saying? But if I don't have a woman who's capable of grinding, a woman who got work ethic, a woman who knows what it takes to be successful, then my daughter is doomed. My legacy is doomed. She gonna fumble it. You see what I'm saying? So again, when I'm picking a woman, that's the type of stuff that I'm looking at. And a fry cook at the fish spot down the street, no disrespect, because everybody got to start somewhere. But for me and what I'm trying to build and my legacy, you are incapable of taking over the helm if something was to happen to me. And because of that, I can't date you in a serious light like that. And I feel like a lot more men need to go into it with that mindset, or they is just as stupid as you just said they was.
Word.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Shit like that. Obviously, Trill, they've been calling me uncle now, so I guess I'm at a big age, and you only 4 years behind me, so you might be there, right? And I just want to be clear, right? We're saying, like, you said, if we outside now, you hell on women. I just want to clarify in terms of you trying to pick. You're gonna pick the best woman that has the qualification that makes sense for you, not out here just running amok, I assume.
Bingo. I'm coming in with very, very, very high standards, and I'm not budging at all.
Yeah.
So you can either meet them or you don't. If you don't, work yourself to a level, and if I'm still single by the time you get there, then we can revisit it. But it's not gonna be a situation where I'm accepting anything less than what I done worked to be able to qualify for.
Yeah, 100%. So just to spin off on that, in terms of, because I know you're heavy handed on them in terms of, obviously building a life with them, why are men's sexual standards so much lower? I've used these two words, fuck it, because it was getting too late. I had to make a phone call I wasn't looking forward to making, but the one person, the third girl didn't pick up. So I made that phone call that, you regret after that post-nut clarity, right? We have that. And I just want to be candid that, we've done that, so why are sexual standards so low? And I've been told that discipline is impossible because it's in our nature. So as long as women putting it out there, we're going to go get it regardless. What you think?
Yeah, man, I think it's because men don't really believe in consequences when it comes to sex until we get hit with them. It's just like anything else. When you're a young dude and you out here moving around, I come from a rough place, you know what I'm saying? But I had a dad in my life, and before I would go outside, he would tell me, like, hey, this is what you got to look forward to. Now, again, us being young, we gonna hear, yeah, I hear you, but I know it. I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna do it regardless. But I hear what you're saying, but whatever. Yeah. But because of that, a lot of my friends and family end up in jail or end up getting shot, things of that nature. I just got lucky in the process of that. But I think that ties back to what you said. When we out here dealing with these women and it's 3-4 in the morning and we like, man, you know what? I'm just gonna call, Tanya who got the fat ass or whatever. Yeah. We not factoring in, okay, boom, if she get pregnant, like how is this gonna go? You know what I mean? This was the last resort. I don't trust her with my legacy. I don't even really like her for real like that, if we gonna be honest. She serves a purpose, you know what I'm saying? But again, a lot of guys move with a bit of arrogance in that aspect, to where we feel like we can always control the situation until it's out of our control, and then we on these panels crying about child support and crying about how women don't how these women is terrible baby mamas and not letting me see my kid and things of that nature. Now, she had all those traits before you went over there at 4:00 in the morning, but you thought you was arrogant enough. You thought you was
shit like that
to get around them, and now she hitting your ass for $1,500 a month. So again, to answer the question, I think it's arrogance.
Word. So damn, I had two questions off of what you just stated. One is more so the talking point, but my boy Fuego Boss, he a rapper, and he tell me he was pro-life until his ugly joint got pregnant. You know what I'm saying? He a wild boy, man. They heard me tell it a million times, so we often have that, right? Like when the consequences is real, we stand on things until it's time to stand there, right? So when we had that conversation in terms of the sex, I don't know if you were listening when I had the runoff playing, but if I don't put a condom on, the sentiment is that I've been learning is that it's her fault if I don't put a condom on my penis. What you think? Because she bears the most consequences.
Again, that's the accountability piece that I was talking about earlier when you asked me what talking points am I tired of hearing. You got guys who come on these platforms and say, I'm trying to hold women accountable. I'm holding women accountable. But those same guys will get in that situation and then blame the woman for a decision that you had power to avert. But you chose to go in there and do what you wanted to do. Now, again, after that's done, it's out of your hands, right, wrong, or indifferent on the back end. But regardless, you had a chance to avert it. But that's where leadership come in at, right? Me personally, I've never blamed anybody else in my life for anything that's went wrong in which I had a choice in. I don't give a damn how small the choice. I don't give a damn how out of my control it got after I made the choice. If I had any type of way to shift the shit in my favor, then it's my fault. That's what leadership is. But again, a lot of these guys who demand accountability from women are not leaders, because a leader is going to take that to the chin. Sure, she has the right to, or the ability to abort the baby and things of that nature and whatever, you know what I'm saying? But if she chooses not to do that, you got to do what you got to do. You got to step up as a man, because at the end of the day, you could have said, you know what, I'm going to put this condom on, or I shouldn't even be messing with her anyway, because she's not qualified to be with me in a long-term fashion. So I don't have sympathy for that type of thing, because you had a choice in it.
Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So Trill, if you don't mind, let's stay on that path, right? The baby mother, the single baby mother, right? I had a conversation about, and I use hyperbole, right? It's provocative. You have the single mom versus the abortion mom, right? I would argue that the conduct was the same. However, one chose to follow through with the consequence, and we love the kids, but right, it is what it is, right? The consequence of having casual sex, right? Unprotected. The other mom didn't, right? She chose to, have an abortion, which in a lot of states they do have the choice, right? The right to choose if they want to bring the baby forth. And so we talk often about don't date single moms, right? A stepfather's a selfless job, a thankless job, sorry. And it's selfless for all intents and purposes, because that's not your actual seed, right? Kids can go ever which way. What do you think about the whole just heavy hand on the single moms, not dating them, hold them accountable for having the children, etc.? And then just give me your spiel on that. And then also, I want to ask you the question: if the child, because there's a lot of well, go ahead. What you think just about the overall single mom? And then I'll give you the second part. Children that come from single mother-led homes, right, generally have they lead where poor outcomes exist. So like jail, IEPs, etc. Who's the onus on? The father who's not there, or the mother who raised the child? But I could have kind of saved that part. You know what I mean? But that's like a two-part thing.
Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, as far as the dating single mothers and things of that nature, again, it's somebody for everybody. There are because how I look at it, like, it's a preference thing. Like, I can't get up here and tell a grown man, hey, don't ever date no single mother, because that man may mess with that woman and they may have a system that works for them, or that man may be bringing in kids of his own. So it's like, how can I don't believe in being hypocritical. Just like, for instance, me, when I didn't have a kid, I was hard pressed against that. I'm saying I'm never dating women with kids. That's just not my thing. I want my kid to be mine, my first kid to be mine, and that's just that. And I don't feel like it was no or whatever. Like that's my preference. If you take that personally, then that's on you. You see what I'm saying? But now that I got a kid, if I was single, I wouldn't be as hard pressed against it, because I'm bringing in a kid, and in reality, you're gonna be able to identify with what I'm going through more than a woman who didn't have a kid, who's gonna expect to come in there and be first priority. You know what I'm saying? When in reality, you're not. You're gonna be second priority to my daughter until you prove worthy, and then we get married, and then things are, you know what I'm saying, we can move from there. So again, I think it's a preference thing. It's kind of hard to attack that with a broad brush, but in terms of, guys being hard on single mothers and things of that nature, like bashing them and things of that, like, I don't really believe in that. Based on what you just said, it's some women who could have been in that situation, but it just, they end up getting rid of it, or they got lucky. And there's plenty of guys who could have been in that situation, but they just got lucky, because again, just like you just said, 3-4 a.m. after the club, I'm going over there, I'm not strapping up. It is what it is. But just because you was able to duck out of that situation and avoid the crazy, that don't make that you on no higher moral ground. You just got lucky. It could have easily been you. And then what was the last one you asked again?
Yeah, no, 100%. So just in terms of, she gets pregnant, the child grows up and has poor results, right? That child represents in a lot of the negative stats, right? Who's the onus on? The father who's not there, or the mother who raised it? Who's the onus on more? I know, I think they're implicated, right? But just for the sake of the conversation and push it forward, who's implicated more?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go because, man, that question's so layered, because it depends on how this thing came about. But just let's say everything came out on the up and up. She got pregnant, whatever. He disappeared, and then the baby turns out bad. I mean, in my opinion, that's on a man. If a man has a child, like, I couldn't imagine not being in my daughter's life. Period. You see what I'm saying? And then you got a lot of guys who'll say, well, hey, she making it hard for me to see my kid and things of that nature, because, our relationship didn't work or whatever. And there are a lot of women like that. But in my opinion, like, I don't work myself into a position where I have her ass in court every week if it's necessary. But you're gonna allow me to see my kid, like, and I'm gonna have an active role in raising my kid, or I'm gonna just bleed you dry in court until you're forced to do so. So again, it's just about, like, wanting and trying to be an active dad. Like, it's a lot of dudes out here who are way too comfortable with kids walking around that you're not in their life, and that's something that I just can't wrap my head around. Regardless of how I feel about the mother, it's still ways for you to be there. I don't give a damn if we got to have an intermediary to negotiate the pickups and drop-offs, or however it got to be. Or if I got to show up with police to come get her, we gonna do what we got to do. But I'm not gonna be able to just go about my life. You know what, man? My old lady making it hard. That's on her, man. Whatever happened with the kid, that's on her. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Boom. Me as a grown man, as a leader, that's just not how I'm cut. Just like we was talking about football earlier. The fact is that as a man in relationships, you are the leader, which means you got to take accountability when things go wrong. I can't be the head coach of a situation and we go out there and get our ass whooped, and then I go in front of the press podium and be like, hey, man, I coached my ass off. But the players didn't do what the hell they were supposed to be doing. Receivers out there dropping the ball, running back fumbling. You understand me? Hey, I coached a hell of a game. You know what I'm saying? We lost, but hey, it's on them. It ain't on me. You can't be no leader and do that, bro. Like if you lose or something go wrong under your watch as a leader, hey, it's on me.
Yeah.
Regardless. Anything else I can't understand. So if I got a kid out here that's doing bad or that done got in trouble or whatever, that's a direct representation of my leadership or lack thereof. That's how I see it.
And so one of the follow-ups, right, just in terms of the pushback that, like, let's say people were up here, it would be, how can you blame the person that's not there?
Because you're not there. It's simple as that. Because at the end of the day, like we are aware of these statistics. Because that, like, even before this little YouTube space and all of this stuff, a lot of us grew up in neighborhoods and grew up around homeboys who didn't have dads in their lives. A lot of us didn't have dads in our lives. And then we go out and repeat the same thing, knowing the outcomes of that. For example, me on my mama's side of the family, I got a lot of male cousins over there. And 95% of them have went to jail. And guess what the common denominator is in those 95% going to jail? Right? So it would be foolish of me to go out here knowing that fate is what the dad not being in the home is what led to them going to jail, because they didn't have no structure. Even when I was out moving around doing what I wasn't supposed to be doing, I still had my daddy voice in the back of my head, like, hey, you can do that, but if you do, this is the consequence. Are you ready to go sit down for 20? Or are you ready to go lay up in that hospital and have to rehab for 6 months if you even lucky enough to make? Or are you ready for these things? If you are, go do what you want to do. You're grown. You know what I'm saying? So again, but having that right there kept me out of a lot of situations, or kept me from going too far with a lot of situations. But if I didn't have that, I would have ended up just like my cousin did. You see what I'm saying? So again, a lot of us grow up in situations and grow up in environments to where we've seen the direct effect of a dad not being in the home. So it's baffling to me how you can go outside and repeat the same fucking thing.
Word. And what you're saying seemingly aligns with your initial sentiment, right? When you're saying, hey, I have to make a decision. If I go raw, I need to understand the implications, right? So at that juncture, I need to understand the flags, but instead she looked like a barilla in the face, but she got a fat ass. So I'm ignoring all flags to do what I got to do. And then we wonder why these are the end results.
Again, bro, it's no different than being in the street. When you sign up to be in the street, you know what you're signing up for. It's a high possibility you're going to jail. It's a high possibility you're going to get robbed. You're going to get shot. It's going to be violence. So when you get into this life, you say, you know what? I understand all of these things, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't matter that I seen my uncle go to jail for 20 for shooting somebody. It don't matter that my cousin doing 30 for selling whatever he was selling. I feel like I'm different. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to do it my way. But when you make that decision, and again, when you out there, something could go wrong and it don't be your fault. You got dudes who sit in jail right now because somebody told on them. You know what I'm saying? But when you signed up for that, you can't say, hey, man, I'm sitting in jail for 30, man, because they told on me. No, you sitting in jail for 30 because you chose to go into the street anyway. You should have stayed your ass on the porch if you couldn't handle the 30. It's the same thing with that. If you can't handle the outcome, negative or good, that come from it, stay your ass away from it or exercise some more discipline. You had a choice. Just like we said earlier, you could have strapped up, you could have not went over there, or you could have dealt with a woman who you wouldn't have minded having a kid with and being with forever. But you didn't take none of those options. You wanted to do it your way. Good luck with that.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
God damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey, that is real. Everybody think it ain't gonna be them. You know, even when cats is going to war, they think it ain't gonna be me. You know, like real, like outside, really getting it popping. You know, and you know one thing in terms of that, right? Just because you alluded to it, right? When you're young, you know, you think you Superman. And speaking of the panels. You know, we all, you know, when we on a panel, we all got our drawers on the outside of our pants. You know what I mean? We all superheroes, right? It's never us, right? Which I think is just problematic in itself, you know.
Right.
But when we talk about leaders, that was just I just wanted to share that, you know. But
Right.
in terms of, you know, just going back to the leaders and in these relationships and etc., and how men often, because we say that men face our consequences each and every day, right? We are accountable because the society holds us accountable, you know. When we fall, stop crying, get up, find a solution. The games in which we play have a winner, you know. Playing house don't have a winner. Having fake tea parties don't have a winner, but we play the games that we get our consequences, you know. So I'm thinking, to your point, that ideology should stand true in all aspects, right? But when we get to that part, when it comes to sex, because it's our nature, you know, now it kind of, the ideology view skip, you know, like kind of veers off a little bit. You know, do you think most men are leaders?
No. I think leaders are made. They're not born. You gotta go through shit to have the wherewithal and even the bravery to be able to deal with making a decision. You got a lot of dudes out here who's scared to even make the decision in terms of when things get tough or when things get hard or whatever the case may be. And it's just, again, you made a leader through fire. You made a leader based on what you overcame. It's kind of similar to that resume that we was talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? Most guys that are successful, they went through hell to be successful. They didn't just get it handed to them, you know, or whatever the case may be. Like, they had to go through some grueling shit, or even if it did get handed to them, they went through hell to maintain it. Because we all know a lot of dudes, even in the street, who have money or whatever the case may be, and then we look at them now and they are a shell of themselves. It's like, damn, bro, you used to be that in the hood, man. What happened? You know what I'm saying? Because it takes a lot.
You was the man, homie, right? My bad. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? So again, it takes a level of discipline. It takes a level of, you know, failing and falling and bumping your head and getting back up and learning from it and not repeating the same mistakes and things of that nature. It takes a lot of that for you to be able to walk around and beat your chest and say, I'm a leader. But you can't walk around beating your chest and say, I'm a leader, when you ain't accomplished shit. Like what have you accomplished? Which goes back to what we was talking about earlier. When I look at that resume, is it going to be a lot of check marks on it, or is it going to be a lot of incompletes? If it's a lot of incompletes, then you can't walk around beating your chest saying I'm a leader just because you're a man. You are not.
Yeah.
It's about leading people. It's about, like, who have you helped? Who have you put on? A lot of these guys be bragging about money they make or whatever the case may be. Yeah, you making money and everybody around you broke.
Yeah.
You a horrible leader. Because if you was the leader you supposed to be, they shouldn't have. They maybe not have as much money as you, but everybody should be straight. Or everybody should be given opportunities. But who have you helped? Who have you put on? Who are you taking care of? Who have you led?
Yeah. No, real shit.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
You know, on that point, right? Again, I'm just giving you the arguments that you may hear, right? In terms of devil advocate or pushback. The pushback is, you know, in terms of leading our women, you know, I generally think that, you know, black people should be together, you know, in terms of relationship, just my sentiment. Our women don't want to be led. Can you lead someone that doesn't want to be led is the overarching sentiment. So even if we are good leaders, they don't want to be led. So it's a moot point. What you think?
Again, I think with issues like that, we got to start at the root. Why is she so uncomfortable being led by a man? More times than not, because she's never seen a great leader that was a man.
Yeah.
Just like these same guys will go on there and give advice and say, hey, man, date women who had their dad in the home. Why is that? It's because she's going to respect leadership more because she's seen it. She's seen a guy who was busting his ass and accomplished and who was able to create structure for her family to survive and to thrive on. So when I get outside and I'm finding a man, I'm going to be way more willing to follow a lead, right? But if I grew up and the dad wasn't in the home and I'm seeing my mama struggle and I'm seeing my mama take care of men who are unworthy of, you know what I'm saying, being in the household, period. When I get outside, I'm going to have a lack of trust for male leadership because I've never seen a great leader. So again, it starts with us being in the homes more. We got to provide the example to a woman that we want them to follow. But if she's never seen an example, how can you blame her for being uncomfortable following a male lead? So again, it all ties back to the leader in society, which is the men. But we don't want to take accountability with that. And I think that's why we keep going in circles.
Damn. Okay. One of the last things you would hear is, but it's the moms raising them. You know? So more so, well, I guess you kind of answer that. They saw their mom taking care of men, etc. So why wouldn't they have that same similar mindset and perpetuate it and not have that belief in men?
Right, because you know my mama did it and I turned out all right. Mind you, she traumatized as hell, but she don't know no better, right? Because her mama was traumatized. But trauma is normal. This is the circumstances that we grew up in. So that's why a lot of women, if we're gonna keep it honest, they gotta lose a good man to learn how to take care of one. For that very reason, right? Because say for instance, me coming into a life or a man who healed or a man who's actually capable of leading, you're right. Yeah. We not gonna have patience with that. Why? Because we already know it ain't no time for that. If I got to spend half the relationship building trust or building your self-esteem up to where it need to be, then that's time spent for us not progressing and us not building legacy that we need to be building. And that's why I tell women, you got to go do that healing on your own time. Because again, a lot of us come from traumatic situations, but unfortunately in our environment, therapy is kind of taboo. Counseling is kind of taboo. So what that mean? That mean we go from relationship to relationship depending on that person to fix us. But that is a losing battle. It's never going to work. All your relationships are going to end the same way because the problem is not those people's incapability of fixing you. It's the work that you're not doing. Now again, I'm not blaming you for being in the situation. I'm blaming you for staying in it. And that's what a lot of us, you know, do, and then, you know, wonder why we get the same outcomes that we get or whatever. But yeah, a lot of us come from traumatic situations. I did. Like I said, half my family was in jail. That doesn't mean that that's going to be my outcome. Why? Because I wanted more. I did the work to fix myself and establish myself and lead a block and all of that. First one on the block to graduate. First one on the, you know what I'm saying, from the block to make 6 figures. All that. But I had to go bump my head 100 times to learn. So again, it's about how bad do you want it? How bad are you willing to change your circumstances? The circumstances that we was put in, a lot of times it's not our fault. But again, staying there or staying with that mindset is. And if you choose to do that, then you got to take what come with it.
Yeah. Word. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Trill, man, you've been awesome, D. Like, you know,
appreciate it.
I humbly appreciate you. I have to ask you this typical question. Then I'm gonna check the back chat when you get a chance, and I'm gonna read the super chats. We may have some questions in there too.
Cool.
I gotta ask you this generic old ass question. Does body count matter?
Brother.
Body count matters if that man is privy to it. But that's where my issue comes in with it. More times than not, he's not gonna be privy to it. Because a lot of the girls that these dudes be thinking is safe and, you know, homebodies, and she would never do nothing like that. And she come from a good background and things of that nature. A lot of them be having the most bodies. And you know why a lot of these dudes don't know? It's because they ain't never went to college. Right? Freshman year of college. let me explain something to you about freshman year. You already know. That's why you're shaking your head.
Hey,
freshman
Trill.
year of college.
This right here.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Hey. Straight up and down. So again, if she's wearing it on her sleeve, or if he grew up in an environment to where like he's privy to, you know, the guy said, "Oh yeah, bro, everybody done ran through that," then it matters. But you know, at this big ass age of 34, you would be delusional to believe that you're gonna run into a woman who has 2 bodies or 3 bodies. That's just not reality. So again, if you're making a decision based on that, you're making a decision based on information that you'll never truly have for real. So it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I I had this one problematic situation, Trill. I gotta ask it to you, man. Just because, you know, when you answering, regardless of who agrees, you understand what it is you saying. You're not tiptoeing through it. You know what I mean? And I think there's a lot of that trying to be right when, as opposed to you just saying what it is that you think about the topic. You know what I mean? I'm just asking. You with this girl for a year, right? It's hypothetical, of course. Your man been locked down for 2 years. Right? This your man. He come home, you pick him up. Like, that's how close y'all are. Right. So, you know, you're about to go get a drink or whatever. You say, oh, I gotta go give Shorty X, Y, and Z real quick. So boom, you meet her real quick and give her what you gotta give her. You get back in the car, you're like, yo, you remember when I used to go to Spring? And there was this girl I used to pick up and put down, and I used to tell you what she used to do, X, Y, Z.
Right.
That's her.
Hey, if y'all know nothing about Houston, man, Spring is on the north side. That's a strong 45-minute drive from where everybody be at Chivalry. So bro has something tucked off that nobody seen. So that make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But to answer the question,
you know how it be. He may not tell you a name, like, yo, I just came from Spring. She done blew my socks off again. You like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Look here, man. I got a strict policy against that, gang. If any one of my guys done hit, it's over with. Simple and plain. It just is what it is.
Shit like that.
And all that's fine and good. But if you've been paying attention to me like you should be, you would know that's my homie. So that means that you done kept this from me for a year. So nah, that's over with. But just based on him hitting, it's done. Yeah, simple and plain. That's just how my moral code is set up. And I would never hit none of my guys' girls either. That's not how I'm cut.
Word. And yeah, and in the hypothetical, there was nothing shiesty, you know, just one of them things. Right? He been gone for 2 years, so you know,
right.
For all intents and purposes, you know, you know, he told you first, right? Because you got back in the car with him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, no, I think that's fair, man.
Yeah, man, it's over with. Good luck, baby. Good luck.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Trill, if you got a few minutes, you want me to drop this link, see if they got any questions for you?
Sure. Pop out.
Yeah, I'm gonna read this because we may have some questions in there as well. We got my brother Quentin already. Marcus with the $5 says, yo, bro, we got the GOAT Trill from Crew Season in the building.
What up, bro?
Brother. Word. Yeah, he's been on tour and all that.
Going crazy, bro.
Indeed, man. Hey, were those Avirex jackets you had?
Well, one of them was, and then I had some starters in there. I had I'm all over the place with pro standards in there. I'm all over the place with it, G.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just grab that motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah, real shit. That shit. Cause I was following at first. I said, damn. And I'm looking at the cities. I said, okay, I see what he did there. You know what I mean? And I said, damn, I think that's an Averex. That's a jacket you get shot over. Word, man. Niggas is wild back then. Black King, salute my brother with the super sticker. My bad, Trill. What'd you say?
Oh no, I'm good. Go ahead, G. I ain't say nothing.
So solid with the $2 says Trill plus hemp, real spill. Indeed, my brother, he said talk your shit, brother.
Shit like that.
My brother Love Doobie and been a member for 2 months. Let me drop this link while I'm reading these chats if I didn't already. Let me just make sure. Step and Wolf, salute. Member for 6 months. I appreciate you, my brother. Mo List with the $2 says, what are the
leaves in the chat? That's Crew Season stuff, man. Leaves in the chat, man.
Salute. Lauren Mack with the $5 says they're brothers! Exclamation mark. They're happy. Oh, Lauren, go to sleep, yo. God damn. Hey man, listen. I hope you get a flat tire in your driveway tomorrow before work, man. Shell Shock with the $5 says salute him and the General Trill AC. What it do, chat? What's poppin'? I see you, my brother. Hope all is well. Eli with the final says salute. Appreciate you. Cree coming through. Trying to get to 1,000 members, Trill. I'm getting close. Appreciate you, Cree.
What up, buzzing, birds flipping dozen. Holla at your boy. You thought your cousin was.
Welcome to the family. All 10 of y'all. Whoever got it, please maintain it. Ricky with the $5 says, download the Crew Season app for iOS and Android. That's a fact. And Uncle Rick dropped the indeed. So the description, I got Trill's links in the description, and the moderators also been dropping them in the chat. So make sure y'all download the app, follow Trill on IG and all that. You heard? Jack, what's popping? With the $5 says, I'm still waiting on Trill to reread my super chats in the correct order. Just saying, he didn't read them out of order. How is it my fault they didn't make sense? Shaking.
Hey man, you know how they be coming across, dog. That's my bad. See, I remember that too.
Jack crazy as hell, man.
So
Jack with the 5 said, then you go and say, quote unquote, how you gonna ask for something you don't have? That was literally the super chat you didn't reread in the correct order, Trill.
Shit like that.
Salute to Jack, man. Jack with the $2 says, I get no love in these YouTube streets. Shout out to Trill.
My dog.
Jack with the $2. I still live under a bridge, Trill. Let me hold 10. Wow, this shit. Sexy Red was popping. Eli with the $10 says, Trill 100%. Right. It's no exceptions why we aren't in our children's lives, especially if we lay down with her. Then we have to take accountability. I am learning. Mm-hmm. Uncle Rick with the $2 says, it's never the people on the panel. Caesar's Palace with the $5 says, Trill, if a woman has sex with a man who she knows is not a leader, whose fault is it? What if she does this 60 more times? Is it still on the guy?
Again, it's about, like, if she having sex with these guys and ain't no baby, then yeah, whatever the consequences is on her. But if a man gets her pregnant, which means that he has a seed walking around here, it is his responsibility to take care of his seed. Period. It doesn't matter what her moral code is, how she set up, whatever the case may be. I have a child walking around here, and there's no valid reason for me to not be in my child's life. So that's my take on that.
Word. HQ with the $5 says, black women don't respect black men. That's why they won't follow. What now?
Again, if you are the man that you claim to be, then you'll have no issue getting respect from black women. In general. Now, don't get me wrong, there's gonna be some outliers who just don't respect men at all, right? But what are those type of women doing in your vicinity? Right. And again, I feel like that's a loud minority. I feel like most black women are regular women, right? They going to work every day. They're looking for a good man, somebody that's compatible with them, somebody that they can respect their leadership, somebody that's accomplished and things of that nature. So again, if you are what you claim to be, and a lot of us go around beating our chest, I'm a leader this, I'm a leader that, I got this, I got that. If you're the leader that you claim to be, you will have no problem getting respect from most black women. That's how I feel.
Word. Shit like that.
Don Kid, Shalom. Again with the 20 ball. Shout out to the Texas players. I gotta play this for the first 20 ball of the evening. Kenzie with the $5 says, lovers of men, Ali, Mr. Fantastic, Team Fatty, Red Pill, they stick up for men so much with no accountability. Aaron with the $2 says, Crew Season is how I got to these space. No doubt, my brother. Matt P with the $2. What's poppin'? Matt says, Trill, a married nigga told y'all we winning. Real love was that nigga Trill swear he a rapper for real.
My dog, Real, what up, baby?
Nigga stay making Port Authority proud. Indeed. TMBR Army and the Crusaders. Love to the bros. Appreciate you, Rilla. Love you, man. I gotta play this one for my brother Rilla. Where's that? There you go.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
That's my brother right there, man.
Indeed, 100%, man. That's the OG. Ken Folk was popping with the $5. Says Red Pill Ranger is a drag queen with his wig skit. Shout out to Hamp and Trill.
Who is Red Pill Ranger?
He a content creator. He be showing wild love. He might hit the link. He usually does.
Oh shit.
Red Pill told me he's him, man. Bread and Butter with the $5 says Trill wasn't excusing women behavior. He simply stated they grew up in the same fatherless home as men, so naturally lack awareness of worthy men. Yeah. Quentin with the $5 says, Hemp, if they come up with disrespect, I'm pulling up with smoke. Respectfully, do your thing. I'm turning on that. Hey, I'm gonna turn on the kickoff. So Trill, I'll let you know. Obviously, me or you can't be kicked off, but they can definitely kick off whoever else come up here. Mo with the $2 says, Trill, when the new episode of the pod dropping?
Look here, man. We should be what's the day? What, Tuesday? Wednesday?
Yeah,
Tuesday,
yeah.
Thursday, we're gonna drop it on the app, man. Everybody that been asking on YouTube when the episode's dropping, man, make sure y'all subscribe to the app. All episodes is dropping on there. We got a few celebrity interviews and stuff like that we're gonna start rolling out here pretty soon. So make sure that y'all tap into that Cruise Season app, Apple, Android, Fire Stick TV, Apple TV, Roku, everywhere. Make sure y'all tap in.
Shit like that.
Keep dropping that link, man. Keep dropping the link. See this pals with the 50 ball. He says, hold on. Married women with only one partner. The odds of women cheating on her husband is 6 times higher with 2 to 4 partners, 9.47 times higher with 5 to 10 partners, 14.05 times higher with 11 to 20 partners, 16 times higher with 20 partners. GSS. Let me play this real quick as we consume this information. Which one I want? Let me see. There.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho.
What do you think about these numbers, Trill? I think he was talking about the body count thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising at all. I think, you know, the more access you get to everything that's going on, the less indecisive that it makes you. I think that's part of the issue with society. Is social media done exposed people to so many options that they got option fatigue, and it's kind of hard to settle, and it's kind of hard because people 1 foot in, 1 foot out, trying to make sure I pick the right person. And you got a lot of people who enter into a relationship still not sure of that. So again, if you don't have a lot of people, a lot of different experiences, then of course you're gonna be more curious. I think that's just psychology.
Yeah, 100%. Lauren with the toss says, Hamp, say Port Arthur again. What I say? I said it, didn't I?
You said it right. The first time you said it wrong, man. Port Arthur the hood, man. Shout out to Port Arthur. That's where I'm from originally.
Okay, yeah. See, I don't be knowing all that because I just moved down here, so I'm still getting acclimated. You know what I mean?
Right. For sure. Yeah. That's where Pimp C from.
Okay. Mm-hmm. God bless the dead.
So,
Mr. Fantastic, what's popping?
Brother.
Yo, what up, man?
It's good. What you smiling about?
Man, just chilling, man. You know what I mean? Long weekend. Shout out to Trill. What's up with you, Trill?
What up, G? What you on?
Got it, fam.
What's good?
So now, man, you know me, bro. You know who I am. So so we get into it now. Trill, man, and I see what's the name of the well, you weren't the original crew of tonight's conversation, right? You came on.
Yeah. He basically recruited all us like the Avengers. Yeah, crew season came first though, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So shout out to you, man. Shout out to you for your contributions, man, to this whole podcast thing, man. This movement, showing brothers there is a way. get your opinion out here. You know what I'm saying? And you make legal money, legit stuff by black men giving their opinion. That's first and foremost, brother. Appreciate you.
Appreciate that, bro.
But the only thing, man, me, a little bit of pushback, fam, for the concept of your leadership. Now, I completely, totally agree with your thing. You know what I mean about leadership being important, and ultimately, as a leader, you being willing to and understanding the, being necessary to take the blame for however the outcome comes. The issue and problem I have though is your assessment of just specifically the absent father, right? So my question to you would be, okay, so I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this, but okay, so if the kid turns out great, let's say the kid turns out to be a Rhodes Scholar and 5-star athlete, recruited to whatever, so on and so forth, the mom gets all the credit. Okay, the father isn't even mentioned. But then if the kid turns out to be, like you said, convicted felon, 14 bodies before he's 14 and all these different things, now we want to bring in the father. So my issue is, okay, so by what you said is where the man being absent is always going to have the thing. So that if the absent man can get the fault, cannot the absent man still get the credit then if the kid turns out to be all right? Because if he just left the situation alone and everything turned out all right, why are we giving him the blame if and when things turn out the wrong way?
Yeah, see, I don't feel like that's right in that aspect. I think if you are not in your kid's life, however the result comes out with your kid is on you regardless. I think if it goes negative, if it goes right, then your kid just got lucky. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you get to come in and take the credit for not being there and not raising them. Why would you want to do that?
But that's what I'm saying. So it's the same way, right? So an absent father can never be more detrimental than a present mother because that father isn't there. So that's like if it's let's say you had like a dog or something in the room, right? If that crazy dog's not in the room, you need to have a chance to get bitten. You feel what I'm saying?
But that's not true, because again, like as a man being absent, that can completely be detrimental on your kid, because a lot of kids grow up in our environments not having no guidance or not having no compass. A mother can only give a kid so much. So you get two parents in a household. It's the same type of situation. Your mama can't teach you how to be no man. She can. There's only certain things that men are going to be able to pour into their kid. And if you're not there to pour it into them, then who pouring it into them? Unfortunately, in a lot of our situations, it's the wrong type of niggas. They go outside and get poured into by the niggas in the neighborhood, or get poured into by people who they shouldn't be poured into. But if you as a father was there to pour into your kid, he wouldn't have to go do that. So again, we can't say the dad being absent has no effect on that kid turning out the way he did, and it's all on the mother just because she was there. No, your absence played a role. Because for one, your absence factored into the mama being as stressed as she was trying to raise the kid by herself, which means that she wasn't giving the kid the attention a lot of times that was necessary, because she having to work 2 and 3 jobs and going all the time. Why? Because you're not there to help facilitate and help with the household and bills and things of that nature. So how can you blame her when you wasn't there, and then act like you not being there had no effect on, one, her ability to raise the kid, and then for 2, how the kid turned out? That shit just makes absolutely no sense to me at all.
Okay, well, and like I said, everybody has their opinion and everything, right? Well, I saw you mention earlier on, and not you specifically, but the situation is where women make it so difficult, right, for the father to even be a part of their lives, where, the dad has to fight for the rights, right? So I like to start from, like you said, inception. So the first most important part of being a mother is choosing a suitable father. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So that's why I say this culpability that you're putting on a man that showed himself to be irresponsible. And, let's say he's already got 3 baby mamas, right? And you're baby mama number 4. And I'm pretty sure you're aware that, black women have a 60% rate of where at least they have 2 kids by 2 different men. Or the black women have kids. Yeah, cool, right? So how is it that, again, you choose the wrong man to inseminate and impregnate you in the first place, right? Now, he's already irresponsible. Now, and I agree with you. As a man, hey, you have responsibilities you take. I'm a father myself, okay? There's nothing in the world. And I actually had to fight for my kids. So I agree with you on those premises. But again, this is why I say where we put all of the onus on the man, when, again, the woman started the whole process off wrong by choosing the wrong man to have a child by.
Right. No. And again, that's pivotal what you just said. You said we put all the onus on the man. But again, when Hemp asked the question, I said both. And he said, you know what, who's more? So again, that's not taking the accountability off of the mother. But again, it goes back to the leadership theory that I was talking about earlier. As the leader of a situation, and when you choose to have a kid, you are the leader of that situation. You got to take the majority of the blame. That's just what it is. And that's not saying that the woman has no accountability at all in the situation. I would never say that. Hell no. You chose the wrong man, and you definitely played a part in it. But as a man, and as somebody who has a kid, and as somebody who's cut friends off day one homeboys because they're not raising their kids, I can't put more onus on the woman if you're not there as a man. That makes no sense. Both of y'all are culpable. But as a man, when you choose to have that kid, you are not a leader of a situation. And if that situation goes bad, that's a reflection of your leadership, in my opinion.
Hey, Mr. Sass, can I hop in real quick, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, first of all, how everybody doing tonight? What's up, Hamp? What's up, Trill? What's up, Fantastic?
What up, G?
To get straight to it, I didn't agree with much of what you had to say at all, especially when it comes to, got my notes. We're going to start off with this leadership thing. As a man that was in the military for 15 years, Life Fantastic was in 20. I've taken 2 6-week leadership courses. I understand leadership. I led men and women of all ages from 18 to 30 something, led and trained. I'm married 21 years last month, 4 kids, 3 sons, 1 daughter. So let's get to it. Leadership is a 2-way street. The follower has equal responsibility as the leader. And people get on these panels and say, well, the man's the leader. But you can't lead a degenerate. You can't lead a rock. So when people get up here and say stuff to these women like you did, it puts false narratives in their head that they can believe and act as they want. And it's all on the man because he can lead properly. But the problem with that is, as a leader, like an official leader that understands leadership because it had to save lives.
Right.
Leadership is simply a 2-way street. Mm. You as a staff sergeant in the Army, if the PLC just refuse to lead, refuse to follow, it's not a lot you can do unless you can physically. You gotta put, if you can't beat these women into submission. You can't make them do something. If they don't want to follow, you could be the best leader in the world.
Right.
But if a woman don't want to follow, and she just set on not following a man, that's nothing you can do. So the whole, well, you the leader. Well, she's the follower, and they both have equal responsibility.
Also, right. Wait. Let's work our way down one at a time. You said you was a leader in the military, right?
Yeah, and my family.
Did you get to pick your following? Did you get to pick the troops that you was in charge of? Nope. One by one? Did you get to pick who enrolled?
Nope.
So again, it's hard for me to see the translation for that and going to relationships because, again, these same men, you say you're a red pill ranger, right?
Yep.
These same men say that men control access to relationships, women control access to sex, no?
Yep.
Okay, so if you control access to relationships, that would mean that you chose this woman who was incapable of following, right? And if you went about, wait. Okay. And if you went about the vetting process the way that a lot of people from your community say that you should, or say that men are masterful or skilled in doing, then you would have come across the fact that, hey, this woman struggles to follow leadership. So I would ask, since you chose her, how the hell did she skirt by your ability to recognize that she was a terrible leader, meaning based on the fact that you chose her, something you couldn't do in the military? So how does that translate? Explain that to me.
Based on your logic, we're gonna agree to that. So based on your logic, then she chose that baby daddy that ain't there. So put it all on her, because she chose him. Based on your logic, she chose him. So when he's not there, it's all on her that she's not there. Because the thing is, people like to talk like these guys be leaving these women and kids, but they were never there. You can't quit a job you never had. For me to leave you, I had to be your man. Most of these kids are conceived of freaky links, sneaky links, hookups, and situationships. You can't quit a job you never had. Like that's like I can't get, and like when Fantastic was saying, dude ain't there. If I'm on vacation for 2 weeks and something happened, you can't gig me for that failed task when I wasn't even in the doggone building.
Hold on, wait. So you're saying that you're the leader over the people who was in the building, and then you left for 2 months?
I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation and something happened, but
Right.
I'm responsible for what happened. I'm not even there.
Yes, because you're responsible for training your following, right? So if something goes wrong and your following is responsible,
That's not
you
how
ought to
leadership
be
works.
held accountable. No,
You would not get fired if you're on vacation and the person there dropped the ball. You just won't.
you talking about a job. I'm talking about leadership in general. If I'm in charge of training somebody, let's say, for instance, right, football, like we talked about earlier, right? Let's say I'm the receivers coach, per se. And my job is to teach these guys how to run routes, teach these guys how to catch the ball. If we show up to game day and they are running the wrong routes and they are dropping the damn ball, that is on me for not preparing them to handle what I knew was coming. We all don't work jobs. We know people take PTOs and vacations and things of that nature, right? But when you're in a leadership position that you claim to be,
but you saying
it is your job to prepare your following for that inevitable break or vacation or absence that's coming. And if they drop the ball while you're gone, that is a reflection of your leadership.
And what you saying is right, but what if you never trained them? And that's my point. A lot of these guys, these women get pregnant by guys that was never there. So they taking the blame, but they was never there. They was never in a committed relationship with this guy. He never taught her nothing because all he did was come over after the club at 3 and hit. But then her failure is on him when they never had nothing. He was never there. He wasn't at the job. He never trained. But some kind of way he responsible for the bad stuff she do with the kid.
Again,
they sleeping with strangers,
just
bro.
so I'm clear. Just so I'm clear, just real quick, because maybe I could be missing something, especially in this baby daddy thing. So when you went over there at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., did you get tied up and threw in the back of a van to get transported there?
Nope.
When you got to the house, did she tie you up to the bed and just take it from you, or like how was it like throughout this whole process? Because again, this is like a multi-layered process. You know, again, all men. Well, I ain't gonna say all men. A lot of men done been there. This is a multi-layered process. It is a text message that's sent from at the end of the club. She responding to the text. You calling her on the way home, on the way to the spot. Bro says spring. That's a 40-minute drive a lot of times if you coming from camp or something like that. So it's a lot of time in between you driving, getting in your car, and driving all the way up there to go get that ass. So I just want to know, at what point of it were you helpless in your decision making?
Exactly, and that's my whole point about the narrative that you push. At what point was she helpless in her decision making?
No, she wasn't helpless. And again, I think
so why you take accountability off them all the time? She chose to fuck a dude. The moment you sleep with a guy that's not your husband, you chose to be a single mother.
No, again, I think
the moment you sleep with a man that's not your husband, you know, we know how babies made.
Right.
I'm not saying you're gonna get pregnant, but the moment you sleep with a man you're not in a committed relationship with.
Right. So again, my problem with this space is that a lot of times we talk in extremes.
That's reality.
Listening to what we
moderate.
Red pill. You gotta let them finish.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Go ahead.
again, in this space, a lot of times we get to talking in extremes, right? He said, why you always take all the blame off of the women and put it on the men? Nowhere in this stream did I say that women are blameless in the situation. Nowhere in this stream did I say a man has to take all of the accountability for what happened. If you was listening to the stream, you was writing notes, which is baffling to me how you missed that note. Hamp said both, because when he asked it, I said both people are accountable. And he said, no, wait, who's more accountable? More could mean 51-49. But I'm saying as a man, when you claim to be a leader in a situation, if there was a decision-making process in which you played a role in, and you're the leader, you have to take the majority of the blame. And you went over there at 4 a.m, smashed raw, nutted all in the woman. Again, it was about 10 decisions that was made by you, 10 or so, I give or take, that was made by you that contributed to this woman getting pregnant. And a baby came as a result of it. That baby has your DNA. That baby looks like you. That baby's running around here. And you're sitting up here trying to make me, or trying to validate the fact that you are not in that baby's life, even though you made 10 to 12 decisions in the process of getting the baby here. How in the hell does that make sense at all to you, bro?
How he gonna be in the baby life if he wasn't even in the woman's life? He was just in between her legs.
Again, you just said you know how babies are made, right?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
They timed Red Pill out for 5 minutes. He said, "How he take notes and still stuttering though through the L." Take 5, Red Pill. So Red Pill will be back at 9:47, but they probably bring Red Pill back. Go ahead, fantastic.
Yeah, hey, so Trill, we can move it along, bro. Because next you talked about vetting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there truly a way to vet a woman, or name just a woman, a person? Is there truly a way to vet a person?
Definitely, but is there a way to vet them and be 100% accurate? No. But,
all right,
there's a way to
you
vet
actually got to the point that I was saying. So being that we know this, right, is now of course don't go out here and just pick the chick that's literally out here on the stroll, you know what I'm saying, in the club every night, so on and so forth. But being that, like you said, we get experience, we learn this, bro. Even vetting a woman, what's the I guess it's more so what's the value in it, when again, like we say, we've been seeing this thing to where, and like I said, you guys keep up with social media a lot because you know what I'm saying, that's a lot of your topics, where even these married women, right, these women that get married and their husbands go through a difficult time, their husbands get fired or whatever, laid off, so on and so forth, and these women leave them. So how can more so the man win even in a vetting process if it's even when you vet this woman, let's just say a year to 5 years to 10 years later, this woman has a complete total different mindset, or she's already out of the door.
But see, again, I think that's what the disconnect is. I don't feel like people's mindset changed that drastically if we keeping it G. And in the process of that vetting, I think the problem is people don't vet the right way, or they don't necessarily know what to look for. Meaning that when you're vetting this woman, it's important for you to look at how she was raised, her upbringing, what does she value in life, like what has she accomplished on her own, what is her work ethic, like what is her relationship with kids, and how's her relationship with your family and things of that nature. And there's a lot of women that are married who are not wives. But again, the man controls marriage. So if I'm vetting this woman and I'm choosing to bring her into a union and I'm choosing to trust her with my legacy, if the relationship goes bad, I got to take accountability for that, because I'm the one that chose her and I clearly didn't vet her properly. It's a lot of men out here, just like bro said earlier. As long as she got a pretty face, I'll bring her in and I'll take care of her. I ain't worried about her money. I'll take care of her, this, that, and the third. No. That's part of the problem right there. You marrying a motherfucker just because she got a pretty face. Then she get into a relationship with you, and then she doesn't have wife-like skills, or doesn't have wife-like work ethic, or wife-like dedication, and she tap out of the relationship in 2 or 3 years. She should have never been married to begin with. She'd been a sack chaser when you met her. But again, something that we don't speak to is that a lot of men target the wrong type of women simply based on how they look, and that's the problem. when you vetting these women, it got to be more than that. And a lot of niggas don't know how to vet because a lot of men don't even have experience with enough women to know how to vet.
Okay. So I guess it's a 2-part question. I'm glad you said the last part. Okay. So first off, so by the numbers, by the stats, and by the data, that means no man knows how to vet, because again, women are divorcing at a 70% rate, right? So that I'll find that. I think you find that highly unlikely. I know. Hold on, bro.
No, go ahead. I ain't say a word. Go ahead.
Highly unlikely that 70 to 80% of men are just choosing these women wrong, especially when these marriage divorces are happening everywhere from 1 year to 20 years, right? And then secondly, the last part you just said, damn, what was I lost it? Shit, what did you just say? What was the last
thing at a time, though, G.
All right, go ahead. You got it, man. Go ahead,
again, that number has always rubbed me the wrong way. 70-80% of women file for divorce. And the reason that it rubs me the wrong way is because what that number does not take into account is the number of men who push a woman out of a relationship intentionally because we don't want to break it. That's what's not factored in there. It's plenty of dudes right now that are in relationships, whether married or girlfriend, boyfriend, and are ready to leave. But they won't leave. Instead, they'll start acting up, start acting a fool, staying out late, cheating, blatantly disrespectful, blatantly neglectful, and all of that, in hopes that she'll break it off instead. And I feel like it's a lot of men in situation. Even if you listen to a lot of these panels, men, don't want to break up the marriage because of, I want to fall on the sword, I'm chivalry and all that. No. I feel like it's a lot of men that are in marriages and relationships that are not happy, but they are just as scared as she is to start over. But instead of just breaking the relationship off and taking the blame, damn, he left her, this, that, and the third, he'll just start wilding and push out of the relationship. That 70-80% number, don't factor those guys in, and that's why I don't believe in that number. I don't.
Hey, I just want to say before I get out of here, because I said all I need to say, because I know this going nowhere. It all boils down to woman good, man bad. But the thing about it is, truth and reality is undefeated. And we all find out at the end of the road, yo. Straight up. Deuces, appreciate it, huh?
No doubt.
Yeah, man. I just don't believe in that. I just don't. It's not good women good, men bad. It's just men stay the hell away from women that we know are bad. A lot of these women that men complain about, they do not represent the majority of women. And that's my issue with it. We get to talk about gold diggers and women who sack chasing and this, that, and the third. Most women are not out there, just like I said, chasing James Harden and Drake and trying to go to the backstage at the concert and at the private parties and shit like that. A lot of these women don't even have access to that type of thing. Most women are regular ass women working teaching jobs, nursing jobs, regular ass jobs, and just trying to find a good dude who's capable of leading. Just like I don't believe that all men are bad out here just smashing and creating baby mamas and ray-rays and pookies and this, that, and the third. No. That is a loud minority. Most black men are not that.
But hold on, Trill.
Jobs at the warehouse, stocking at Walgreens, shit like that. And again, are looking for a solid woman. But just like I said earlier, a lot of us are arrogant in terms of like our ability to dodge negative situations, or just like, so we out there smashing chicks that we should not be smashing. And we know that she not wifey material, but we still going to smash raw. Like, we know that we shouldn't even be giving those type of women that type of energy, because just like I said, women equate sexual interest to actual interest. So when you are men tend to be high quality or whatever, whatever the term is, when you entertain that woman in that way, you're creating more of the women that you don't want to see. If you know good and damn well this woman has no wife capability, no girlfriend, no long-term serious capability at all, why not just alienate them? If we alienate that type of woman, then we'll create more of the women that we want to see. But if we continue to engage with them and give all that effort and energy to get the ass, we are enabling them. And that's what a lot of men don't see. We have a lot more control in this shit than we think, but we don't exercise it that way. It's because a lot of niggas can't practice dick discipline. A lot of niggas will smash whatever is available. Just like bro said, 3-4 in the morning, I'm on my fourth option. I'm on my fifth option. Take your ass home. She the fifth option for a reason. But if I go over there and get her ass pregnant, I gotta deal with what comes with that, because that's what being a man is. And unfortunately, a lot of these niggas is not men.
Okay. Well, and two things. First off, and you picked the worst possible professions for good women and teachers and nurses. Just saying, you know what they say.
I already know where you're going.
so we'll just leave that as it is. But the second part, right? So that's an interesting point, and like I said, I understand it. But this thing is, again, we hold the men accountable, and we say the men are the leaders. When again, you look at the numbers, the men are being more responsible. Minority of men have children in reference to the majority of women that have children. Going back to the stat where I said black men specifically, and we're gonna talk black because we all, we black.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So we'll stick there, right? So again, when you're talking about of the women that have children, 60% of them have children by multiple men. This is where it gets fuzzy when we're always saying the men are the problem. When these women keep going out here, and it can't be every man is just and then it's like, okay, well, you guys are pussy hungry. Most dudes don't have access to pussy. Well, you can't have all these dudes that have access to pussy and they even have a fifth option. Most niggas don't have a second option. You see what I'm saying? So when we do these things, it's like we're talking about the men and their sexual prowess and their sexual irresponsibility, when the men are being more sexually responsible by the numbers alone, that being birth rate and STDs. You see what I'm saying? Excluding the brother fuckers, excluding them. We're not talking about them. So you know what I'm saying? So that's my whole thing as to where, and of course the men need to be held accountable. The men are supposed to be leaders, but my thing is for black men specifically, we're always getting talked to when we're already doing what we're being talked to about in reference to, again, the women that we're attached to. So when we get this thing, well, it's not a blame game as to, well, hold on, I agree, you're right, but I'm already doing this. If you come to a leader and say, hey man, those people need to be, well, whoa, you're yelling, okay, and these people are successful at an 80-some% rate, and I only got the 20% that's the fuck ups. Now, you gonna let me get rid of the fuck ups, or you want me to try and train the fuck ups? You know what I'm saying? And that's another big part of leadership too, that where I don't think a lot of people understand. There are some people that can't be led, and you just have to get rid of. And whenever we start having those conversations, it's uncomfortable because now you know what I'm saying, you dislike or you hate black women. You feel me? So that's my biggest thing, is where I think a lot of black men are becoming better leaders, or a lot of black men are, because like I said, brothers like yourself, Hamp, that tell brothers, hey man, be accountable. Don't be out here just skeeting and beating everything and knocking everything down. But at the same time, like you said, so most of us are already doing those things. You know what I'm saying? And then, like you said, a lot of us have passed. Hey, no, bro, how old are you, Trill? I don't know.
34.
So we're 30 plus year old men speaking from, like, you know what I'm saying, the knowledge and wisdom we've gained versus the 18-year-olds that we were at some point, and we had to learn along the way, even with a great father. You feel me? Right. Even if you had the best father, the best male support system, and so on and so forth, we're still going to learn our own way and do our own thing. I'm a grown ass man, nigga. You feel me? So that's all I'm saying, bro. It's just like, I just know for a fact that black men get a whole lot of the brunt of the blame, and we don't get focused on any of the positive things that we're doing and improvements that we've made over time. You know what I'm saying? To try and mitigate and rectify a lot of these issues and problems we have.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. But even with that, I would ask, because we got to dig to the root of the issue. These women that out here choosing the same type of nigga, getting pregnant by the same type of nigga. If I'm sure if we was to conduct a questionnaire with these women, a common denominator would probably be that a dad was not in the home to help raise her. Because most of the women who I done met, who is super promiscuous and super out here and super doing their thing on the sexual tip, dad wasn't present. So again, it stems back to us anyway, and that's not me taking accountability off of them. Just like I told Hamp earlier, it's nothing wrong. I mean, you can't be blamed if you come up in a fucked up situation. You can only be blamed if you stay there. So if you continue to make these same mistakes, then yeah, you gotta, you know what I'm saying, you take up. But again, if we talking about the root of the issue, most people who are brought up, again, Hamp read the stats earlier, most people who brought up in a 2-parent household tend to fare better in the world. So again, that's not in damn a two-parent household, just having both parents present and being active in their life. They're gonna turn out better than somebody who just grows up with a mother and no dad presence at all. So again, it's just about being a man, it's just about being a leader, it's just about taking care of your responsibilities, bro. Like take care of your damn kids. And anything, and there is no valid excuse. I'll repeat this for the 10th time tonight as to why a grown man should have kids walking around there that look like him, that share his DNA, and he's just walking around here willingly, just, hey, that ain't my responsibility, man. I didn't want it, whatever. I'm not raising. I ain't playing no part. I can't respect that, and that adds to the problem, in my opinion. But I'm not saying what you said was wrong, because you're right. There is a certain percentage of people that we just cannot save. But again, it goes back to what I said earlier about alienating those people. But a lot of times we don't alienate them. And a lot of times we as men can recognize the type of women that we shouldn't be nowhere near, but we still go have sex with them anyway. And that contributes to the problem. So again, both parties are responsible. But if men claim to be the leaders that we walk around and beat our chest saying we are, we got to take majority of that blame. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on. Like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm gonna get Fatty in. I just want to read these super chats real quick. Uncle Rick was popping. Fatty, what up though? HQ with the $5 says, I told you, women don't respect you. That's why they won't follow. Double R with the $5 says, oh, this one he timed red pill out. Chris was popping. My brother with the $2 says, why are you impregnating someone you can't lead? They brought red pill back. Shell Shock with the $2 says, you travel for the cat. It's on you if she get pregnant. Underground Zone with the $5 says, red pill, you created the job by impregnating her. Why hire a woman you can't lead? Why ask women who y'all claim are illogical to think logically? Jonathan 20 ball says, for the offering plate, salute my G.
Shit like that.
Regardless of the women, I think we don't address us as men in the things we lack. We miss or overlook a lot of red flags.
Sends his regards.
Yeah. You know how I love money.
Sean Antonio with the $10 says, great conversation. Not red pill part though. Sean was popping. Justin with the $5 says, here's supporting Trill, speaking to reality and not YouTube stats and talking points. Justin was popping. Tezzy with the $5 says, forget that! Exclamation point. There is a way to 100% vet the universal truth is based on character and objectivity. HQ with the $2 says, please say that again. Most of us are regular women. Aaron with the $2 says, divorce only acceptable for adultery. So who's wrong? Brennan Butter with the $2 says, red pill was hurt. He had a trembling in his voice. Aaron with the $2 said, law of God, only way to divorce, only 20% are wives. Jesus Palace with the $5 says, hint. We can't just ignore the data. We know that for fact, 70-80% leave men. It's not just all the men's fault why they leave. Trill, be honest, man. You want to reply to this?
Again, just like I said, bro, the 70-80% number I feel like is skewed, because again, I know a lot of men who are miserable or who were miserable in their relationships and they would not leave the woman, and instead they just start wilding, and then forced her out, allowed her to be like, you know what, I'm done here, I'm walking away. And then when she did, he was like, yes, thank God I'm back outside, because he didn't want to break the relationship for a multitude of reasons. And I asked him, and he was like, well, I just wanted to save her feelings, or I just didn't want to be the bad guy in the situation or whatever. And if you leave a woman, you know what I'm saying, you gonna look bad. But if a woman leaves you, it's gonna be like, oh, she chasing what she deserve, and blah 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 blah. So a lot of that factors into why men stay in relationships and marriages even that we know we shouldn't be in, and instead of just walking, we'll try to wild out so she can leave. And I feel like that skews that number. So yeah, that's my take on that, bro.
Callie with the $5 was popping. Callie says, black male fathers 26% aged 20 through 29, 62% aged 30 through 39, 80% aged 40 through 49. Stop it.
Hey, Hamp, can I address that just real quick? I got again. You notice how that equals over 100%, which would not add to the point you're trying to make, Cali Bev. Now, again, the poor understanding that you women try to use against this is it simply telling you for that age group, those amount of men, you add them up and it equals 100%. So if you was to add 26, then 62, then 80, that would be what? 88 and 80, that would be 168%. Which would be literally mathematically impossible for the amount of kids have. So thank you for making my point and showing how just you niggas do not understand stats. Stop it. Stop. Appreciate your Hamp.
No doubt. Red Pill Ranger with the 10 ounces. No rage quit. As a man that accepts reality for what it is, I realized the conversation was going nowhere and opted out. Exclamation point. Dude argued against official stats, and I knew the conversation was moot. HQ with the 10 ounces. Women leave relationships for primarily 5 reasons. He disrespects the relationship, his cheating, his not wanting to work, him disrespecting her family and kids, him putting his hands and feet on her. HQ with the 10 ounces.
Chill out, HQ. Chill out, HQ.
Stop saying we leave for no reason. Sean K with the 2 ounces. Great conversation, Headman Trill. Salute my brother. Jazz Wiz was popping with the 5 ounces. Trill, what's going on with your YouTube channel? Are you not dropping videos anymore? Yeah, he just gave us the info. Go ahead, Trill. Plug it again. Pause.
Yeah, nah, we gonna all full videos. They're gonna be on the app, man. It's the Cruise Season app. Make sure y'all tap into that, man. Apple, Android, Roku, Apple TV, all of that good stuff. But I will be dropping clips of the pod on there pretty soon. But I just been so occupied with getting this app situated. But all full episodes are on the app right now. So, yo.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Ella was popping. Ella with the 10 ounces. Trill with the Trill.
My dog.
HQ with the 2 ounces. That is not how that stat works, Fanny. Aaron with Aaron with the 10 ounces. That's why I super chat when I said, who are you getting married under? Is it God or just for your lust by law? You only have justice for divorce in adultery. So are these men weak for not leaving? Aaron, I guess I'll answer quickly. There are very few people in general who abide by that law in the Bible. So these men aren't leaving because they think they only have one option as if he steps out. I think what Trill was saying was what you would probably consider more for people in the world. See, the spouse with the 5 out says, Trill, do women lie? What about paternity fraud? Is it the men's fault they give a man a baby that's not his?
Hell no. That's trifling as hell. I wouldn't stand by that. That's wrong.
Sexy Red was popping with the 2 says that's long. That long paragraph shows you rage quit, Red Pill Ranger. Use the Red Pill Ranger, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Fatty was popping.
How you fellas doing?
What's goody?
Long time no see, Trill. Now you're famous. You don't talk with the peasants like us, but I'm glad to see you back here.
Nonsense, man. Happy to see y'all boys, man.
And salute to y'all. Appreciate y'all. I think we are just appeasing, like, this leader word. He got completely out of control. We are just using this shit to appease man ego and women that don't want to take responsibility. Men that are not leading relationships and they just look like they are leaders, and women that don't want to take accountability so they can hide under that word leader is not my fault, is the fault of the guy. I truly believe that, respectfully, like, we need to put accountability for real in both parties. I think there's a lot of cosplaying about splitting the guilt. We're not talking like we are actually not getting to what actually is going on. And I didn't take notes, but I think you were kind of double talking through, because first you said these women are hiding their body count, meaning that they are not presenting themselves as the people that they truly are. Then you said these men should know and avoid these women. How can avoid something that is covert? How can avoid the lion that is dressed like a gazelle? We are not talking about men approaching strippers. We're not talking about men approaching OnlyFans models. We're not talking about men approaching women that dress scantily clad. We're talking about teachers. We're talking about caregivers. We're talking about nurses. We're talking about people that present themselves as regular people, but at the end of the day, they are so close with a bad woman and doing a lot of O activities, even though they might not be considered O's, that we can pick and choose who is the good woman and who is the bad woman. And my question for you would be this, Trill, right? It's like a two-part question. Do you think it takes time for a man to know how to lead? Do you think most 21-year-old men know exactly what to do with the woman that is in front of them?
Hell no.
It takes kind of like, do you agree that it takes like a decade for a man to become a man? Like a decade, right?
I don't know about a decade, but 21 is kind of young.
Let's go with 28. Do you think there's a fair number? Out of college for 3 years, on a workforce for 3-4 years, do you think is a fair number? 28.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But I mean, again, it depends on the man's maturity level. Some men
Let's go with the average man. Yes, let's go with the average man. Like the same way I believe that women only snapped out of their bullshit at 30, I think men take 15 years to make. I think usually men reach their, like, Chris Paul comes in the NBA dunking on everybody, running fast as fuck. And then now he knows the game. Everything is slow, so he knows where to go. He doesn't need to run fast. Doesn't need to get like. I think it takes a lot of time for men to become actually the leader that you guys talking about. So the question, to me, like a question I'm going to ask: how can you lead the? If it takes 10 years, let's go with 10 years from 18 to 28 to become the man that this woman wants. How can we control what these women are doing from 16 to the age that we actually get them and marry them? Because the average age of marriage is 29. And not because men are choosing so, it's because women started to delay marriage over and over and over and over again. And now it's on a part of their life where I don't want to be on the streets anymore. I want some security. How can we not control, but how can we become leaders and handle these women on an honorable way, on a righteous way, when they've been in the streets for 10 years before they actually met us and tried to marry us? How can we do that?
See, again, I don't necessarily feel like you should. I mean that you have to wait until you're 28 to date a woman. When I'm talking about leadership skills, just like we talked about earlier, you can have an entry level job at 22.
Yes,
23. But again, when we're talking about leadership, I'm talking more the resume. When I look at your resume, do I see a bunch of incompletes on it, or do I see some shit that you finished? So again, I was a leader young. Shit, I was forced to be. You see what I'm saying? So it is possible, but again, you shouldn't even really be focused on women that early. You should be focusing on establish some type of structure, some type of infrastructure for her to come into. But I had all of that by 24, 23. So again, it's just about, like, are you that dead set on being a leader, or do you want to just be out here fucking hoes? And if we're gonna be all the way frank here, a lot of men are much more concerned with being out here fucking hoes than trying to find a wife at a very young age. So again, we got to speak to mindset. There are different types of, males. There are men who are out here trying to solidify legacy as early as possible, and then there are niggas who are out here just trying to have fun. So again, I can't put the same expectation on somebody that's trying to have fun in comparison to somebody that's trying to build a legacy. Because if you was trying to do that, then you will be able to set that infrastructure up way earlier than 28 years old.
But you made it about yourself. You are an outlier. By far, you know that you are. We had this conversation before. Men come in different sizes. We need to talk for the average man. Like, there's a woman out there that was ready to be a mother and a great wife at 21. She's not the reality of what we actually facing. Most women are not ready at 21, at 25. It takes a little bit of time for them to actually come out from the clouds and actually be who they are. So if we're talking about majorities, and like you said something that was very interesting, you said most of these men don't even have experience. That's why they can detect a woman. I was the same way. When I was young, I thought a woman could do nothing wrong. It took me woman after woman after woman to see, God damn it, they're just like us. They're like fucking like us. They're like going around. They are like having fun like us. So how can you say a man needs to get experience to know how to deal with women, and then tell us to actually care for women when we are young, when we didn't have experience with women? Do you want us to be around and to actually deal with enough women, like probably you did, to the point where you get enough experience to be ready for the woman that you need to love and take care of? Or do you need us to focus on our purpose and don't mess with women because we need to do this and this and that? And now you get to 25 inexperienced with a woman that probably can run laps over you because she got approached by 1,000 men. So now is the immovable object, literally meeting a guy that is like looking at her like, okay, I'm going to take care of this woman, but I have no experience. I can see what her body count is. I know nothing about her past. How can a man actually do that? Like, how can he do that without no experience? Either we are on the streets and you get experience and now you're ready for the woman, or you go with a knife for a gunfight. Like, how can a man actually not be a hoe and be ready?
You don't have to be a hoe. Most people gonna had at least 3 to 4 relationships by the time that they're 25 years old. That would be 4 women, right? So again, we speak about 25 as if that's like 19 or something. Especially if you done been in college, just like me and Hamp was talking about earlier. Most dudes' freshman year is going to knock down more than that just in freshman year alone. But I'm not saying that that's valuable experience. But I'm just speaking to that point of like being 25 and you have no experience. I don't feel like that's most men's case. If we're gonna be real, I think by that age, most men has had multiple relationships and you have interacted with multiple women. So again, if you are doing what you're supposed to be doing as far as taking care of yourself and getting yourself situated, by that point, you should at least be thinking about it. Now, I'm not saying that you should, you're 100% ready to be a husband at 25. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a lot of guys get to that age, and again, you have been prioritizing women so much to where you hadn't even set up infrastructure for a woman to walk into. It's a lot of niggas that's 24, 25 that done went to school for something that they're not even working in the field in. Or you done got a degree that's meaningless. Now you a substitute teacher, you working at a warehouse or some shit, and you got a roommate or 2 roommates at 25 years old and shit like that. But then come on these platforms and say, hey, these women should submit to me. What is she submitting to? Because again, you wasn't concerned with setting up infrastructure with her to walk into. You was concerned with trying to have fun or trying to go out there and have sex. But again, if you was building the infrastructure that you needed to build and becoming the man that you needed to become, it's not that hard to find a woman who's willing to submit. That shouldn't even be a conversation if you are the man that you should be at that age. But for some reason, it's not as much urgency in men to become the man that they need to be by that age, 25, 26. Because I feel like that's plenty of time. You shouldn't have to wait till you 28 to be self-sufficient and be done accomplish some shit and be making somewhat decent money enough to be able to lead a relationship. That's not that far-fetched. People graduate college at 21, 22. It took you 6 years to become the man that you needed to be.
You are keep talking about outliers. Most men are not running through women in college. You were, Amp was, guys on sororities, guys on the football team. The average man is not going on freshman year and all the women. There's a lie. Like, we know the numbers. Like, we talk about 10 people with him, surprised about the number of men. Like, oh, is that too much? No, most men are not fucking like that. And the second part is, listen very carefully. Most men and women don't even have money to leave their parents' house until they're 30. This is a new economy. You are the same age as me. Most men are not self-sufficient until they are 30. Most women are not self-sufficient until they are 30. A man that has a structure to take care of a woman at 25 is an extreme outlier. He's a person that actually is not late bloomer, but he's a prodigy. He's somebody that actually got the head of the curve. Because if you're looking about reality, most men and women, even if they are together, only get their shit figured out probably on their 30s. How can a man, and let me ask you this, and this is the last question you can pass to Ricky. How can a 25-year-old man that graduated college, and the average age of graduation of college is 24, is not 21. How can the average man that graduated college is 1 year in the workforce, has no time to mature because he's been to school, is actually their real life only starts at that age. How can that man have a structure to take care of a woman that probably doesn't have nothing to? Why can't we be, hey, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm trying. I love you. I care for you. You don't know where you're going, but you're trying. I love, I care for you. Let us be together. Why does a man has to be an outlier and be way above the pack to get a compromise and to get a woman that is willing to follow him when that was not what our parents was doing? That's not what our grandparents are doing. It's both poor people get together and move along. Why are we asking men to be above and beyond just to get the same type of woman, or even worse than our parents and our grandparents actually got?
Again, in the earlier conversation me and Hamp was having, and he was talking about this end goal and stuff like that. I said clearly that a man does not have to reach that end goal before he meets the woman. The man has to have shown actionable steps and actionable completion en route to that. And then if a woman is going to gamble on potential, fine. If you find a woman that's willing to work with you at that point, fine. But again, nowhere did I say that a man has to be fully reaching his capability at the age of 25. No, you just have to have shown actionable steps of completing some shit. So again, y'all coming up here with these talking points and coming up here not really listening to what I'm saying when I'm explaining this shit. And again, every man is not going to college either. It's some dudes who done hit the workforce at 18, who done been working since they was 18 years old all the way up to 24, 25 years old, 6-7 years of work experience. They might got a cert doing refinery work or fucking carpentry somewhere or whatever the case may be, and has established a decent enough, comfortable enough living to where if a woman was to come into the fold, that he would be able to take care of his family doing that. So again, we get to speaking about things, but in real life, that shit is not that hard of a situation to come into. Nowhere did I say that a man got to be wealthy and rich by 25 or completed his mission or his goal of where he's trying to get to by 25. And hold on, something else you said about people living in their house until they 30.
Yes, that's average age.
No. Yes. Hell no. No, I can't name a man that I know that lives in his house until he's 30. Where you from again?
I'm from Portugal, Lisbon.
Okay, so that right there speaks to the disconnect.
It's irrelevant
because most men are not living with their parents until they 30 years old, especially in the black community. That's
so
not
the numbers
happening.
are wrong. So the numbers of people, like literally there's a crisis about man and woman complaining that they get out of their house because when their parents were younger, they will get house for $50,000 or their grandparents, and now they have no idea how to get an amount of money to actually get outside of the house.
You're talking about a house. No. Okay, hold on. So let me explain to you the trajectory of what happens here. I don't know what happened in Portugal or whatever, but that's not saying that at 18 you got to be able to afford a house. No, that's not how that goes. You leave your parents' crib, you get your little apartment, your little car, and you figure it out from there. But nowhere did I say that you got to be able to afford a whole house and take care of a family. And again, we got to take a poll about this. I know no man that I've ever met that's lived in his parents' house until he was 30. That is not common. Maybe it may be common in Portugal, but here in the black community, hell no.
There's an anecdotal. You're saying I don't know no man is irrelevant because maybe your circle is above and beyond whatever is happening actually is going on. And can you?
Y'all know men? Hold on. Do any of y'all know men who lived in their parents' house until they was 30?
I don't.
I had an uncle that did it past that.
30 years old?
Past that.
Hamp?
No.
Oh, so okay. So everybody. So, no, it's totally fair. When you said 25, and you don't have to be rich, right? You said, what does a man as like tangibles? What does a man has to have at 25 so we can actually be ready to take care of a woman?
That's a loaded question, bro. It depends on where you live. It depends on your cost of living. It depends on what you desire your lifestyle to be. It depends on you finding a woman that's comfortable with that lifestyle. You got certain dudes who 25 making $70,000 a year, and that's happily taking care of their family. $60,000 a year. That's what entry level accountant, oil and gas entry level accountant right out of college, you making 60, 65.
Yeah,
So
no.
if
True, that's not accurate.
if you dating a, huh?
It's not accurate. That's
Bro.
going to be a major outlier. Again, you can go to I think it's Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and the average salary of a black man from 20 to like 25 is maybe $30,000. So that's an extreme outlier.
No. So again, I spoke specifically about like an oil and gas accountant or somebody
Yeah,
like
but
that.
even
Again,
that-
I'm not saying that every person is making 50, 60,000 right out of school. What I'm saying is that that's completely feasible. That is completely possible. I went to college and graduated in accounting. I came out making $50,000, $55,000 at entry level.
I got you, but hold on. But then, like you can't say it's completely feasible when you just admitted to the fact that it's extremely rare. You can't have it both ways. So it's a very, very small percentage.
What? What did I say? Make it. Again, just like that point that I was saying. Again, those salaries, a lot of them are taken as a United States like average or whatever the case may be. But cost of living is not the same everywhere. So let's say that if I come out making 50,000 and that's the average in Houston, which is why I told him I can't give a number because it depends on where you live. But so let's say 50,000 or whatever the case may be is what a oil and gas accountant is making in Houston. Oil and gas, because that's the like premier industry out here. Let's just say that is a decent amount of living, especially if you got a woman who on her grind too, which is another thing I said she should be making entry level 70,000 a year. So again, it just depends on where you live, which is why I clarified that. But $70,000 as a man in Houston is more than enough for you to live comfortable here. So when you say, okay, how much should he be making? What position should he have? This, that, and the third. That's a loaded question. You can't really answer that directly. It kind of depends on where we are.
But that's anecdotal again. Like you go between generalities and me, generalities and like we have to actually talk about most men. It's not realistic. Most men at 25 are not getting $75,000 at all. They're not. So if that's the metric for Houston, should all the men that are earning 53,000 and are really good guys with really good background and had two parents, should they actually get the same respect than the man that has shit figured out and is head of the pack and is getting those 75 or more?
Should he get the same respect? That's not for me to judge. That's on the woman that he chooses to date or to deal with. Again, it's about finding a woman who's comfortable with the lifestyle that you can provide, which is what I feel like a lot of men drop the ball in. If you out here making $50,000, but you targeting women who would be at James Harden's private party after the basketball game, or you targeting women who are trying to get a Drake invite backstage after a show, you will be sadly disappointed. You will not be able to capture that woman.
What are you looking for? What
You
are
are
you
doing
looking
it.
for?
You literally did it again. How many women go to James Harden party or getting invited by Drake? There's a very small percentage.
Wait. How? No, because you missed the point. How many men are targeting those type of women?
Trill, if
no. Answer the question. I
don't know. I don't know the number.
When we get to talking about men, wait. When we get to talking about men and the type of women that they desire, most men desire that type of woman, and that's the problem.
They desire to fuck them. They don't desire to cuff them. And Trill, you've been around before you got married. One second, Trill. Just because, 1 second. Did you fuck woman before you met your wife that weren't wife material, but they were attractive enough for you to put your dick inside of them? Did you do it?
No.
So you didn't do it?
No.
All the women that you had sex with were respectful women that you saw possibility of marriage?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Hey, maybe I'm wrong. I thought that you were the football star, the guy that gets hold the woman and all that.
Right.
Your body on the street.
Right. Meaning that I have my choice of women who I could have sex with, no?
Yes, but that's the thing. And this is why we need to talk about body count a lot, right? Is your body count less than 10, Trill?
What difference does that make?
No, this is important. This is actually very important for the conversation's sake. Is your body count less than 10?
No.
Is your body count less than 30?
Bro, what difference does this make?
Let's be man. Let's answer straight questions. Is your body count less than 30?
Yeah.
So okay, so let's go with that, right? Let's go with 15. You are telling me that the 15, like, and you got married very young, or not married, but you got with your woman very young. You are telling me that all the women that you actually engaged with were women that you saw, you know what? These 15 women that I had sex with, they all were wifey material, and I always wanted something more with them. I just didn't do it. That's what you're saying.
Yes. And again, if we talking about the star or the litness that I am, then we would have to take that number and divide that by the possibility of women that I could have had. And when you do that, it becomes way less shocking of a concept that I could find less than 30 women who are capable of being wife material when it's hundreds, if not thousands of women throwing it at me. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and this is why I'm keep talking, and I'm going to accept what you said. I'm not going to even like try to fight it, but it's astonishing to me that the 24-year-old, the 23, 40-year-old, whatever the age you are, always engage with women that were ready for relationships, especially at that age, knowing that most of these women are not thinking about marriage at all by that age. So if you found 10 women that were marriage material, that were marriage minded, that were engaging in you on a long-term commitment at 21, 22, 19, 18, 23, I think with all the respect, sir, that either you are an extreme outlier, right? Or you are not telling the truth, because with all the respect, women that are fucking around at that age are not looking for marriage. They are delaying and delaying and delaying. And that's why the average age of marriage is 29, is not 23. So
again, you are moving the goalpost yet again. First, you asked the women that you dated, would you have minded being with those women long term and things of that nature?
Yes.
And I said, sure. And then you said on the back end of that, so I guess kind of slam the hammer home, were those women ready for marriage at that age? And then I say no, and you say, aha, got you. I wasn't ready for marriage at that age. I was young. So again, it's a difference. Just like I said, they weren't finished products. You're saying, were these women ready for marriage? No, they were not finished products. I wasn't a finished product, but I had accomplished some shit up until that point that would cater to my potential of being of reaching my finished product one day, which echoes what I said earlier in this same podcast. As a man, you do not have to be a finished product.
Yeah, Uncle Rick.
You are running into women. You just got to be accomplished and have actionable steps and check boxes checked off when you meet somebody. So again, how is that an aha moment when you shift the goalpost to try to slam the ammo?
No, it is and Rick, you can go ahead. It is because it's, in my opinion, unbelievable that you never fucked the hoe. Unbelievable. Like
that makes a lot of sense coming from you. That makes a lot of sense.
No, it's not coming from me. It's unbelievable in my opinion.
Where is it coming from, then? You said it surprised me.
No, it's I'll repeat it again, especially when you said men have to, these men don't even have experience, meaning that you probably had experience, right? Remember that part of the conversation when you said these men don't even know how to vet women because they don't have experience, which implies that you have experience. The fact that you, as an experienced man, never met a woman that you were fucking or dealing with her, you're just like, oh my god, this girl is kind of low. The fact that you never went through that, in my opinion, is a little bit telling, but I'm going to
perfect. But see, again, when we get to talking about experience, I think we talking about it in two different ways. When we say experience, you thinking about how many women I fucked, which is why you asking body count questions. Again, that's talking point, red pill panel shit. When I'm talking about experience, I'm talking about actually being in relationships with women, dealing with women, and you don't have to run through 30 women to be able to have experience enough to be in relationships with one. Just like I said, by 25 years old, most men has been in at least 3 to 4 relationships. So again, it's just about paying attention, learning women, figuring out what it is that you want, having actionable, experience to pull from. That's not that far-fetched, but you equate experience with women with fucking women. And I think that that's where we disagree at, and it speaks to your maturity level, if we're going to be honest here.
I think we need to talk with somebody that went to college with you. I think that's what actually needs to happen.
I think you need to get familiar with the ways of the USA instead of Portugal, because we clearly have two different understandings of how things work here. But it would make sense because you're not from here, so you're
And that's
speaking
the
on what
thing
you think, you're speaking on what you heard, but you haven't lived it. So it kind of, again, when I'm saying these things now, it would make sense that you're so caught off or taken aback. Oh my God, I just can't believe what I'm hearing, because you don't have lived experience here.
Because American women are not fucking like Portuguese women. Because men are not trying to get everything they can in Portugal just the same way in America. Because women don't like money in Portugal. Because men don't like big booties in Portugal. Like that's literally a purity test. You're trying to disqualify me from the conversation when women and men are literally the same here and there. Is the West. But I digress.
Right.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mo List been a member for 2 months. Salute, my dude. Ladies, we need y'all help on this. We cannot, I repeat, cannot hold men accountable that don't give a fuck about being responsible if they continue to have easy access to box. Prince Ty, 2 months. Justin with the $5 is fantastic. As much as you talk about stats, I can't believe you added those percentages up. Ellipsis. You clearly don't know how to read stats. Sharon was popping. Remember for 2 months. Says, salute to every man willing to take accountability for the results. Exclamation point. Ladies, be aware of the RIM brothers. Those no good suckers. Exclamation point. Decatur ATL was popping with the $5. He says support. Salute, my G. Justin with the $5 says U.S. Census says 80% of black men have children by age 49, according to house.gov. White men 75%. Double R with the 20 ball says fantastic. Interpreted them stats completely wrong. Those percentages were reflective of the amount of black men who are fathers in that age group. Example. 80% of black men who are aged 40 through 49 are fathers, and 20% in that age are not. That's your 100.
Hamp, let me address this. No, I didn't, and I literally put that in the chat. Double R, thank you for the support, brother. But I'm the one who's been saying this. The women are trying to say this, that the groups add up to the 46%. 46% equals 100% of black men that have kids. I'm not misinterpreting anything. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
U.S. Army retired was popping with the 10 ounces. 80% of women are going after the top 20% of men because of the quote unquote internet and quote unquote social media. It is very quote unquote rare to have a monogamous relationship when women will use quote unquote hypergamy at any time. And yeah, with the $5 says it's okay to have roommates. Most people can't comfortably afford $3,000 in rent by themselves. In parentheses, the average 1-bedroom rent in some major cities. AL with the $5 says in the black community, men don't stay with their parents, but I know a few Asian men making a living with their parents, doctors and engineers. Uncle Rick was popping.
What's good, everybody? What's good? Trill, my boy, what's happening? Fatty, what's good?
What's up, G?
Good to see the new computer, boy. You doing your thing over there? What's good? Fantastic. DJ Hamp, you know what it is. You great, blah, 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 whatever.
Shit like that.
Okay. Let's get back to real life, right? Let's get back to real life. My wife got a saying, right? She said life is full of choices and decisions. It's full of them, right? So if we want to box this up and be real about it, right? What are you looking for? As a man, what are you looking for? Right? Because the truth is, right? I don't know why this keep coming in my head, right? But it seemed like to me, a lot of dudes, they want these participation trophies. They want a winner just because they in the game. Right? No, you got to work. You got to come to practice. Practice? We talking about practice? No, you got to come to practice. It would be nice if a good woman fell out the sky for every man, but we know that's not the truth. It's not. Right? We need to stop making these conversations about having a structure and an infrastructure, because if that's the case, Pookies will have no leg to stand on, correct? Everybody getting bitches out here. Let them tell it. right? So what type of woman do you want, right? If you looking for a woman that's okay with the status quo, they out there, but you got to put in the work to find them. And more than likely, they don't look like the girl you want them to look like. More than likely. Because the girl that you like, the one you wanted to look like, she cute not only to you, but the next dude, and the next dude, and the next dude, and the next dude, and so forth and so on. Right? That's social media, right? Right? A girl that been to James Harden party and she look nice ain't worried about you, right? She chasing James Harden. Ain't that what y'all keep saying? So those women shouldn't even be in your train of thought, your atmosphere of thought. Let's just say what it is, right? You don't want no regular chick. Let's just say what it is. You don't want a regular chick. You want a chick out there to make you look top 10 on your spin, right? Everybody looking at y'all when y'all step out, right? It's fucked up people everywhere. Why are you choosing them? Why are you choosing? The same thing we say about these ladies when they keep picking people that's baby daddies and all that shit. You picked wrong. Yes, you picked wrong. Because at the end of the day, y'all know, and this is what's crazy to me, huh? This is what's crazy. Us as men and women understand the ramifications of moving out here reckless, right? It's the fear-based conversations we have every time we come into a space. She gonna take all your stuff. She gonna run you through the ringer, rah, right? He gonna run up your credit and tear up your brand new car, right? And mess it up so you can't get an apartment no more. Then why aren't people out here moving like they know it's reckless out here? Why not? Right? Women are responsible for sex. I can't hit nothing until she let me. But that don't change the fact that after I hit and I nut up in it, when that baby come, I'm still gonna have to take care of that baby. I'm still gonna have to go to court. She's still gonna put me on paper, blah, 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 woo, woo, right? It don't change the fact. Right? So if we understand these things as men, we have to start being more responsible in that. No. Is it fair? No. Is it ever going to be fair, gentlemen? No. The only way it's fair is if you don't deal with them. That's the only way it's fair.
So, Uncle Rick, with that, after the soliloquy, what do you think? You think that who do you put the onus on?
What of which part?
Having a baby mom you don't like.
That's you.
You chasing the women that are at James Harden party. Are most men doing that? Are most men going for Jane Doe?
I'm just being honest. Like, it's too many Jane Does out here to say that men going for them. That's just me being honest. Because the truth is, as much as men like to say, as much as men want to say that women want to date the same dude, y'all like the same type of chicks.
Okay. Get the likes up. Trill, you want to respond?
Yeah, just real quick, man. I just want to echo what bro saying, but I just want to hammer the point home, man, that if niggas was who they needed to be or who they said they was, the issue is never finding a good woman. It's not. The issue is, am I ready to settle down and take on what comes with taking care of a family? Am I in the right headspace to do it? Not a lack of options, right? But I think a lot of niggas have lack of options because they are not who they think they are. And I'm not just even speaking from a money perspective. A lot of niggas is just socially awkward. You just a goofy for real. You see what I'm saying? So when you in a room with these women and you talking to these women and you conversing with these women, they don't get a sense of confidence from you. And you can have money, but if she gets that from you, then I'm just gonna finesse you. I'm just gonna trick on you. I'm gonna get you the trick. But as a man, if you are who you say that you are, the issue is never finding a woman. Let me hammer this home. The issue is, when am I ready to settle down? If that's not the case, then you got some more work to do. That's just my opinion.
So a good woman takes money out of you? A good woman actually use you?
Say that again?
You said if you get into a room and you don't have enough confidence and you don't have whatever, this language, a woman is going to use you. She's going to let you trick on her and all that. So you are telling me that a good woman will let a man come to her and she would use him. Is that what you're saying? If he's not good enough, or if he's not, is that what you're saying?
Is this mic working?
Yeah.
It can't be working.
No, it absolutely is. Let's leave the theatrics to the side. Answer the question, please.
Would a good woman make you trick your money? No. Why would a good woman make you trick your money?
So why you keeping mentioning bad woman when that's not actually what we're talking about? You're talking about a woman.
Because niggas choose bad women. This is the point of what I've been talking about all night.
This is amazing.
Choose to have sex knowingly with women who they shouldn't be dealing with to begin with. We've been saying this all night. What podcast have you been listening to?
Why are you mentioning bad woman? If a man is a lame, if a man doesn't have confidence, if a man gets in the room, right, and these women are using them, why are you mentioning bad woman when we're actually trying to fish for the good woman? Why are you mentioning it like even Ricky with the outliers? The woman that goes to the James Harden party, that woman is an outlier. Most men are not going for IG models or for baddies. They're going for women that are from 4, 3 to 7. And we are not dealing with this woman. Do you agree that the problem right now is that good woman and bad woman are so close that we can tell them apart? Would you agree with that premise?
No.
So you don't agree with the premise that the good woman is dressing more like the bad woman and the bad woman is kind of frequenting like you don't agree that bad woman and good woman are very difficult to actually get apart because they defend each other, they're on each other bullshit. You don't agree with that?
No.
Okay.
Who this lady died was popping. Daddy is never satisfied during the debate. LOL. Hey everyone, great show. Salute. Talking Kim Folk with the $5 says, Trill, are you in the Divine Nine? Okay. She said no disrespect. Now I think a couple people had said that in the chat.
Hey, can you do me a favor, Ham? Can you share the screen just real quick? Now, this is what I was talking about earlier, Trill, to where you were saying, even in that case, right, where you're saying with those degrees and things, this right here is 2021, 2021. This is like 2021 numbers, right? So you can imagine it hadn't increased by like $20,000, but just give you a baseline. So if you look here, the average earnings for a black man in the ages of 20 to 29 is $25,000. So saying that a black man is going to be earning $60,000, you know, first job out of college, even with any type of certification degree, so on and so forth, again, you're going to be an extreme outlier. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm just saying it's going to be an outlier. And then furthermore, the data has shown that earlier marriages are more unsuccessful, being that, you know what I'm saying, the lack of salary or earnings of both parties, you know what I'm saying, income is going to be a major part of that too. So I'm with you as far as, you know, I guess it's saying like, hey, start the process of thinking about marriage faster, but saying that even still, like, I think the earliest marrying groups are either white or Asians, and they're still at 29. The people that have the high success rates are that way. So that's why I say we can't overcorrect and tell us to do things that are just like aren't being done by anybody. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with much of that, but again, it speaks to the stats you just gave. It's that those are USA averages, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
meaning that they include the whole country.
Yeah, all rates. So black specifically. So black non-Hispanic, 20 to 29 is 25,000. 30 to 39 is 41,000. So like you said, even a black man earning $60,000 at any point in stage is an outlier, because the highest average is, I think, what on average, I think we made, what was it, Ham, like 55,000? now.
Yeah, on average,
It's like
yeah.
55,000. So that's what I'm saying. So
That's
to
the
say
whole
that a black,
country,
so all of black men all together nationwide, their average median income, individual median income is $55,000. So that's why I was trying to say, you know what I'm saying, to your point, of which we want that, of course. Hey, brothers, you know what I'm saying, get the best possible credentials, degrees, all those things, certifications you can get to make as much money as you possibly can, as early as you can. But I'm just saying, when you bring those things up, and shout out to you for making that accomplishment. But that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's going to be still rare because you're superseding the median income of like everybody of all age groups.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay. Red Pill Crip was popping.
What's good, bro? I wasn't trying to cut nobody off. I apologize. I got this super delayed echo, so I can't even tell in what real time we in. So I apologize. I was trying to go and come back, but I ain't want to not get back in.
No, you good. I'll drop the link right now. Do it. Go ahead. You good.
Okay. Hey, before you go, you violating, cuz. Come on, cuz. You can't be a red pill.
All right.
He can't even hear you. Shy, what's popping?
Yo, OG, what's going on?
What's goody? How you?
No, man, chilling. Been grinding all day, man. Finally get a chance to pop on.
Indeed, I'm proud of you. What you got for us?
Nothing, man. I was just listening to the topic and everything about I heard what's his name? Trill say men. Yeah, he say men problem is what he say it's not finding a good woman. It's men that want to settle down. And I say they got some truth to it, and some of it don't. You know what I'm saying? It's way more harder to. I'm gonna put it like this. I agree with Uncle Rick, whatever.
Damn, I'm whatever now, Chi-Town. God damn.
No, I agree with you though. I think niggas' problem is that they too busy trying to chase a 10 instead of just going for the woman that fits them.
Oh my God.
That was what Trill was saying.
Yeah. I probably missed when Trill was saying it, but yeah, I think everybody wants something that's out of their league. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's the woman or the man. Like a regular woman can sit here and say like she don't want no regular man working a regular job, and she works a regular job. That don't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? Or a dude knowing that he can't afford to, you know what I'm saying, he can't afford the lifestyle or can afford certain things to maintain this woman that's a 10, he'll still try to go for it. He'll get raked across the coals, get took for everything he got, and then blame the woman. When he should have really just looked at himself and said, you know what, I'm not on this level to mess with this type of woman, and my finances is not straight to, you know what I'm saying, do the things I need to do to keep this woman intact with just me. So they'll go broke just trying to prove a point to another man or to prove a point to a woman that, oh yeah, I can maintain, and knowing they can't. So it's just a lot of people out here just trying to live a life that they know that they can't afford, or I don't know. It's just that it seems like people either want a superstar or, because you can't be regular in 2024. That's what I'm getting at. Like, you can't be a regular nigga in 2024 because it's gonna be hard for you to get the things that you want in terms of like women wise, or you know what I'm saying, you got to get your money up out here. You got to have motion. I'm just being honest. Like especially in my age group, if you ain't got no motion going on, if you ain't got, you know what I'm saying, a nice whip, you ain't got a little money in your pocket, got some swag, man, you ain't getting no women like that. I mean, quality women, you can get women, but it's a difference between getting women and quality women. That's a good thing.
What's a quality woman though? See,
hold on. Before we chase Shy shit down, just because Red Pill Crip was here for, I just want to make sure that we can get his 2 cents. Shy, one thing I need from you though, Playboy.
What?
Red Pill Crip, you good again? You good? You can hear me? You can hear me?
He has a 5
Yes,
second.
sir. I'm here.
Okay, what's popping? What you got for us?
So, yeah, definitely. I can hear you.
Yeah, you got a delay.
So, but just in response to what bro was saying, I'm thinking like I understand that you got to have bread in this world to like get the woman you acquire. But I think as men, we got to be more realistic. We got to understand that okay, I am a 6 with paper.
But
I can only get this. I'm sorry. This damn echo is killing me, bro. I don't even know how I get up out of this. I apologize. That's why I got this long gap.
Yeah, it's fucking you up. You got an Android?
Hey.
Hey man, I got an S24, bro. I got a good one. I got a good Android.
Hey, you know what? Red Pill Crip, try this. Throw that piece of shit out the window and then go back and get it. It might work better after that. Cause I want to hear what you got to say, but the echo's messing you up though. You know
don't do me like that. Don't do it, nigga, like that. I spent the 1,400. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me try my other phone. I'm gonna come right back. My fault, bro.
Right, I'm gonna drop the link for you.
Nah, bro.
Scott, go ahead, Trill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, I'm just not buying that you got to have a lot of money to get these women, bro. I'm just not buying that. I think you got to have a lot of money to get a certain type of woman. Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, not a lot of money to get women, but what I'm saying is this is the difference between a nigga getting women and quality women. There's a difference. I can go out here and crush a chick that's in my DM that's been wanting to fuck with me for a minute, but she don't really look up to the par that I like to fuck with, and I can go dick her down. That's getting women. That's nothing. But I'm talking about quality women. Women that's on their business, women that got their own crib, their own car, they own motion going on. It's harder to hone in that type of woman than it is to just go hit a little scallywag out here that you can just crush and move around.
No, for sure. I don't disagree with that part at all. But even I just feel like it's a lot of quality women who regular too though. That's my only thing. Like again, she got her own car, whatever, but she may not be making 6 figures. She may not be making, a whole lot of money, or like we said earlier, chasing athletes and shit like that. She just a regular chick, but she bad as hell. That's why it'd be so funny watching dudes just obsess over these Instagram chicks. Because in my head, I be thinking, and you could ask Hemp, shit, he done DJ'd at camp. It's plenty of women running through camp who give a damn about nothing about no social media, and they look better than any one of them chicks that you can, them video vixen Instagram model chicks that you can aspire to be with on there. But she got a regular ass job. She just got off work, Sunday fun day. I'm out with the girls, having drinks, whatever the case may be. I feel like it's way more of those type of women, and with those type of women, you ain't got to necessarily be rich or be wealthy. You know what I'm saying? But I be feeling like a lot of niggas feel like, okay, I gotta be rich or I can't get access to most women, and I ain't buying that. Again, to get access to a certain type of women, going back to what me and Rick was saying, a lot of niggas be aspiring to be with Instagram, you know what I'm saying, a famous motherfucker who got like a bunch of like, I done been amongst conversations, bro, to where you would have dudes taking pride on fucking with a girl just because Drake hit. Or just because James Harden was with her. That's like a badge of pride for him to deal with that woman. And that shit happens a lot, bro. And I be genuinely confused. Like, why are you taking so much stock in that type of thing? You see what I'm saying? And it's a lot of dudes who do that. But just like I said, finding an attractive woman who can take care of herself. Damn, a wealthy or 6-figure, somebody who can take care of, got her own place, got her own whip. That's not that uncommon of a thing. And I just wish we would stop talking like it takes a lot of money to have access to that type of woman, because it don't.
All right, so Trill, answer me this. You said that type of woman is not a real thing, right?
Who that?
The type of woman that got, her own car, own crib and stuff like that, right?
No. I'm not saying that's not a real thing. I'm saying that that's way more common than we get on these channels and talk, right? Like that. That's it.
Okay, you say it's way more common. Okay, so how common is it that those same chicks got two or three kids?
Very common. Very common.
So is that quality, or is that just?
But again, that would depend on the man
you're looking for.
You got certain dudes who he might have 2 kids too. So he looking for a chick that got kids.
Or you don't want kids.
Or whatever the case may be. Or you got a dude who don't want kids at all. So you having a kid, it don't really move me like that. But if you don't have no kids and you in your glow or whatever, and you prefer to not date women with kids, I ain't saying that there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is that way more of these women would be compatible with dudes if they had realistic expectations. But go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, and to clarify, right? The nobody's saying that shit. The truth is, the chick could be a 6 and not the right chick for you. She could be a 5. The point is, again, let's listen to what I'm saying, fellas. I hear what y'all saying, and I agree with y'all on some part, right? But again, what is your motive? Are you guys looking to get married? Are you looking to have a one and only? Are you looking to build a family? Then we can have a real conversation. But if that's not something for you, why do you care? Why do you even care? Right? You don't care. You out here with these hoes. Chill out. You should be appreciating the situations that's in front of you right now as a single man if you're looking to explore your options. But it's no different. You want a wife, it's going to be difficult for you to find a real one in most cases. It don't matter if you him or not. We are looking for things to change when a wife has always been rare. A good woman has always been rare. When you see a man with a wife that's with him and she about their business, right? You say he's two things. He's smart and lucky.
See, but that's the thing, though, Uncle Rick. Not to cut you off, it's to the point.
But why do you think good women has always been rare?
He has a 5 second delay.
He tried both phones too.
And the true question is, does everybody on this panel agrees that a good woman is rare?
Yeah. But hey, man,
I don't disagree with that. No, one second, because this is very important. Check out, this is very important. Does everybody on this panel agrees that a good woman is rare?
No.
Quantify it. Let's quantify it though. So Fatty,
I
would that
agree.
be
A
like
good woman
one
is subjective. But go
a
ahead.
good woman is rare. Let's say 2 out of 10. Let's go with that. Like
2 out of 10?
Yes, let's go. A good woman, a marriageable woman, a woman that is ready to be a wife, to have kids, to be a good mother is rare. Do you think that a good woman is rare?
And what age is this, Fatty? Just so I understand.
I do.
Let's go with 30 because it's the average age of marriage. Let's go with 30.
I do.
Do you think a good woman is rare?
No.
It has to be just by the numbers alone. The marriage numbers, in order for it to correlate with the marriage
numbers. If good women were falling out the sky, more men would be married.
Yeah,
that's just
and,
a fact.
and it ties up with what Shaitan said. If regular is not enough, and most of these women are regular, that means they're actually not good women because they literally are not qualifying to the man that is in front of them.
Then the same thing can be said about niggas, Fatty. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Rick, absolutely, but I can guarantee you that, especially like when it comes to enforcement of men doing what they're supposed to do, right? I'll guarantee you is more practical than you telling a man that was on the street for 10 years to say, hey man, you have to sacrifice for your kids, work a little extra hours, do what you need to do, get on your purpose, all of that, then actually turn a woman that was not ready to be a wife into, like, immediately, like Transformer, into a ready to be. Like, that shit doesn't happen by night. It's like, that's why we say don't ever turn a hoe into a housewife. There's a lot of male hoes that are around and then they flip and they get their shit together. Women usually, when they get into the type of lifestyle, they are not going to snap out of it just because. So if is regular as a man, if regular is not enough, and I saw everybody nodding their heads, prove that they're not good women, because most women are regular and they should be okay with regular men getting regular kids, living regular houses, having regular cars, and they are not.
See what you forgetting is. See what you forgetting is.
When that's the scenario for most people who are in relationships. They regular people. Most people that are in relationships are regular people. They are not exceptional people. Which again, when we talk about rare, which is where I disagree, because good is relative. We get to talking about, okay, I want a woman that got, whatever, or she looked this way, or she looked that way, or whatever. That may be good to you, but to this dude over here, that's not necessarily good to him. He don't need all of that. He need a chick who maybe a 5 or 6 on the look scale, but she cook good and she attentive, and it don't matter if she got a kid, and she's good for him. They are compatible within a relationship. So again, when we get to talking about like are good women rare? That's a hard question to answer, but I would say no because it's subjective when you know what you want. But I think the issue is a lot of men don't necessarily know what they want in a woman. Going back to what we said, which is why they give so many of the wrong type of women attention.
But you are double talking again because before we were pushing for men to be exceptional, for men to be listen carefully.
That shit is not working, bro.
Why are you getting why are you getting stressed? Like, listen carefully.
No. I'm not getting stressed. It's just you keep trying to and it keep falling.
He's not the aha.
I ain't double talked all night. I've been consistent with what I've been saying.
So
but you're not listening. That's the problem.
When you get out of your feelings, let me know so I can actually
I'm
tell
never
you.
In my feelings, G. Never. That's you.
So let me finish my point, and you can actually prove that I'm not right. Do you think regular men are enough? You actually were nodding when Chi-Town was saying regular is not enough. You were nodding your head, right? You were nodding your head. So you weren't?
No, he said no.
No, again, what the fuck is you watching here?
Okay, so I will concede and I will take that bet. You don't agree? Like regular is not enough. You agree with that, right?
Regular is most people. I just said most people that are in relationships are regular people. They are not exceptional people. So if they're not enough, why are they in relationships? Most people in relationships are regular.
So regular is enough.
Yeah, based on them being.
Yes, no. Concede to the question. Like I'm literally trying to have a conversation with you. So if most people that are in relationships are regular,
me, and it's not working. That's not gonna have a conversation. I just said regular people are normal and they are enough.
Regular
and then you
people
me,
are the people.
You're saying regular people are enough. I just fucking said that.
So regular people are enough. It's fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is why you were double talking, because regular people live paycheck to paycheck, have regular jobs, and live in regular houses. But an hour before, you were telling that a man needs to get his shit together, 75K, and you were talking about, like we were talking about metrics that make that man actually exceptional. So before you were talking about a man needs to get his shit together, a man needs to do this, a man needs to do that, and now you are telling that a man can be just a regular man like everybody else, live paycheck to paycheck, has a mortgage for 40 years and all that, and there's enough to get a good woman. That's double talk.
And again,
if it's enough for me to have a woman to be regular, why should I strive to be this top of the line man when regular is enough? You are double talking. Yes.
And again, you are not listening, because nowhere did I say a man had to have a house to have a woman, or a man had to make 70K. And when I presented the number, I presented it as if it was average. And then Fantastic brought up some stats, and DJ Hemp brought up some stats that said the 70K was average. So the perspective I'm speaking from when I say that is that that's average. And I said a man does not have to have a house. Most people don't do that. Most people start out, if you remember, I walked you down the timeline and said, I don't know how they do it in Portugal, but most people, right, when they 21, 19, leave the house, they get an apartment. It's not necessarily required to have a house to have a woman. These are things that I said, and yet again, you sit here trying to spin the block, move the goalposts, and and you fell flat on your fucking face again. Now, can we have normal conversations going forward, please?
Yes. It's like you saying, for example, a man that has confidence, he walk into the room and women are going to see it. And if he doesn't have confidence, women are going to use him and all that shit. You know what the regular man is? Not confident. You know what the regular man is? Not him. And if he's still getting results, once again, you are double talking, because the amount of men that are extremely confident, that exude that, and that women actually are attracted to them is the minority. So why do you keep double talking and using these men that are outliers, and then you go back and say regular people regular is enough? Why you keep doing that?
And again, I'm gonna check you again.
Rainbow Kid
again.
Time Fatty out, but
But just real quick, what I said was a lot of niggas are just awkward. They are goofies. They are lames, meaning that is the bottom of the extreme. And yet you hear that and process it like, no, you're saying you have to be him to get women. I did not say that. I said you should not be awkward and goofy and lame and have no social skills. There's a lot of room in between awkward, goofy, lame and having no social skills, it's a lot of room in between that and being him, the top of the totem pole. All I'm saying is be sociable, be normal, know how to talk to a woman at a decent level. Again, you are hearing what you want to hear to try to catch me in aha moments and are falling on your fucking face. So I ask again, can we have normal conversation going forward? Put those fucking notes up and talk like a regular person, please.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mo List with the $5 says, men and women are messing with people they know they shouldn't, but rather blame their poor decisions than blame themselves. Matt with the $5.
That's all I'm saying.
Super fast.
Let me get through these super chats, y'all. Matt with the $5 says, glad to see you brothers doing your thing. Shout out to Trill and Uncle Rick. Indeed. HQ with the $10 says, 3 types of men who get boxed. One who pays for box, one who have a lot of money, one who understands they have to court and spend some money. If you ain't one of these, box is in a distant dream of yours.
Or you a nigga that look good, or you can spit some game.
HQ with the $2 says, good women are not rare. I know 5 right now, early 30s. Mo, bruh, it's all these bum ass couch surfers with women with their lives in order, getting to the bag and cute. I don't want to hear that shit. Ain't no way y'all fellas in the chat game gonna convince me a bum has more access than you. EA with the 7 Canadian was popping. Panel ellipsis. What group of women have the lowest marriage rate yet have the highest divorce rate?
Black women.
Black women, per the statistics. Callie with the $2 says, the good women for you is rare. You gotta be compatible. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, Jane Doe feels she settled for John Doe, hence the divorce rate! Exclamation point. Also, good products don't stay on the shelf long. PS5s don't collect.
Right. And truth, that's why you're a married man. This shit don't be making sense. It wasn't supposed to be easy. It's not easy. It's never been easy.
HQ with the $5 says, Trill ellipsis. They say bad women have body counts over 3. If that is the case, then y'all are right. There are no good women. Take dirt naps with dry wood. Try to kick Fatty, but Caesar brought him back, and then now Fatty now has a $20 credit. Jack with the $5. Callie Bev is still the best woman on YouTube. Protect her at all costs. Where my boo, my Reed, and Venus. I'm on vacation, so don't at me. Shout out to Big Rick and Hamps. Salute, Jack. And live with the $5 says, Fatty talking circle to try to trip people up on what they said. Smart, but he dealing with someone who's smart also, so he's taking an L. Jack with the $2 says, how I act, HQ. I've been me since I've been here. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, shout out to Trill. Hamp, long lost cousin that lives where, Hamp? Say Port Arthur. I said it right the last 3 times. John with the 20 ball says, if you're over 60 saying quote unquote box, go sit down.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Right, it's a disingenuous conversation, Hamp. Like, again, what are you? This is so simple. What are y'all looking for as men? Do you want a wife? Because if you want a wife, you're going to have to search her out, high and low. It's what the fuck it is, bro. I totally agree with the point that fucking Fatty says. There's the good women standing too close to the hoes. I don't care what nobody say. I agree with that. Right? But for you to say it's impossible for you to find a woman, that's a lie too. That's a lie.
Hey, so, Uncle Rick.
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, Crip.
He still got a delay.
You good, Crip?
Yeah. Uncle Rick, this is what I'll say. I'm just a man. I am a red pill nigga. I guess I can sign up for that ideology. But what I will say is that I definitely date with intention. I don't waste my time with these hoes. I fuck the ones. If I get in the game, I might fuck somebody and they know what it is. I don't play no games with nobody. But at the end of the day, I always date with intention because I don't want nobody to look at me like, oh, okay, they did me wrong. Because I don't want to damage the community more than it has been damaged already. I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's just me as a person. But me as in the red pill community, I'm actually standing for what it really is, and that's the uncomfortable truth versus the comfortable lie.
The truth is this. This is the truth that nobody wants to admit, bro. Right? If you're out here as a man sticking and moving, right? You not looking for a wife. Y'all know it's in the game. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. Y'all know that. I done said on this very spot, I don't know how many times, when you out here fucking chicks, bro, and you have no intent, y'all keep forgetting God's work. Stuff happens. So if you are sticking chicks, make sure you're being intentional with the chicks you're sleeping with that you deem have wifely qualities.
I do that, but it's all about honesty. It's all about honesty, bro.
That shit. Let me just say this, right? I think how Trill was able to do it is honorable. I do believe that his modus operandi is extremely rare. Unfortunately, at 2, 3, 4 a.m., you're not thinking about how good of a wife she may be. So that would involve a large level of reprogramming in general. You know, so in hindsight, I could say that it wasn't worth it based on the level of desensitization I've achieved from just sticking and moving. But when I was 25, you think it ain't gonna be you. You think bullets ain't gonna kill. I mean, nigga, when you 20 years old, it's like you invincible. You know, and I never once thought, oh man, I hope she's a great wife when I was 22 years old and I had to go tackle people the next day.
Right. I agree. You didn't.
You know what I mean, Uncle Rick?
You didn't. But again, so I shouldn't tell y'all, elder or OG shouldn't tell y'all right from wrong then?
No, 100%. Just bringing it in terms of what's actual and how do we
right. But that's what I'm. Somebody got to make the sacrifice, Hamp.
That's a fact.
That's what people don't get. Look, as a man, if you don't appreciate what's going on out in the dating scene, it's simple. Step away from it. See, but the one thing I can say, it's not enough black men doing it. I can say that, right? Because babies still getting born out of wedlock, right? And the women's attitude ain't changing because they don't have to. Where you won't do it, fatty, some other sucker will. Right? So again, when I say you shouldn't be dealing with not a 10, not a 20, not a certain type of woman with a mentality that no man should be dealing with. None. Especially if you say you about your business and you want to have a family down the line and you looking for A, B, C, D, right? But if we're not willing to do that, as men, they'll never get the message, right? And the one thing Mo Liv said, I hold women 100% responsible for access to sex. I'm not gonna keep getting into that. Y'all know that, right? But the reason we move the way we move is contingent upon each other. It really is. It's contingent upon each other. Nobody's taking a stand and saying, hey, this is the standard. Nobody.
You know, that's one thing that I had a conflict with MRM, and you could jump in. The women control access to sex thing. I think Fatty and I talked about it previously. Like, I didn't quite understand that when I first heard it. Like, when I was approaching women, I immediately thought that once she get an interest, I'm in control at that point. You know, but he let me know I was the Uber driver. So I'm dumb. I got the wheel, but she got the direction. But I just never really saw it like that, just when being outside with the chicks.
But again, that's because we wasn't taught, or you had to learn later on, right? So I equate it to this, right? A man is responsible for everything that happens after the transaction. Everything, right? This is the thing we talked about beforehand. When people come, they want to cry about child support, or she don't want to delete the baby, or such. It's out of your hands at that point, right? But before that, you access nothing until she opens the door. You access nothing.
I got a question. Can we just admit that we live in a generation now where people don't really date with intention? Can we just admit that? Like, a lot of people don't date with the intention to really date, whether it's the man or the woman. The man, intentions on trying to hit, trying to get the box or whatever, and the woman's intention is to see what she can get out of the nigga, out of the situation. And then once one of the two either beat each other to the punch, or one of the two get tired of playing that type of game, then they just go their separate ways. Because I feel like this, a lot of men problem, young men, is that it's good women, right? I admit, it's good women out here, but they're not good enough for us to be like, I'm gonna take on your other responsibilities. That's the problem. So if we run into a good woman, I feel like women try to be good women when it's too late. Why you not a good woman when you 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26? Why you want to be a good woman when you over 30, or 30 years old, over 30, got a bunch of fucking kids, and then now the niggas that you were chasing, that you thought that you could get, that you really wanted, don't want you no more. So now, all of a sudden, you basically selling for the niggas that used to like you in the past, but now you want to give them a shot after you didn't just gave your whole, you dig, to the niggas who ain't even want you like that. So now we gotta settle. So just because she a good woman, she got 3 kids, niggas gotta settle for that. Niggas gotta settle because when you was in your prime, you decided to fuck around and be a hot girl and shake ass and twerk and fuck and get pregnant. But then when you see the light at 30, 35 years old, now you want to settle down, and now we gotta accept that shit because, oh, she a good woman, but let's not look at her past mistakes, man. Fuck that.
Shy, well, let's get MRM in, but the difference is they can do it because men allow it, because they have a man when they get ready to settle down will accept them.
No,
go ahead,
Wasn't that
Mark.
my point? Overall, wasn't that my point? That women are waste. Like, wasn't that my point?
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Women that are not dating with no intention, that have a tremendous
No,
amount of
everybody
options,
just
so
said
they
that.
will. Right?
Yeah, and they'll settle down when they get good and ready, and men will accept it. Yeah, we
Yes.
talked about that before.
And I saw everybody nodding their heads again. And if I ask, do you agree? Like, why do you not do something that you don't agree? And I'm talking with you, Trill. I'm sorry. Do you agree with it? No, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Fatty. Well, let me get MRM in, please. Let me get MRM.
Just ask him if he agrees with what
All right.
it's important, right?
Well, MRM will be long and short-winded, and then y'all can have the conversation about it.
It's because I'm not even going to fight it. I'm just saying, you agree with him?
All right, MRM, what's popping?
What's going on?
The AM, this video is going to be up, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be up.
I'm going to take all the nodding. Like, I'm going to take all the nodding, and then I don't agree with it. Something wrong.
MRM,
Right?
where you at? Yeah, it's gonna be up. It's gonna be open. And then when it'll be open. Well, yeah, it'll be on. If anything, it'll be on members only at the very least. So, you can.
That's fine. I'll buy the IR membership just to do this, just to sit and add nod. So, because if I'm crazy, we're going to the tape. Go ahead, you guys. Got it.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up?
Hope y'all all doing good. Pretty good points being made here. I'm trying to keep up with a lot of things, but one of the things that gets me is that there's a lot of things that I hear ever since I've been kind of been on different people's panels, and before there was a such thing as these talking points, when those things did exist, how were we able to get these so-called good women and be in these long marriages before these panels and these topic points exist? So let me give you an example. My wife of 23 years, as of 2 days ago, when I met her, my wife was already out of college, master's degree. She is of sorority, AKA. How was a 18-year-old kid still in high school, didn't have all these things that we talk about on these talking points? How was I able to get that woman to marry me? And here we are still 23 years later.
Explain the situation.
She was out of college already, sorority and everything. I'm still in high school. How was I able to get that woman to marry me with these talking points that we hear on these YouTube streets?
What's her situation?
The whole, you know what I'm trying to say? So what I'm saying is that, like,
you're him, bro.
Say it again.
You're him, bro. That's why, because you're him.
And the thing is, what people do, this is what I love to do. Sometimes when I go to speaking engagement, we do like these marriage, when we do like these marriage events and things like that, I tell people what I am and what I do. And then people say, well, that's how you was able to get your wife. No, I wasn't that when I married her, though. I wasn't in medicine when I married her. So what I'm saying therefore is that I think it might have been you, Uncle Rick, when you made the comment and said you got to know what you want. People thought it was real corny, and I still even do it to this day, and I don't care what people say about it. I have something called a journal. In my journal, when I was going through high school, I wrote in the journal what type of woman I wanted, what type of man, what type of family I wanted out of this, how this woman was going to be. I wrote all these things down, and I stuck to that plan. And when that woman came across, and there was many of them, but this one right here seemed to have fit exactly what I was. And the thing is, what I loved about it is that when we were first talking and courting, we didn't spend any time talking about me wanting to get with her, her wanting to get with me. It almost is weird that we was actually trying to prove to each other how good of an individual that we were and what we wanted, what our goals were, what type of, she wanted to be a mother in the long run. You know, she wanted to be married one day, and other girls weren't talking like that. So it was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And here I am in high school. And like I said, again, she had the car, she had the place, she had all those things. And yes, she took a risk on marrying somebody out of high school. And here we are 23 years later. So what I hate about this is that a lot of people, even with me being in medicine, even with me being married as long, I hate when people try to say things like you're an outlier or you're an anomaly or you got lucky. And my wife hates it too when people say it to her, girl, you got lucky. No, we chose right. What's wrong with actually saying that we chose right?
Do you have any advantages? Are you tall or short?
I'm 6'3".
Okay. When you married her, were you promiscuous like the rest of us in high school, or did you have like more upstanding?
Nope. She was it.
What do you mean?
So that was your first piece of ass.
What do you mean?
Mine.
Oh damn. So she found you, she a virgin? When she found you as a virgin?
He was a virgin.
You was a virgin.
That explains it all.
How about her? Did you guys have that in common?
No.
No, she was fucking.
You are an outlier, motherfucker. You were a virgin. A 6'3" virgin ready to be a doctor. You are not an outlier. You are
time out. Before you do all that, you do all that, she didn't know that. Here I was. Look, I can prove it. You want me to show you the scholarships and the letters right now? Nope. Fatty, come on now. You already know this. You heard me tell this story probably a lot of times. I was a high school outstanding athlete, and everybody had the number one assumption about me is that I was getting it. My guys thought I was getting it. Folks thought I was getting it because I was a standout athlete in sports, breaking records left and right. Standout athlete. People assumed that I was getting it. So you cannot use that as no excuse. That's not going to work.
What sport, MRM? I don't know the story. So
track and field and basketball. So anyway, let me finish my point. You can come at me after I get done with all my points right here, okay?
Hold on, MRM. Let me ask this question though, right? Because I want to understand the situation. But did you play ball in college or anything?
No, I did track and field in college. You can only narrow it down to that one scholarship.
Yeah, no, I understand. Oh, so you did.
And you were top of the class, right?
No, in smarts, absolutely not.
No. Top of the class, like the athletics part. Like you were smart enough. You were a smart man because I know you, and you were top of the class in athletics, right?
Athletics, but not academically.
Okay, so you were somebody that was breaking records in high school, and as a sports dude, you are 6'3", a virgin. That's the definition of an outlier.
Well, let's do that. MRM, you would agree. Real quick. MRM, you can finish your point. You would agree that you had advantages in terms of the women department. Is that fair?
Yes. Okay. With the ones that I went to high school with, she was out of college already.
Well, you
still see what I'm saying? We weren't in the same vicinity.
No, 100%. But she's still 6'3". She still got access to a newspaper. She knew your trajectory, right?
No,
it's fine. Okay.
Wait, champ. Look, this is what I'm trying to tell. She came from out of town.
All right, go ahead.
When she met me at church, she didn't know anything about me at all, except I was at church.
Okay.
She didn't find out about the athletic stuff until like months later.
I got a question, Modern. What was your parents married?
No, I didn't have. I didn't have my father at all. And then by the time I would say 12, 13, we didn't have our mom either. So we was left in the streets of Cabrini Green in Chicago. Going around picking cans, turning it in for food so we can get money for it to eat. Absolutely. But you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying therefore is that it's so strange when I hear a lot of talking points on here, when it gets to the point to where it's like do people actually like Uncle Rick said, do you know what you want? If you know what you want, all of us are not the same. We're not the same. But I was a guy that I was young. I knew what I wanted and I went for it. I wasn't messing around with girls in school. I had too much stuff going on psychologically that I didn't have time for that. But I knew that I wanted a family. I knew that I wanted a wife. You know what I'm saying? I wanted that. And that's what I went after. And so whenever all this thing was happening between my wife courting and dating, she knew my goal. She knew what I wanted. And she took a risk with her degrees and with her being a part of the sport. She took a risk on a high schooler. And here we are 23 years later, but she got lucky and I got lucky. It's not that her or neither I are intelligent. It's just that we both got lucky. We're an outlier. So that's what I'm saying. I just feel like that a lot of times when it comes to being on YouTube, I feel like a lot of these things are like unicorn like, because I did this on the Aaron O show. We did a conference where we had 100 of these so-called modern women, these unicorns that I just feel like they didn't exist, show up. And it's just so weird that it seemed like these talking points draw up this thing that just doesn't seem to be out there in the real world when people step out. It only seems like it don't exist in the YouTube virtual reality, but not out there in the real world, because those things seem to disappear whenever you get out there and actually try to go for what you want. If you ask the average woman what they want, if they start talking about YouTube talking points, if I ask the average man what do he want and he start giving me YouTube talking points, most of the time I'm like, you really don't know what you want. You telling me what everybody else on YouTube is telling you what to want, but do you actually know what you as an individual want?
I'll tell you what it is, bro. I think YouTube is like the fucking virtual hotel reviews. The people who in successful relationships are not going to be on these panels typically. Giving game on, hey, this is how you sustain it. I think most people are on here, especially once you realize that chaos makes you money on here. I think Fatty will know a lot about that. Then you're going to create platforms that kind of push people or induce or support chaos. So I think that's where a lot of these talking points and shit comes from. But in essence, I think go back to what Shawtown was talking about. I think a lot of us are just not programmed to prioritize relationships, especially in our community as men. I say it all the time. Men are raised and kind of bred to be snipers more so than try to find somebody to go marry. Like, that's not in our thought process. But again, it comes from us not seeing a lot of successful examples of marriage. And I feel like if that changes, then we'll see a bit more urgency when it comes to preparing yourself for that. But I think a lot of us, again, are trained to be snipers. So we grow up young. I'm trying to get as many numbers as I can. I'm trying to smash as many chicks as I can. Even when I go to college, I'm trying to hit as many chicks as I can. Like, that's the goal. That's the mentality. Some people are capable of accomplishment or accomplishing it. A lot of people aren't. But the goal is the same. The goal is not, hey, let me go out there and find a wife as quick as I can, something solid, something, you know what I'm saying, and just retire from the game forever. That's not what we are raised and encouraged to do, even amongst us, even amongst men. You sit there and listen to your daddies and uncles talk. They get to telling you about all the hoes they had. Yeah, but back in my day, boy, I was hitting this, I was doing that, I had 3-4 at a time, I was da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? And then you so you grow up trying to emulate that shit. You hanging with your boys. It's who can get the most numbers, who can have sex first, who can do this, who can do that. Nowhere in that is, hey, man, the goal, as quick as possible, man, find you something solid and get out the way, which is what should be the goal. And I think that kind of caters to a lot of us wasting time, energy, and illegitimate kids out there before it dawns on us, hey, maybe I need to take this shit a little more serious and try to find something that's going to be able to sustain my legacy. So I think, again, it starts in the household, but unfortunately, a lot of us don't come from households that encourage that type of behavior, and that got to change.
Shaitan, give me a second, please. Give me a second. So I know about it because I learned from y'all. You at Kayla, you at you at B Taylor, you at Queen Sheba. So you actually are one of the pillars of me getting here. You were being messy before I got messy. You were actually mounting a team of controversial people to go with each other because you know them from Lapif, so it was not the first time, and you gave them a platform. Women that shouldn't be followed, women that don't say nothing that is actually pro-family, and they are actually beefing with men, and you platform them. So I know that gets me money. It gave you a lot of money too. And the second thing is, if YouTubers is just YouTube talking points, and you need to go to the streets and talk with this woman, and you motherfuckers come here and says, James Harden fucked her, and Drake fucked her. You are the one that are delusional, because most women have no idea what the fuck James Harden house looks like. The average woman is fucking the butcher, the club owner. They are fucking like guys that they see day to day, every day. The fact that you use outliers to make your point, and this is not the first time or second time that you keep repeating James Harden, Drake, that actually prove that you guys are out of touch. And you and MRM are doing the same thing. Both of you guys are exceptional men. Both of y'all. I give you the flowers for that. Congratulations. And instead of saying, I'm an outlier, I'm somebody that is clearly above the pack, I'm going to pretend I'm an average man, and you can get it too, so I can gaslight you into saying, why don't you get something? Because I got it.
So now you're projecting.
You guys are
literally projecting right now.
You guys are not.
You are literally projecting right now,
You
fatty.
guys are not the regular men. You are out of touch with the average woman and the average man because, and again, Trill, I went back to the video, and just 20 seconds and I'll wrap it up. I went back to the video when Chi-Town was saying that these women are having fun in their 30s, giving on their 20s, giving themselves away and all that, and then at 30s they found Chi-Town and now they want him and they're not qualified anymore. You are nodding. You were literally nodding. I went back. I said, Ben, maybe I got it wrong. So please clarify that for me. Do you think most women are doing what Chi-Town is saying? Having fun in their 20s, wasting their youth, wasting their time. And yes, do you think that they are doing that?
So it sounds like MRM wanted to respond. Trill want to respond to that directly, and Chi-Town want to say something. So let's go MRM first, then Trill, then Chi.
No, what I'm saying is that, you know, it almost like, I mean, not to say that this is what you're doing, fatty, but a lot of times you come across people that they can come up with things like that because they have an inferiority complex. It's kind of strange because it's almost like you're telling the CEO of a company why he's a good CEO. He didn't get there because of the choice that he made and had put in the hard work. He got there because he just simply is an outlier. He's an anomaly or something like that. And now, have you, okay, so for example, fatty, and this is not to be condescending or anything, but are you not married, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so what I'm saying therefore is that for someone that is doing something like what I'm doing right now, you seem to be telling me exactly how I'm doing and how nobody else can do it, and you've not been here. You know, if you never climbed a mountain and been to the top, you don't know what it took to get to the top of the mountain. But yeah, you're talking as if you do.
Yes, you are Michael Jordan.
You don't because you have not been here. So all I'm saying is this: if I've been up a mountain, if I've been up this mountain, and I'm telling people how they can get up this mountain as well, and you're coming along saying no, you can't because you just happen to be lucky because you're different. You already make people. You already setting people up with the mindset to not even try.
No, that's not the point. You are Kobe Bryant and you are carrying Derek Fisher. Hey, bro, you just have to cross this motherfucker and dunk on them. No. Derek Fisher can't do it. That's the point. I'm not saying that you guys are wrong. I'm not saying that you guys are not living productive lives and are members of society that I admire. I'm telling you, if you are Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, don't go to a role player and says, you just have to do this, brother, because you are an outlier. You are not a regular.
It's simply like what Ricky said. Fatty, what do you want? Do you even know what you want?
You didn't acknowledge what I said.
Do you know what you want, Fatty?
I know exactly what I want.
Can you go and get it?
Yes, absolutely.
Then go get it.
I'm doing it right now.
And a woman, you getting exactly what you want out of a woman right now.
Yes, because I'm not looking for a good wife. I'm looking for a good mother if I actually go ahead and look it.
So you're not looking for a good wife. You're just looking for a good mother?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
You got it, Trill.
Yes.
Go ahead, Trill.
Okay. First things first. Because again, you're clearly not too familiar with how I built my platform. So I'll go ahead and enlighten you.
I actually am.
Clearly not. So again, I'll go ahead and enlighten you. You get to talking about Kayla and Queen Sheba and all of these people, but the fact is that I had 200,000 subscribers before I ever started really live streaming like that, right? And those subscribers came from an all-male podcast, in which 3 of the 4 men on it are married, and one of them was married. So again, when we get to talking about benefiting through chaos and things of that nature, right? Yes. It's just non-factual. Right, it's just not, and that's the whole reason why I was able to just cut the live streams and just continue on with what I was doing, because the shit, what the money being made from it per se was insignificant to me. Right, so again, when we speak, we got to speak in full context. I never needed chaos to be who I am, so let's not speak as if I do. Secondly, you were talking about me nodding to Chi-Town. Some Chi-Town said earlier. Earlier when you said the he was talking about are regular women are enough, or regular men enough. Pardon. And then you just made the aha moment based on women wilding out in their 20s. So again, another example of you moving goalposts to try to make an aha moment, and you falling on your fucking face again. Right, and to answer your question directly, do certain women wild out in their 20s
That was
and
not
then
my
when they
question.
get to
That
their
was not my
30s?
question. That was not my question.
You said
most
do women
women-
wild out in their 20s and then wait till they find a man at 30 and then expect him to settle down with all of the baggage and
most
all the
women,
damage
yes.
that they have, right?
Yeah.
Again, if you're familiar with my content, which you say you are, that's something I said before Chi-Town ever said it. Right. So I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. What I'm saying is, as men, you don't have to choose to deal with those type of women. Going back to what I said earlier, right? If the woman is not in line with what it is that you see in her, alienate her and find a woman who is. We're not gonna sit here and say all women are out here wilding and giving the ass up to anybody who's listening, and then at 30, boom, got 2 or 3 kids and they find a guy. That's what you speaking as if happens. Again, a loud minority.
I didn't say that.
A loud minority that we get on these platforms and try to make talking points and try to amplify and put a magnifying glass on to make our points, but the shit just does not hold water. So again, 3 times you have been incorrect and you have fell on your fucking face. Can we please, for the 4th time,
don't let me
aha moments, because you are fucking horrible at it.
Don't let me that because you literally conceded. First of all, I actually know the story. Like I used to watch you before the Kayla and B Taylor and all that shit. If it was not on my show that a woman turned around and said to Mr. Let Go, you may suck my dick, right? Right? You know, tonight's conversations is as messy as any podcast going around. Like it's a messy podcast. People get into it. People say some shady shit, and you are a part of it too. It's not that you are throwing a shot and I'm saying I'm innocent. I'm guilty, but you are guilty too. And the second thing is, nobody said all women. Nobody. There's good women out there. There are good mothers, good wives. Nobody said all women. What we said was most women. What we said was most women. Most women are going around having the time of the day on their 20s, and then when they see the motherfucking finish line, they try to get a retirement plan. I think you agree. Like you said, what Chi-Town was saying is something that I've been saying before. So if that's the case, right? If that's the case, why you keep telling these 25-year-olds, man, these 30-year-olds, man, these 27-year-olds, is on you, man, because you are the leader, and if you are a good leader, she's going to follow you. The answer is actually the opposite. She is her responsibility. She's not looking for something serious. And if she does, when she does, then actually it's her doing the shit, it's not you. And I'm going to prove the point. If woman said in majority, hey, we're not having sex unless we get married, and I want to get married by 21, would this woman be getting married, or nobody would pick them up? Men would say, you know what, I'm a fuck boy and I don't want to be with this woman. If woman decided to do that, would most men marry to get what they want, put a ring on them to do what they want, or they would just get out of the market and not deal with them at all? What would happen there, Trill?
I can't. Could you repeat the top of the question again? I couldn't hear your accent kind of thick. Pardon me.
It's totally fine. We are putting this responsibility on men. My opinion, you might not be familiar with it, women run relationships, and women are dictating not just the sex, they are dictating who gets married and who's not.
Ask the question straight out.
Yes, so the question is, if it's on the man to actually become the leader so the woman can become a wife because she sees something on him, if woman decided today that they're not fucking nobody unless they put a ring on it and they want to get married by 21, do you think men in mass would put a ring on it by 21 or get married? Or do you think they'll still be on the streets because they're not good leaders, good people, good whatever? What do you think would happen?
I think that if women demanded marriage, you're asking, would more men be inclined to get married? Is that what you're asking?
If women stop doing what they're doing, which is engaging in like dating with no intention, if they said, I want DJ M to put a ring on it, and if he doesn't put a ring on it, I'm not going to fuck him. Do you think most men would say, you know what, baby, I got you. Let me put a ring on it. Let's get married. Let's build a family because that I know that's your standard. Do you think that would happen in mass?
Yes.
So who is actually running this shit?
No, but that's kind of no, because you will have a lot of niggas just putting rings on fingers just to get pussy.
Exactly.
No, oh my god, but that's
they will not be marrying a woman for good intentions.
Sir, that has been our history since the beginning of time. The woman is protected by her father. I can't get with her unless I put the ring on it. So I'm going to put the ring on it. I'm going to marry her so I can get access to sex and be with her for whatever.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. What percentages of marriages will last? What's a good percentage will last?
If they don't last, it actually mitigates the problem of fatherless households. Because these men that are not taking care of these kids are not the married men that get divorced. The married men that get divorced, usually they take care of their kids because they're the other way. The men that are not taking care of those kids are the men that didn't even was a boyfriend and girlfriend, didn't even get them married. They wasn't even in the same household. They fucked and they moved on. Wouldn't that solve the problem that we talk about?
No.
No?
That's not true though, Patty. Again, this is why I hate talking in extremes. There's plenty of men who was in real relationships with these women, and then they got pregnant, and then after the relationship was over, the woman quote unquote made it difficult, and they accepted their fate. It's plenty of cases like that. We're not gonna sit here and talk like every woman that has a child out of wedlock was just a one night fuck. It doesn't work like that. And again, maybe you're not familiar with our culture here or whatever the case may be, but it's a lot of examples of why single mothers are single. It's a lot of women who was married and got divorced, and that man got a new family and said, "Fuck that! I can take care of my new family and my old kid. Hey, that's up to her. I pay my little payment if they even do that. But hey, I done moved on because now she has quote unquote resentment, making it hard for me to see my kids and things of that nature. It's a lot of those type of cases. We can't sit here and act like every woman who had a child out of wedlock was just a one night fuck. That's not reality, bro.
I didn't say that. You are still fomenting my point. I didn't say that at all. You see how you
can most of them though. That's not true.
What I said was easier to understand. Men that are getting divorced are still taking care of their kids for the majority. Don't pick up outliers. Oh, she got a new man and I'm not taking care of their kids. If the man was there when the kid was on her belly, if the man was in the house when she got the kid, when they divorce, most men still want the connection with the kid because they're emotionally invested. These men that are not taking care of their kids are men that are not putting a ring on it, are not moving her in, are not even dating the woman. They're just fucking friends with benefits, whatever the circumstance is. They put a kid on her, and because they don't have the emotional investment.
What are we working towards?
Woman,
what are we working towards, Patty, specifically? What are we working towards? The clarification of what women are in control because men would get married if what?
Chi-Town said these men would put a ring on it, fuck her, and dump her. And the thing is, even if they did that, they will still get the emotional attachment with the kid. They will still have her in-house. They will still be the relationship with the kid.
The man would? Are you saying the man would?
You guys are going like this is starting to become crazy. So
no,
a man
you said the man would become emotionally invested in the kid and all that. You saying that's what would happen?
Isn't that what happens when you see the belly of a woman growing in your house and you see it with pain and you go to the doctor appointments and you is that not that what happened when you have a kid?
In terms of the marriage construct, right? If let's say we take this walk with Fatty in terms of what he's saying, right? Just as a consideration, the connection part, I think that would be slightly subjective. However, it would mitigate the man not having absolute rights to his child, because if a child is born in wedlock, you don't have to prove paternity and that's your child and etc. You have those parental rights. Do you think that would help at all? Just in terms of the law itself, if the children were born in wedlock,
if these
I'm asking something different, just in terms of that.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm just, if these men are getting into marriages strictly for sex, there is no emotional investment at all. Not in her, not in the kid, not in nothing. I'm marrying you so I can fuck.
I didn't say
How
that.
can you lay that scenario out and then say that the men are going to stay because they have an emotional investment just because they seen a belly on the woman? That's not realistic, bro. And that's what I'm saying. What the
I
fuck
didn't
are you
say
talking
that.
about?
If just because you make it the priority and you buy a car because it's a Ferrari doesn't mean that you don't like the car because it's red. Doesn't mean that you like the car because it has a nice AC. Doesn't like that's what we do with women. The primary purpose is sex. And then you add other things to the relationship. Why is this difficult to understand? And if you are with that woman in your house, you are married to her, you know her family, you know her parents, you know her cousins, you know her grandma, because you guys had a wedding and everybody was there, and you are actually held accountable by the people around you, you have a less probability than be a deadbeat dad and leave that kid just because then me fucking a woman, we like each other, we're boyfriend and girlfriend, she has a baby, I don't like her like that, so that is going to bleed on the kid, and now just because I don't like your mama, I don't know your parents, I didn't live with you, I didn't see the kid grow, now I don't have the same investment on the kid. What is that the difficult part to understand?
Let him reply.
It's difficult because you're expecting man to develop feelings for a woman that they never had feelings for to begin with. They just wanted sex. He's not going to develop feelings because if that was the case, men who are dating women and get them pregnant would motivate them once they see the belly to embark upon at least a relationship, let alone marriage. But that doesn't do that. If I don't like you like that, me getting you pregnant is not going to all of a sudden inspire me to value you, whether we married or whether we not. If that's the hard pressed requirement, I'm gonna get that ass, I'm gonna get divorced, and I'm gonna move around. Because as men, when let's say we get a divorce, that don't fuck up our stock, that don't fuck up our value. So I can do that. I can go to Vegas, marry your ass tonight, have a sex, and file a divorce by the weekend.
Everybody knows that there's no. Oh my God! That everybody knows on this.
That's not gonna hold somebody just because she has a pregnant belly. Clearly, or we wouldn't be having the conversation that we haven't.
Respectfully, like you always go to the lowest common denominator. We're going to Vegas. We are going to get married. No, we're talking about actually structure. You guys can do all the faces that you want and be tired about everything you want. The reality, once again, is real. Let me give you an example, right? Men that was living their life and all that, and then they went into that motherfucking room where the woman was giving birth and saw their kid and says, "Oh my God, I'm on it. This is my purpose. This is the person that I have to take care of it, and all my life perception is done." Would you concede that the man that is there for the development of the baby in the woman's belly, go to appointments and be in the room seeing his kid get born, is way more invested in taking care of that kid than the man that just put the kid on her and moved away? Would you be inclined to would you agree with that?
Inclined to agree that man going to those meetings and going to those doctor's appointments means he already has an investment in that woman, because there are plenty of men who get women pregnant and don't go to none of that shit. And it's not it. So again, that doesn't determine anything. If I have investment in that woman and I love that woman, I'm going to be at the doctor's appointments. If this is a one night stand, I will not be, nor will I be at the birth. It happens all the time. So we can't sit here and act like a man is just inspired by pregnancy to be with the woman or to be a stand-up dad. That's just not realistic, bro.
That was not my question.
That shit is short-lived. I thought
that
the same thing.
Wasn't even my question. You just be talking. I asked specifically
I thought the same thing when I had my son and I seen them. I said I had the same feeling. You know what? That shit wore off after 3 months.
The amount of men that disagree with you and say, "Oh, I was crying like a baby and this was the best day of my life and it was the day that I gained purpose," is absurd. Especially when you're talking about no, it's not for the moment, because there's your kid now. This feelings for your woman is a thing. The problem with community, like, because this is a community conversation, is not about the man and the woman getting together with each other. It's about the man being present in the kid's life. Most men that are present in the kid's life, no matter what is the type of intensity, like if men, even if they don't have with their woman, they have control about what the kid eats, where the kid goes, open communication, leave 1 mile away and can see the kids every day, those men are still going to have way better results than kids that never had the man at all. Because I don't like your mama, why would I like you? I don't like I wasn't there. I didn't see you born. I didn't see nothing.
Right.
But you guys just being difficult because you guys want to be difficult. The fact that now we are not conceding to that is ridiculous.
I don't know where Trill went. John, what you think, man? What's popping? Good.
Great conversation. But I think we get into the cycles of these conversations often. And as much as we talk about women and we see them and see the circular points and everything that they make and how they're just so back and forth and how we do the same thing. This whole conversation is based off of like Uncle Rick said, like, what do you want? You're either be the guy that you want, recognize that this world doesn't owe you anything, that you actually have to put in the work. You actually are you got to see all the red flags. We're dealing with like a cultural, mentality. It's just everything's backwards now. So as a man, I understand what Trill is definitely saying. Like, we make this complicated. Like, yes, the divorce rates, yes. Women's mentality, yes. The back and forth, yes. That's always going to be present. So now what? We just going to keep on talking about because I remember even the guys who think that they're him or at this point that they developed themselves, I still lacked a bunch of stuff. Even though I thought I was that dude, I still lacked a bunch of stuff. And so I see a lot of guys get up on these panels and then it's like women. Like, they're always going to be that. They are always going to be present. But the difference between like a guy that's him is he's able to actually take accountability and recognize where he lacks. And a lot of the even great guys or whoever had these talking points or whatever, y'all lack a lot of stuff. Like, I rock with a bunch of fatty, but god damn, this joint is a headache.
Yes.
Like, it's going, but the reality is, like, take a step back for a second. We act just like these Jones out here, going back and forth and over. Okay, cool. You're right. Cool.
So I'm right? Wait, I'm right?
Yeah, absolutely. A portion.
Okay. So if I'm right, don't come with the annoying shit. If I'm right, I'm right.
But the reality is, cool. But the reality is, nothing's gonna be 100%. Because even the stuff that Trill's talking about, even the stuff that Rick's talking about, MR, it's never gonna be 100%. The bottom line is, what can you control? Because the reality is, as men, we overlook a bunch of dumb stuff because we like her. Nigga. Because, she chills, she's cool. But she called you a bitch that one time. Because she's talking crazy sometimes. But you still like her. So us as men, I can attest. We fall into this cycle where we always want to revert to women. But the reality is they're always going to be who they are. It's your job to do your due diligence, is pick as best as you can what you want and go from there. Like, this is crazy to me how niggas is like.
So
let me ask you a clarifying question. So Fatty's right. Do you also think the other brothers are right?
Fatty's right because he's looking at the world that we live in.
Okay.
Trill's right because he's taking accountability to what he can control.
Okay.
That's it.
So you're saying when Fatty lays out what's happening,
that
how women conduct themselves,
fact.
et cetera, you're saying you agree with the
Yeah.
conduct of women as he paints it.
Yeah. I don't think
But you're
Trill. My fault.
yeah, you're not saying that Trill necessarily agrees. However, he's saying Trill is saying we take responsibility as the leaders, and therefore, like MRN did, we change our fate based on what we want and what we go after.
Facts. And then he'll throw in, oh, you 6'3", you 6'5", you got it. No one's 100%. Even Tom Brady, all these niggas get left. You can have the money, the looks, the whatever, but like to your point, Fatty, the world that we live in, it's backwards.
So would you say, well, John, question, would you say, and this may be hyperbole, but I think it illustrates the point well, do you think the outlook, and maybe not necessarily Fatty, but maybe Fatty, and the brothers may have, if you stereotype the red pill, is that it would be slightly defeatist?
Yes. It's always one side of the extreme. I think MRM and Trill and maybe even Shop to Uncle Rick, they're talking about, like he said, from the corny dudes, from the weirdo balls, the socially awkward dudes, to the guys that are him, there's a bunch of room in between that. But the reality is, if we keep it 100, most dudes don't do the necessary work within themselves.
No, bro. The reality is this, man. Won't y'all just admit that the fucking reality is that the niggas who is not accustomed to getting women and that's not accustomed to that lifestyle, they are more prone to settle down than the nigga who has the pick of the litter.
Yes.
That's the situation. The niggas who got the motion, got the pick of the litter, is not fucking looking to settle down because they trying to exercise as much as they can. The niggas who can't get women like that, they settle for what they can get. And that's why they're so prone to get married first. Before the niggas that's out here cracking everything.
So the problem with this conversation was we don't agree on the premise, the leadership. We don't agree at all. Like, we don't agree. And when I'm saying Trill and MRM, be careful with your message, because we all debate every day, all day about the 20% of men that get everything and the 80% of men that get crumbs. Everybody agrees with that shit. And then they come in from the perspective of the 20% men and talk like they are a part of the 80%. And the reality, they are not. Kudos to them, congratulations to them, but you have to correct the message to the average man and to the average woman. You don't have to correct the message to the 20% of men that are getting everything and to the woman that is a supermodel and is beautiful and she get the pick of the litter and she can do whatever you want.
So what made me not average?
Fatty, can I ask you this quick before you answer that?
Besides you saying that I'm 6'3", what made me not average to get my wife? What made me not average?
Sir, you are a 6'3". Call it like you were breaking all the records.
She didn't know any of that. You know that because you guys know that because I told you she didn't know that.
So
she knew me as a church boy at church. That's what she knew me as.
So she didn't know that you were tall, right? She didn't know that you actually.
She didn't know I was 6'3". She just knew I was taller than her.
Oh my God!
No, let's go. I'm just saying. This is what I'm saying. There was no number. She didn't go, oh, let me put a tape measure up to you. All she knows is that I'm taller than her, and I was what she was looking for in a man. It had nothing to do with my height because she dated guys that were short. So that's again, nice try.
No. Okay, so you met her when you were 18, right?
Yes.
When you went to college?
Right at 18, senior year.
And you went to college for what?
Medicine.
And you are 6'3", athletic, and you are not an outlier. She literally had to deal with the church boy for months before she actually, oh shit, this motherfucker can run. Oh shit, this motherfucker is going to be a doctor. When did you marry her?
Right out of high school.
Before college, after college? Like,
no, right out. No, I said right after high school. I broke records right in May, married my wife in June.
Yes. But you're not enough. You are not an outlier.
In her eyes, absolutely not, because she didn't know anything. These talking points that y'all bring up here, she didn't have any of those to go by. All she knew is that I was taller than her. That's it. So this whole thing about, oh, you were 6'3", you were that. That's not what got. That's not how I hooked her. She didn't. When I proposed to my wife, she didn't know any of those things about me being athletics.
Yes. And me being a 6'2" and earn 10 times more than the average Portuguese person doesn't make me an outlier because she didn't know about it.
What I'm saying, because you saying that I'm an outlier, what it does, it makes it seem like the other guys. When you say average, right? Average to who? You said, okay, this is what you said. You said me and Trill, if we pushing out this message, it can be, I guess, disruptive or it can be destroying because we're not talking about average guys. What do you mean by average guy?
The average guy is the regular guy that some people on this conversation said it's not enough. It was shy town. And Trill
so again, what high schoolers, most high schools, what high schooler is not an average guy besides the athletes that these girls are going after?
If you are taller than most people, if you make more money than most people, if you are more attractive than most people, if you are more confident than more people, you are not the regular, you are not the norm.
But I didn't have the money. I was a high schooler.
That's just me putting some metrics that is going to separate you from the crowd.
Yo, Ham, were you always, did you lack in anything? Character-wise, whatever. Did you lack in something?
Yes.
Within your Trill, did you lack in anything within your life, self-esteem, character? Maybe you weren't a leader. You might something. Rick, same thing.
You sound muted, Rick.
I said yes, and I still lacking some things.
Thank you. This is all. I don't know where we getting to that we've all just were born and then we became. No, there's a process. We all lack in multiple different things.
Yes.
Different things. So this whole mindset of, yo, you was just that guy. No, niggas weren't that guy all the whole thing. Yes, maybe in one area, but I might lack in something else. Yes. I might lack in this. I might lack in that. But to keep on separating, that's why I say this is a defeatist mindset to be like, yo, everybody's just not like that. Yes, everybody's not like that.
So we become that. What if I'm realistic instead of pessimistic? You are the Jonathan that usually sends super chats, right?
Yeah, I lock in.
This one, right? No, please put that again. Jonathan, just for your physical complexion, do you think you are an outlier when it comes to getting women? That women are going to look at you and saying, this man is on the top percentile, he is probably better looking or he has a better physical component than 99% of men. Would you agree with me? No. Jonathan, please
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to say yes right now. But when I was in high school, I ain't get that.
Fair. Do you want more?
But the reality is, it's a process. You get one thing, time change, you grow, you develop, you inquire, you learn, it becomes a full package. But if I just got I wasn't that guy. So yes, I can stand here now and be like, yeah, Jones be on me. Yeah, 6'5". Yeah, I'm in the gym. Yeah.
Wait, you are 6'5"?
Yeah.
At some point, you have to. We have to stop with this shit.
So then, if this is the case, then Fatty, what about the people that are actually married though? This is what I'm getting at. The people that actually got what they wanted in marriage, and they're 5'10", 5, I don't know, 5'7", 5'8". If these guys are just as married as long as I am, I don't get what's supposed to be this whole.
I'm talking about the blueprint. Stop giving a blueprint from the top of the motherfucking penthouse. People are running on the street. These people that you're talking about are walking on the street. You are on your motherfucking penthouse looking, why don't these guys have a penthouse? Talk from a point of view of the regular man, not the 6'5" buff motherfucker. That's the problem.
But that's not reality though. No one is ever gonna be 100%, and we're just giving. No, there's always gonna be an imbalance. It's up to the actual person who's listening to then take heed and pay attention and throw away their pride and actually pay attention to what's going on and understand and then make the changes. But no one is going to be 100% of everything and just listening to everybody who got it. No.
John, I'm in favor.
I got a question. Who, other than the men that's married, who the fuck told you niggas you was good leaders?
I think he froze.
There's a bunch of married men.
I'm saying it's married man on the panel, right?
Yes.
Married man. Who the fuck told you niggas you was good leaders?
Out of the married dudes?
No.
I'm sorry.
Man, they already not the ones that's married already.
Huh?
You already proved the point. To the men that are not married, who the fuck told you was a good leader?
They don't. Nobody's making that point.
That's all I keep hearing is leader. You got to be a good leader. You got to be a good leader. It's more it's more than locking these chicks down than being a good leader. Half of the time, these chicks ain't trying to get laid anyway.
Right now. Nobody making that claim. I literally said women are the ones leading these relationships. Men are just the cosplay. They just pretend they are just in front. Well, men are going where a woman wants to go, and as soon as they don't go, women up off their motherfucking buzz and go get another one.
Women are leading the relationships of niggas they don't respect.
And that's most relationships. And that's most men.
The women that respect their man, the man is leading.
So all right, question though. If you say most women are leading the man that they don't respect. But if that man chose to marry a woman who don't respect them, what does that say about his leadership?
It doesn't see that disrespect. It doesn't even want to be a leader.
No.
Most of
these
men,
fucking leader.
So he can't tell the difference between somebody. Just for clarification.
Yes.
If he can't tell the difference between somebody that respects him and somebody who doesn't.
Yes.
He's a horrible fucking leader. Like how hard is the concept for that to grasp?
Oh, I agree with you. You see where we're getting somewhere? And this is why these women running game on the average man, because they actually don't respect themselves to the point where they are simping, they're making the happy wife, happy life shit. This is most relationships. And that's exactly the point.
So those men aren't getting what they want, then is what you're saying? That's not actually what they want and what they went for. They get settled?
No, they are getting a adulterated version of what a marriage is. You guys are on the very niche. You guys are on 1% of humanity right now, right? These red pill dudes and dudes that are aware and all that shit, that women are users and women are going to try to gaslight you, manipulate you to get what they want. Like, you are on the 1% of humanity. Most of men are not prepared as you. So when a civilian goes to this world and he meets his college partner, whatever, that woman for the most time is way more prepared to run game on him than the other way around. Most men are not reading shit.
So then you saying that you said most men are not prepared, but then yet at the same time, if me and Trill are trying to get these men prepared, you saying that we shouldn't be doing it because that's a danger that can be destroying because they're not like us.
No, absolutely not. What I said is not the problem that men are regular. The problem is that average woman is not setting a regular motherfucker. Let me give you a very clear example. This is a very clear example. A woman marries a regular man. This is going to be a compliment for the man on the panel, and then you tell me I'm bullshitting. A good woman, a regular woman, let's go with like she has some negatives. She marries a regular man, right? And on year 5 of their marriage, when things are a little bit more boring because, like we have stability and we have everything put together, motherfucking 6'5" Jonathan or Trill come to their job. And they want to take that woman from that man because they are long, like they are with them long enough, they're around, they go on trip. That man, I'll guarantee you that Jonathan and Trill can get that woman out of their man just because they have a better deal. Just because they actually offer more. I can guarantee you that shit is going to happen. And then you guys are going to turn around, right? Because you guys never took woman from nobody. Like, there was no ever woman that was indecisive between you and the other dude. And they said, oh, God damn, Jonathan is motherfucking tall, good looking. Oh, Trill is the man in college. And they said, you know what? I'm going to stay with this average man when this outlier of a man is actually all on at me. Most women are going to they're going to fold. They are.
That is insane, Fatty. The fact that you believe most women.
I'll agree.
The fact that you believe that most women that are married, we're not talking about dating, we're not talking about we in a situation.
Marrying, yes.
We've been fucking around for a couple weeks. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a woman who's been married for 5 years. You're telling me that most of these women would leave their relationship for a me or for a modern. That's what you're saying.
If she has, let's do a metric. If she has the average man, $50,000, 5'8", regular job, works, whatever, and she actually is around Trill or Jonathan enough, and Jonathan is actually not telling her the dream, but saying, "Hey, brother," or "Hey, sister, you're not going to get barefoot if you leave him. I got you. I'm going to take care of you," and all that shit. Most of those women are going because you have a better deal, and they usually go for the better deal. Do you agree with me or do you disagree?
I emphatically disagree with that.
Okay, so Trill, I'm not even going to talk about this woman that all at you for these multiple years, knowing that you have a wife, right? I'm not even talking about her because I see this. I said that for years. Woman literally going at you and actually being very not sexual but very available, knowing for a fact that you have a wife. These women are the average woman. These women that are on the panels, or they are just an exception to the rule.
You talking about these women that shoot at me just knowing I have a wife?
No, yes. These women that are on the chat and they make remarks and then we go talk on the back. Are these women like the average woman, or they are the bottom of the barrel woman?
I would say average woman. But again, they are outliers. Most women are not shooting at a married man. Most women are not. Now there are some who will, but most women are not shooting at no man that they know is married. I'm just not buying that.
So all these
that's not the point. Wait. Because again, you're trying to move the goalposts again. You talking about me being married. We talking about a woman that's married to a man.
Yes.
You're saying that most of those women who are married to a man will drop that marriage and go with a me or a modern.
If they have an average marriage, an average man, and they get a man that is an outlier, they're going to drop him like a bad habit and they're going to jump into the best. Jonathan, am I lying?
I don't think that they would drop the marriage.
And I do think that's your inexperience speaking. Hey, man,
How is my inexperience when you have 15 bodies? I have triple to the bodies that you have. You are the one inexperienced, not me.
Again, experience, you talking about sex again, and that's what I'm talking about, the immaturity that come with your ass. I'm talking about just talking to women and dealing with women and being around women. I know women who loyal to a dude who got 10 times less than what they got, and you in your mind be wondering because you be done tried to take her from him, and she like, nah, I love my man, I'm not going nowhere. And your head be like, damn, that's crazy. You gonna be loyal to that man? He ain't even.
I know a lot of women like
plenty
that.
of women out there. Once they find a dude that they love, I would say most women who find the man that they love for real enough to marry, most of those women are not leaving that marriage.
They're not gonna leave, but they're gonna cheat.
Just a slightly better situation comes to try to
let me say,
marriage. That's not true, bro.
And again,
I think that mindset is so plentiful in this space, and that's what I feel like is wrong with it. Because a lot of niggas who saying that, you included, don't have a lot of experience dealing with women and being outside and being around women. Because if you did, you would know that's not fucking true.
I have experience with married women, and that's the part. And a lot of people on this panel have experience with them too. I have this challenge, and if we dared Jonathan to go on a food court and work on Pizza Hut for 6 months, then go to Zara and work on a clothing store, and he then go to a corporate setting, and the mission was, hey, Jonathan, you have to corrupt as much married women as possible, brother. Throw yourself at them, make sure you are there for them, sell a dream. You really think that most women are not going? Respectfully.
I agree with you.
Come on, man. Come. Like, and then we are very quick to say, yeah, most men, if they have a big booty around and she's around enough, they might get the blowjob from Monica Lewinsky. Not because their wife is not all of them were there, because we're animals at the end of the day. Most men will actually do it. But when you turn around and you put that onus on the woman, oh, not a woman will do that. Not a woman will go around. They go. There's a reason for like the houses, but it's the most dangerous motherfucker around.
Let me say this real quick. Here's what actually happens though. they'll go, but to leave their marriage,
I
I
was
think
just
is a
gonna
stretch.
say that.
I think Fatty's right in terms of they'll probably do something.
He
But in
not even
terms of
right as
leaving
far
their
as that
marriage,
though, Amp. Because real quick, and I don't mean to cut you off. He not even right as far as that, because the stats that they throw around in this space, I'll go ahead and repeat it. What are the cheating stats that y'all like to throw around? I say, oh, women cheat just as much as men. Men cheat at what, 38, 39%. Women cheat at 34%. That stat alone says that most women are not cheating.
It's
So when we
self-reported.
get up here and we get to saying most, that's not true. Not even in that field, let alone a woman leaving a marriage completely. So no, he's wrong on both ends, and let's call it what it is based on the stats that they use in this space.
The stat is self-reported. No woman that is cheating on her husband is going to tell, I cheated on my husband 3 years ago.
the opportunity for an above average men, right? You know what? How prevalent are those opportunities, right? So when the fact that it's 30% of women cheating and they think 20% of men are attractive, it makes sense. There's not enough opportunities of guys who's 6'4" that's going to be alluring enough, right? In terms of that, in terms of modern Renaissance, Trill, I guess I'll include myself, even though you guys are much more handsome than I am. I think the key is when we are advising men that may not have the same experience, it would be disingenuous of us to be like, just do what I did. I think that's the overarching point. Would that make more sense, or do you think that they can, or do you think that they can duplicate what it is that we were able to accomplish, given the gifts that we maybe been blessed with?
My thing is, it goes back to what Uncle Rick said. I'm not telling people to do what I did. I want to know what is it that they want, and whatever it is that they want, I will help them get it. Not like how I did it, but the way that they, whatever it is that they see. If they don't want to be a doctor, that's fine. If they want to have a wife, and we talk about that, yes, we're going to do it at the level that they are at. We're going to be realistic about it. I'm not going to say you're going to be able to get it like I got it because of how I did it. We came through different circumstances. I'm of a different mindset, a different breed, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that's my point though, is that we was never able to get to the point to lay out those details, because we do this. We mentor. I have mentees right now who are married 10, 11, 12, some odd years. Now, why would I tell them no? Because modern women, I don't tell them none of that stuff. I ask them what is it they want, and whatever it is they want, we're gonna sit there and find a woman that's like that. And these women be wanting the same exact thing too out of it, and this work. But I'm not gonna say now just because X, Y, and Z, and I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I won't do that to anybody, because their ultimate goal, if their goal is to want to do the same thing like me by having a wife, a family, and all that, we can help them get there. But I'm not gonna sit there and say don't shoot for that, because I mean. The point that you made earlier, Fatty, you said you don't want to be married, but you say you do want a woman to have kids or something like that, right?
No, to engage on the conversation right now, I don't want to be married. But if I engage into a relationship, it's not because of the woman, it's because I want to have a kid. So I will prioritize a good mother over a good wife. That's what I said.
So he part of the problem.
So then that's what I'm saying. So something like that, I wouldn't. So then that's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, I don't know why we would even be discussing with you trying to find a good woman and wife if that's not even what you want. So why even be talking about it?
Wait. Why
do you want to talk about finding a good woman when that's not even what you want?
That's ridiculous. That's like saying you motherfuckers have been married for 10 years while you're talking about single people business when you didn't even date on Instagram. No, stop there. You can diagnose the Instagram era of woman if you are out of the market for 10 years. You know what I do? I say, this man,
Instagram, not reality, not the real world. Instagram.
No, listen carefully. I know this is called a purity test. I will never tell a married man that he's out of the field for a while, that his opinion is not valid, because again, I believe that people have perspective. You don't have to go to be an astronaut and go to the moon to tell what the moon is. I respect your opinions. What I'm saying once again is, if you are going to apply that logic to me and I'm dating, right, and I'm meeting this woman, talking with this woman, and you are not because you have a wife for 10 years, if you're going to apply that logic to me, you need to stop talking about what is going on the streets and about relationships and dating, because you are happily married on the MySpace era. You are not dealing with women on IG. You are not dealing with women on Snapchat. You are not dealing with women that are being flued out just because. You are not on that era.
Patty,
so
it's not.
If I can talk about
single
people, you can talk about single people.
I understand it, but I don't know if it's but Fatty, I don't know if it's apples to apples, right? Because they still deal with women. They have. Am I freezing up? Am I freezing up? Sorry, am I freezing
No,
up?
you good, bro.
No, you good.
Okay, Fatty. Just when I'm thinking through it, I'm thinking, well, they still dealt with women. They still deal with women. The landscape has changed, but they still have an affinity for women. You don't align with marriage. So when we're having a conversation, it's almost like it would be. This is how I see it, Fatty. It would be like gay niggas talking about dating women. Like if you don't even want marriage, it like doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Because you would be against it.
Do I push marriage? Do I say that if you want to have kids, put a ring on that woman and make it an honest woman? Do I push marriage? I do.
Yeah, he does.
I do.
Oh, you
so
do
if I do,
if
I do, I have a seat on the table just because
That's
I'm
fair.
fat.
I think that. Well, Fatty, no, I think that part matters, right? You don't speak. You're not against it, right? You're saying if you want X, Y, and Z, okay. So that's where I made that. So
like
does that make sense? MRM, he's not against it totally.
No,
Gotcha.
It makes sense, but it's like you saying, Fatty, you are fat. Why are you talking about diets? Because I don't want you to diet for you with fucking diabetes. I can tell you, go get a lifestyle. I can do it. So what's the problem with that?
That's kind of like
no, see,
that's kind of like him being a hypocrite, because when we just said that niggas will get married just to get pussy, and this man is sitting there saying that he just want a woman, just a good woman to have
Your
a
microphone
kid.
is
What the fuck
your
is
microphone
the
isn't
difference?
enough. Is it me? Your microphone
It
is
goes
kind of
out
in and
because he has. Hey, Shy, do me a favor. Say exactly what you said again, but turn off. What's it called when your AirPods don't got any background noise?
Noise cancel. Noise cancel.
Turn off noise cancel because it makes your voice fake. Yeah.
Just tell me what is the hypocrisy, please. What's
No,
up with
I
hold on. Let Chi-Town go though.
My bad.
What it is, Uncle Rick, he got them fucking cheap ass They not even AirPod Pros. That nigga got.
Bro, stop playing, man.
And then you guys talk shit about Android. You see what I'm talking about?
No wonder why we can't. He got them kid iPod. All right, go ahead, Shy.
Nah, I had just turned the car back on. You know, it'd be jumping from the radio to the earpods or whatever. But now what I was saying is he kind of sounded like a hypocrite, because we were just saying that a nigga will marry a woman just to get pussy. He's saying that he don't want a marriage. He just want a woman to have a kid with. That's a good woman. What's the difference?
I didn't say that at all. Like I didn't say that at all.
Be married, right? You just said you don't want to be
married.
Right?
No, please listen carefully. First, I'm not a hypocrite because my life actually shows that I'm not. I don't have kids out of wedlock. I am not breaking women's heart. Like my life doesn't prove that I'm an hypocrite. But if you advance from that, right? What I said was simple. I'm 34. Right now, I don't want to get married. I actually have an adversarial opinion about being married, right? But once again, and everybody here is different 5 years ago than they are now. If I'm going to have a kid, and remember, it's a kid, I'm going to be married with a woman that is a good wife. I'm willing to lose my shit. I'm willing to lose my money. I'm willing to lose my patience. Not a good wife. I'm sorry. A good mother, because I'm prioritizing that kid over me. That's what I said.
What if that woman says that you can't get a kid out of her until you get married? What you gonna do?
I literally told you. Sir, I have a vasectomy. I have literally 30 kids.
Smokes.
I have literally 30 kids on the lab ready to put on any woman that I want. It's not going to happen if we're not actually married. That was my point. I'm not saying that I'm going to put a kid on you and you're going to be my girlfriend. I literally told you, if I'm going to have a kid, it's going to be inside of a marriage. I'm not just going to go around, put a kid on you and bounce. What is the hypocrisy there?
There's none. But
no,
again,
I'm not saying this.
Hold on, Chi-Town. Hold on, bro.
I heard him say that he don't want to get married, but he'll rather just have a woman that's a good woman, that's a good mother.
Yeah, facts. But so listen. Again, I understand, bro. Fatty is saying the same thing. I think we just misconstruing, right? So Fatty is telling y'all right now he's not going to have a kid unless he's married, right? He's saying if he does choose to have children, he's going to be married. That's not his point, right? The point he's trying to make is that what he's saying is that we can't really blame men for being leaders or being non-leaders when, in his eyes, women really lead the relationship. That's what he's saying, right? And what he's saying is that for most guys in relationships, they don't lead the relationship. You got to be some type of dude, right? And have all these things in place, all these check marks is box, right? Just like what Trill said and what everybody says, right? John, you 6'5", you muscular, right? Trill is a certain type of dude with a certain type of swagger, right? MRM, you 6'3" and a fucking doctor, right? Now, these things didn't play a part, you would say, in the courting of your woman, but I'm sure your woman probably says otherwise.
I agree.
Right?
Hemp, hold
on, Shot-Town.
Or not?
Shot-Town, hold on.
Foolish.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, Shot-Town. I got you, bro. Right? So what it comes down to again is the problems we have in front of us, right? And like I keep saying, the reason why nothing changes because no one will sacrifice. We play upon each other in this game, right? So the very problems that stand-up men say, right? Or I should say people who call themselves stand-up men, right? Leads back to the same things that's being done out in these streets that don't nobody want to fix, right? A woman can't find a man or can't pick a leader because she never had a dad. But the men that's about something, right? You studs, right? Are out here sticking and moving chicks, and then you don't marry them, and then you a baby father and not a husband, right? And then we perpetuating the cycle, right? But what I'm saying is, and what we're saying as men is that while it should be easy, again, me personally, I believe if women were better, a lot more people would get married. Because again, while I'm of the marrying kind, a woman has to convince a man to marry her. Right? So while they're out here, we got to be honest as men. I'm honest with it, right? That a bunch of these women aren't marriage material either. Right? So again, with that being said, there's enough of them to go around if you're marriage minded. But how many men are marriage minded? How many women are marriage minded? Right? So again, if we want to fix the problems, there's a whole lot of different discussions we can have. But if we gonna keep going around in these circles about who fucking who and who sticking who, we gonna stay right where we at. It's gonna be difficult for you to find a wife. It's easier for some others. It's easier for some others. That's just the way the game play, guys. Y'all can hate it all y'all want, but that's just the way the game goes.
I just want to know one question to Hemp and to Trill. Trill, you are you married or in a relationship?
Married.
Married, right? Is your woman the leader or are you the leader?
I'm the leader of my relationship.
Hemp, you're married, right?
Yes, sir.
Is your wife the leader of your relationship or you are?
I am.
So what is these niggas talking about that the women are leaders in their relationship? They lead the relationship. What is this shit? I'm confused.
Because we're talking about most men. Most men will try to validate themselves towards the woman. Most men are going to do the happy wife, happy life. Literally, if you are on sales, one of the first rules is if a couple comes and try to buy a house or a car, you try to convince the woman and not the man, because if you convince the man, the woman is going to dissuade him if she doesn't like the house. But if the woman likes the house, she convinces the man to actually do it. Woman control 80% of consumer spending. Woman will literally look at the man and says, he's going the direction I want to go. They're going to up on his shit. And as soon as you start to tell him no, they will leave your motherfucking shit to go to a man that is going to go to that direction. That's most women. That's why these women are quitting, because since the day that they start dating until the day that they actually get married, they have 1,000 motherfuckers saying, yes, I will do what you're going, rising queen, I will do what you want. So when they get to the point when they get their husband, now they are there on what can you do for me? It's
so
not the other way around.
So do you consider that a real man or no?
No, that's irrelevant. Actually,
so why are we talking about?
No, 1 second. That's a real man. Yes, a simp can be a real man. Yes.
So a real man is a real man allows his woman to lead the relationship. That's a real man.
Yes, you know why he's a real man?
Yeah,
Because he's taking care.
bro.
No, let me tell you why. This is the problem with you motherfuckers.
Wow.
Let me tell you why.
I'm done, bro.
Because a real man is somebody that is doing their job. A simp put his woman first. A simp will die for her. A simp will still take care of the bills. A simp will still be there for the kids. If a man is doing his job and for whatever reason he's somebody that is a pushover, but he goes to work every day, he takes care of his wife, he takes care of his family, who are you to tell that garbage man that is giving his ass like every fucking day is not a real man because he doesn't know how to deal with the nature of woman?
Hey, Hemp, you pay all the Hemp, you pay all the bills in your house and you do everything that this man just said that a real man does. But are you the leader of your marriage and you still do all of that?
That's not most man.
Yeah, I cut out a little bit, but from what I heard, yeah, I pay all the bills and I do what I need to do.
You wouldn't be a real
So
man.
do you consider a nigga that he just explained a real man? Because if he's doing all of that and he's still not the leader in his household, he's a fucking sucker.
Like I told you once again, we agree. Most men are on the happy wife, happy lifetime. But the problem that you do with good real man and real woman, a man is more of a husband and a donkey that carries the luggage of his family left and right. The man that he wakes up every day 6 a.m. in the morning to actually put work, to bring the bacon home, to take care of his family, and he doesn't know how to actually deal with his woman in front of him because he's not on these places, so he didn't have the coaching necessary to actually do it. Who tells that man that he's not actually a real man when he's doing his job? He's like a woman. He's like if a woman is doing their job every single day, right? Taking care of their husband, taking care of the kid, doing everything is necessary, but she actually has a dominating personality, so she actually leads a little bit more in the relationship than the man. Who makes her a bad woman? She's doing her job. She's a real woman. She's doing her job.
I'm not rolling. Ain't no man whose behavior and leadership is dictated by his woman is no real man. And let's just be honest here. The woman in that relationship is not gonna respect that man, and that caters to your point of her cheating. But again, I don't feel like that's most men, and that's what you're trying to sit here and pass this off as you're basically saying most men are not men, are not real men. But again, you think simping can make you a man. Simping, you can't be a grown man and be a simp and be dictated by your wife. No, you cannot.
You know what? Leonardo DiCaprio on Titanic was the biggest simp. Leonardo DiCaprio on Titanic was the biggest simp of all time. You know what he did? The ultimate sacrifice. He sacrificed for the woman that he loves. That's the definition of a man, and that motherfucker was the biggest simp.
He died like a goofy. That's why he was in the predicament he was in. He died like a goofy. Let's call it what it is.
So you wouldn't die for your woman? So you wouldn't die for your
That wasn't his wife. That was a fling.
No.
We're gonna be technical. That was a fling. That was a one-night stand. She would have been in that water.
Move the goalpost.
No, this going along with you talking about the Titanic. That was a one-night stand. She would have been in that water.
Sir, that's an analogy.
That was not his wife. That was another man's wife. In fact, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
that's an analogy.
She would have been in that water.
Let me ask a question.
That's a one-night smash, man. Come on, fam.
An analogy. It's not about the movie.
Let me ask y'all a realistic question though. In terms of like Trill, MRM, Uncle Rick. I know Jonathan's in a relationship. Generally speaking, a lot of the decisions that like my wife makes, they generally don't really bother me that much. So she will make a decent amount of decisions, right? She's been delegated a task or responsibility, but quite often, even with the kids, unless it's something I generally push back on, like she usually does it and I don't have an issue, you know? Would that look like she's a leader? Now, if I change it, it's changed, you know? But we don't get bothered by a lot of shit. Like, for instance, the house as an example. Generally speaking, I'm cool. As long as I got the office, the yard, how I wanted to look. A lot of other shit I don't give a fuck about. So that would have been more so predicated on what she wanted. Unless, you know, then it would more substantive things, the price, right? Proximity to shit. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But in terms of choices, you know, I get a fucking futon and be fine. You know, but all the shit we got in here is largely because that's the shit she wants, but it don't bother me. But does that mean she's steering everything because she makes the purchases? You know what I'm saying? Unless it's something big or something substantive.
I would say no, because you're the one delegating. You're empowering her to make those decisions. But just like you said, if she brings up something that I don't want to buy, it's not getting bought.
Oh yeah.
It's just like in business, right? Like the CEO most times in a Fortune 500 company is not handling day-to-day tasks and hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. No, he hires somebody for that to go manage the day-to-day tasks, check on employees, make sure things are going how they're supposed to go. He gonna come through there, he gonna get an overview, and if I don't like the overview, then I'm gonna replace you and bring somebody else in who's capable of running this day-to-day. That doesn't mean that he's not the leader. That means that he's delegating people to do things that are gonna benefit the whole. And as a man, you should be doing the same damn thing.
Men don't deal with business the same way they deal with women. They deal with women. They actually let them do that shit to maintain peace.
Well, let me use myself. Well, Patty, let me use myself as a tangible example, right? For another facet of how things work too. Now, Trill, MRM, Uncle Rick, Jonathan, in the same facet, right? So, let me know if I'm breaking up, guys. We have an outage, so I had to use my phone.
Oh, you good, bro? You good, bro?
Okay, because it's glitching on my side. So she like helps with the business, right? But it's strictly out of like a luxury, right? She wants to do the sales, whatever the case, but it's pretty minimal. But she does a good job, right? But she doesn't have to do it, you know? So I would say 99% of the money that comes in comes through me, right? But she tries her best, you know? So I do all the working, bring all the money in, right? I work outside, but I also help with the kids. Could I do more? 100%, right? But I'll clean up from time to time. I'll put dishes in the dishwasher and shit. But it's not generally reciprocated my way. You feel what I'm saying? So like I'll do my task and I'll help with her task. It's not the other way around. Traditional tasks. So I have a little bit of a loss. It's not the recidivism isn't there.
Right. It's not even, Steve.
What do you guys I'm taking an acceptable loss. Does that make me?
No, that's what you're supposed to do. That's why our show. Whoa, hold on.
No, it's perfect. I'm just taking a picture. This perfect.
Take the picture, but the reality is, I
think we all do it to that extent.
We all do it.
But we all do it.
But go ahead, let's talk through it. Let's talk through it.
But you're Patty. I understand what you're saying, but you're taking it. Oh, we're all simps.
I didn't say that, Jonathan. That's why I wanted to go before you. Listen carefully. Amp pays all the bills. He has all the male responsibilities, and he still takes time of his day to actually help with their role. He could literally put his foot up and say, hey, man, I did my job. She does his job. But even Amp, that is part of probably the 10%, the 20% of men that is paying all the bills and actually has leverage on the relationship because of that, he's still doing that. So imagine the average dude that is splitting the mortgage with his wife. That doesn't have the situation.
Same thing.
Oh my God. So friends.
That's not the same thing.
No, it is, because let me tell you why.
Let's see. Well, yeah, but after I just want to make sure. Let's get them to respond to just like what I articulated to see where they fall because they have a similar, the construct.
Go ahead.
I would just say this: that relationships work in ebbs and flows. So again, in this stage right now, you may be picking up the slack, you may be doing more, but just like you said, she works for me. She helps out with my business. She tries her best. She doesn't have to do that, right? That's according to how the layout is. But sometimes she does, right? And a lot of times takes care of the majority of the household. So in my opinion, it always evens out. But it's going to be ebbs and flows to where sometimes I'm giving more in this situation and sometimes she giving more. That's just the nature of a relationship. But I don't feel like a man should be taking a significant loss in the relationship or the marriage. And if he is, that's not a marriage that he should be in. Shit should be balanced. That's why I always laugh at the 50-50 concept of relationships. Relationships have always been 50-50. It's just the contribution looked different back in the day. Right, so where the man's 50%, I was gonna say the man's 50% back in the day was strictly financial. Her 50% back in the day was taking care of the household. Nowadays, duties is being shared, so it's still 50-50 from an effort perspective. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by ebbs and flows. Should nobody in a relationship just be overloaded with tasks. And like I said, if that's the case, you're in the wrong marriage.
Okay.
Like we're all different.
I just got one follow-up question for Trill John, that you could jump in because I want to get everybody's opinion and Fatty can circle back. And Trill, in terms of loss, do you think generally speaking though men do accept an acceptable loss? And just in terms of like war, right? You know, when you bomb to get the person you want to bomb, there's going to be casualties that you didn't intend, but they're acceptable loss for the greater good. Do you think that generally men kind of live in that standard where I may not get, even though she thinks she giving back, right? But we generally pour in and we know we take a slight acceptable loss, especially giving up options, monogamy, etc.
Yeah, I would say definitely, but again, I think we programmed to be that way. We programmed to where that's honorable for us to do, to take less than, to endure, to just like you said, a little boy fall on the ground and scrape his knees, get your ass up. It ain't no expressing. It ain't no none of that. We are programmed to endure and to accept the majority of the load. But again, if we claim to be leaders, that's in the job description. That's in the job requirement. The problem is when the load is so lopsided to where you got to ask yourself, what the hell is she even bringing to this scenario? I feel like that's where it's trouble. That's where it's like, okay, I got to get the fuck out of here and go get to something that's a bit more manageable. But again, as a man, we take honor in carrying more than the woman. We program to.
Didn't you say that it was 50-50?
I said relationships work in ebbs and flows, but for the most part, it's going to even out and be 50-50 from an effort perspective.
So why are you telling that? Like, I'm not even trying to get you through. It's probably communication barrier.
That's the problem.
How do you go from a relationship being 50-50? No, it's because you said relationships are always been 50-50, and then you said marry carry more of the load.
I said men are programmed to carry more of the load, programmed to endure. But again, in a relationship, just like I said, it's going to be ebbs and flows in it. But it's all even out, or the man should take slightly more. Again, that's what we're programmed to do.
It's again with the double talking shit.
What?
No, it's double talking shit. If relationship. No, this is amazing. Like, I'm just going to leave it alone. Hey guys, you have a good time, but this is just amazing.
No, he was explaining it's always been 50-50. He's saying back then because the man just had to worry about the financial, and the woman had to worry about the household. That's what he meant when he said 50-50 back then.
No, he said that even right now, relationship always was 50-50, which is 50-50. And then he said that men carry more of the load. Okay, so that's not 50-50, that's double talking. Because if you carry more of the load, it's 55-45, it's 60-40, it's 70-40. Most relationships, unfortunately, with all due respect, the men carry more of the burden because their roles are fixated, they are set in stone, and the woman can do whatever the fuck they want. She can go to school, she can be back, she can be a stay-at-home mom, she can go to work. Usually that's how it goes. The man has to be the stable force of the relationship even more, and the woman is the one that actually takes more. So what are we talking? Is that not double talking? Nobody's going to say it's double talking?
It's not double talking, Fatty. Because again, when I said what I said there are ebbs and flows in a relationship. There are going to be points in a relationship to where a man is carrying more than a woman. There are going to be points in a relationship to where a woman is carrying more than a man. But I said men are programmed to take honor in carrying more. But again, if that load is lopsided, that's not a relationship that he should be in. That's exactly what I said, bro. But again, you pick what you want to pick from it to try to make an aha moment. And for the 30th fucking time tonight, you fell on your fucking face trying that. Just stop, bro. Like that's have anybody ever told you like that you're like very annoying?
No,
like,
I know.
You're like a fucking fly, like at a barbecue. It's just like, God, but damn, like, you're trying to have adult conversation, and you keep just doing childish shit. Like it's just immature. Like trying to like you are 34 years old, gang. Like how long like are you gonna do this shit? Like you get the questioning like why are you still? Why are you having trouble with women? This is why.
No, I don't have problems. I don't have problems with women. You never heard me
I
say
can't
that.
fucking tell because again, when we was talking about likelihood and dealing with women and experiences and things of that nature, and I was giving you a bit of my experience, you was way too taken aback to say that you don't have no trouble with women. Yes, you do. You are annoying, bro. This shit is absolutely unnecessary.
Yes, so this is what, like, you are actually talking like a woman. This is what that Kevin Samuels actually told our woman do. Sign language, shame, insults, they need to be right. You are actually the one talking like a woman.
No,
and
there
the
is no
problem,
need
no,
to be
don't
right.
interrupt
I'm
me.
right.
Don't interrupt me.
I've been
Don't
right all
interrupt
night.
me. Don't
There is no
interrupt me.
debate. There is no
Don't
need to be
interrupt
right.
me.
There is
Don't
no back and
interrupt me
forth.
because I didn't
You are
interrupt you.
wrong.
No,
Over and over and over again.
Don't
It ain't no need
interrupt
to be
me
right. It
because I
is what it
didn't
is.
interrupt you, sir. You are using
You did
sign
interrupt
language.
me. I wasn't done talking. You were interrupting me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like a badass kid that's trying to jump into an adult conversation that you shouldn't be in. You don't have experience in relationships. You don't live in America. Why the you don't believe in marriage? Why the fuck are you up here discussing relationships and marriage? If it's not going back to what I said, because you know that polarization and chaos makes you money. I'm not gonna let niggas give you that pass. Bro tried to give you that pass earlier. That's not the reason you in this shit. You in this shit to make money. You said it yourself.
Yes, so but what's the point? Stop there.
Again, look at you interrupting right now. Look
No,
at
you interrupted me. You
interrupted me first.
Sir, I work on this place for 2 years without getting a penny. Actually, I gave more on this place for free than most people did. I have the right to make money out of it just like you do. So I will repeat again. A masculine man doesn't do ad hominems like you do. A masculine man does not all sassy, saying you get no woman. Like you are the same as this woman. You see what again? Why are you jumping on the conversation? You are an adult. Why are you jumping on my conversation? Let me finish. Me as a kid.
Having an adult conversation all night since you got up here.
Let the kid finish. Let the kid finish.
You are not a fucking adult.
No, let the kid finish. Let the kid finish.
You are a big ass kid.
So,
with a terrible fucking accent from another place in the world that's trying to comment on shit that you don't identify with. You can't relate to.
Okay, so when
That's
I finish, you can say when I concede, you can do it.
And your results reflect that.
What results? What results?
Exactly.
No. Trill. What is the results that I want that I don't have? Tell me.
Clearly acceptance.
Great question.
Clearly acceptance. Clearly the need to be right, which you haven't been all fucking night, and you will never receive. Those are two things that you want.
No. Wait. Let's be pragmatic like real men. What are the results that you said? I don't get the results.
Why are we gonna act like real men and you not one? You ain't been behaving like a real man.
You see what I'm talking about? You are deflecting again, like you are being a child now, and you are doing ad hominem because you have nothing left. Trill, listen very carefully. Like if the difficult conversations are had with people that don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. Like me and you were talking before. I don't agree with your premises. When you are telling that the person that doesn't agree with you and is trying to actually ask you, why did you say something here and now you're saying something there? Why you are not into something? I literally ask you, and nobody kind of messed into the middle of it. How is that not double talking? It's just a math equation. If 50-50 is 50-50, which is half of the way, and the men carry the most of the load, it's not 50-50 anymore, and that's double talking. And you, instead of you were saying, yeah, it's probably double talking, and the people around here saying it kind of is double talking, we're pretending that I'm a child when I'm just questioning your logic. Your logic is fallible.
But again, you're not just questioning logic for one. And to that point, which I've said 3 or 4 times, there are ebbs and flows in a relationship. Over time, it equals out to 50-50. That is what I said. But you're not listening because you don't want to hear me. You want to make a point. You want to make a talking point. You want to make an aha moment. Because if you didn't, you would listen to what I said and accept what I said as reality, especially speaking from somebody that actually has experience in the topic that we're talking about. You don't have that. Yet you sit up here and speak from this moral high ground or this fucking knowledgeable high ground that I'm truly befuddled. Like, how do you speak it so confidently?
And you are right. You know what? But you know that that's the part of actually know your track record, right? Kayla doesn't have kids, and she doesn't.
Why are we talking about Kayla when
because it's to make. It's not about Kayla. It's to make a point. You invited people for your platform to actually debate you and go against you on marriage topics and all that. They didn't have a kid and didn't have a husband. And you never said and qualified them and says, I'm bringing you here, but you shouldn't be talking about marriage because you don't have the results. But all of a sudden now, when it's convenient, when you are on AMP, and I have the same type of track record in Kayla, for example, as a person that you platform and debated against her, your opinion is valid because you don't have the results, even though I don't know the results that you are having. How?
No. But
How?
again, first off, I didn't invite nobody to be on my platform. Let's establish that, right? One.
Are you the owner of your platform?
To everybody that been on it, but I didn't personally invite. No, hey man, I need you up here. Come up here and talk about. No. Like I said, this platform was built off me and my guys. So when we conducted live streams, we didn't just talk about marriage. We talked about dating. We talked about relationships. We talked about a wide gamut of things. But even on those panels, when we discussing marriage, there were plenty of people on the panel that were married. So again, it's not people up here doing like you, right? But have zero experience and are discussing these things, whether it be dating, whether it be marriage, or whatever the case may be. So don't try to group me in with you in terms of the content we make. We don't make the same content.
No, you are a panderer. I don't. I'm not a panderer.
You're interrupting me again. Just like you just said, you're interrupting me again, right?
You interrupted me too. We're doing the same job.
Fresh, shock value content, and you make money off that. Like that's your claim to fame. Like that's how you became somebody notable in this space or whatever the case may be. That's what you did to get there. I didn't do that. So again, stop trying to talk as if we came up the same way, because I started conducting live streams well after I had 200,000 followers, so whatever the case may be on YouTube. And I ain't even the type of nigga to brag on my numbers like that.
And you needed four men to do this as well.
Not.
Yeah, and you needed three guys, and you needed three guys to actually help you get there, while I actually did it by myself. But let me just say something. No. What, you didn't start with three guys on your sitting on the chair talking about shit? Like, you didn't do it by yourself. There's 2 seasons. There's no Trill season, right? So let me look at those. No. Don't interrupt me. Right? Because you are a grown up. I'm a kid, right? The point is simple, Trill, and is very. You are not going to be consistent with that opinion. I guarantee. Does Mr. Let Go? Because you are not the gatekeeper. Even though the platform is yours, you had no role into allowing people telling people that don't have relationship goals or success to be on that platform. On tonight's conversation, you have several people that don't have kids. They are not married. And you know what you do? You debate with them and you debate the points instead of debating the people. What you're doing right now, once again, is very feminine. Instead of debating where am I wrong, and this is what Jonathan did. Jonathan kind of came in and said, Freddy's kind of annoying me, but he's right. Instead of debating my points, from time after time, you are throwing ad hominems. And this is the difference between me and you, so we can, this is your show, this is not my show. We are not the same. I might be a shock joker. I might be somebody that likes controversy and messiness, but I'm real. You are a panderer. You pander to both sides so you can get the much money as possible. You pander to
both sides.
No, don't interrupt me. You pander to single woman. You pander to old woman. You pander to every single body to make sure that you get the most money possible. So we are actually not the same, because I will never pander to people to actually buy my chains and put money in my pocket. So go ahead, sir. You got
that shit makes absolutely no sense. For one, you cannot pander to both sides. That is fucking ridiculous. How you pander to women and pander to men? That is nonsense, right? So again, how I built the platform. You talk about, did you not build it with 3 guys? Sure, but go look at the clips. When you go look at these clips that got 500,000 likes and 400,000 likes and 300,000 likes and shit like that. Again, I'm not even the type of person to talk about numbers, but you are pushing me to do it. Whose face do you see on it? Do you see 3 guys or do you see mine?
Oh, so you're discrediting your colleagues?
Let's take
you're discrediting your colleagues. That's why you're interrupting
again. Stop interrupting me,
man. I can't really see. I'm breaking up, but from what I'm looking in the chat, are we making progress?
No, we're never gonna make progress.
I can hear y'all a little bit, but
who don't believe in relationships, who don't believe in marriage, and I'm genuinely curious, why the fuck is this here to begin with?
I never said that. And thank you for taking credit out of your friends that actually help you build and get you where you are. Salute to you, sir. That was a manly move.
I can't hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
damn. Am I blurred? I can't hear for shit. All right, so like,
you
share,
good.
subscribe. Okay, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. My bad, man. I got a service outage. Did MRM get to go?
No.
I missed the whole.
Okay, so the original question, which is what I forgot, but I wrote this down, and now I got to try to figure out why I wrote it down. So in the relationship, I guess when you guys were talking about the whole notion of simping, whatever, in my marriage, and you can say that it is anecdotal, I don't know if you doing what you're supposed to do as a husband or as a wife would be considered simping or whatever. Because, for example, just because I might have helped my wife one day with the dishes or something, that's considered simping, or I'm lost. Because to me, in my opinion, if I had to help my wife out with anything that she normally does around the household, I wouldn't consider it to be simping or anything like that. I would be consider that to be something I learned to do as an independent, self-sufficient adult. So, I mean, before I met my wife, I knew how to wash dishes. I knew how to cook. I knew how to clean. So if I helped her out, which this did have to happen when my wife got sick before, I don't know if that would be considered. I guess I'm lost on the initial point on that. And likewise, it shouldn't even be worded this way where you say helping your wife out with the kids. What do you mean help my wife with our kids? I'm a dad. That's what a dad does. So what do you mean help? There is no helping. I'm just doing what a dad is doing. It's the same notion I use on people when they say things like when my wife used to go out with her girls or whatever, they say, "Oh, your husband is babysitting." What do you mean babysitting? No, I'm not babysitting. I just have my kids. So I'm kind of confused on the whole notion of if I do anything within my marriage to keep our marriage sustainable, that somehow is making me simp or anything like that. So I guess I'm confused on what that actually is.
No, MRM. Hold on, am I good now?
Yeah, you good, bro.
MRM. I apologize, fellas. I hate that. MRM. What I was more so pointing to when I put out the similar analogy is that she doesn't really help me with my tasks, but I will help her with hers. And I do agree that Trill said there's something that adds to a man's bravado when he can provide and also lean into the tasks that aren't traditionally his. But it doesn't negate the fact that it's uneven.
Right. It's gonna be uneven, bro. Like,
yes,
this is what I'm saying.
But is that okay? I'm sorry, Uncle Rick. Before you go, I'm just say this real quick. I'm trying to figure out what is the simping. I'm new to that phrase, and it seems like it's never had a actually definitive what it actually is or what it means.
What I often hear when I surmise it, MRM, and I could be wrong, is this exchange isn't equal. You know, like we put more in than we generally get back from the females, which would be by definition a level of simpery.
What that if that's the case, everybody that ever deal with a woman is a simp.
No,
no. Let me finish.
Yeah,
right?
I got the definition of something wrong, bro.
I know, but that's what that's the point I'm highlighting, Shytown. Right? So again, this is the problem I have. Y'all say y'all understand the nature of women, but then try to fight it when it comes to fruition. The way a woman respects you is because you take care of her.
Yes.
Right? It's because you provide for her. The problem is that if you have a woman who doesn't appreciate and respect the effort, again, that's still a you problem because you chose her.
Does it have to do with respect, Uncle Rick, or does it have to do with
yes. It is, because again, a woman must submit to my service.
Understood, but the output's not going to be even. Therefore,
it never will be. You're a man, she's a woman.
So you guys agree with me? God damn it! Thank you.
I think the overarching point is that because the output is always uneven, when the definition is put into place, it would qualify. Now, would the pushback be because when you do the things and go the extra mile, you get the level of submission in which you're asking for? Does that now equal out the return on the investment, which makes you not a simp at that point?
where the return comes.
But you see what I'm saying? No, see, I just broke it down though. So I don't. So not the fact that return. I said when you put out more than what she generally puts out, right? But you then get that level of submission, right, and cooperation in return. I would argue that then equals it out, which makes me now not a simp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
You are giving more to get peace back. Absolutely. So you guys agree with me?
Right. No one disagrees, but if that's the game and you don't want to play it, don't play.
Well, no,
that's all I keep saying.
Uncle
like
Rick, that doesn't help us through the conversation. We understand, like, to each his own, but in terms of what we are buying into, is what am I saying? Facts.
What's the reference? What's the reference? My apologies, DJ Ham. What's the reference?
Yeah, no, and I could be breaking up, and I apologize. I couldn't hear. I was going in and out for the last.
What's the reference point, sir?
Just in terms of what I just said, like, so now I get the level of submission and cooperation, because I'm putting out so much more, and therefore now I'm not a simp because I'm getting what I need back in return, which makes the return on investment come to a level of equality.
Yeah, I believe that's how it always worked and always will work.
No, we can't be doing no.
The issue, I think, with the conversation, like we're throwing, like, simp. Sha was right. Simp. We're using simp extremely wrong. Like all of that. Like if a man is in a marriage or a relationship and he's doing a little bit more and getting everything that he wants and is satisfied and whatever, regardless if he's doing a little bit more, that doesn't make him a simp. Now, if he's not getting anything, a simp is, you're doing everything for this Joan over here, and she's just spinning you around the block, not giving you nothing, but you just running behind her coattail. That's a simp.
So,
or how about in a marriage where you're doing everything, paying all the bills, doing everything, and then you gotta ask her for sex?
Happy wife, happy life. Yes, you don't get the return. You don't get return on like you give, and you don't get like what MP is talking about is not simp. Is what the relationship needs to be. You actually need to do it so the relationship can become healthy for 10 years, 20 years. You give a little bit more. You give her money to do some dumb shit that you know is going to fail, but you give it anyway because you got it. You listen to, like, that's what we're talking about. It's not just you do your job. You know that the quality of life of that woman, just because you wash some dishes, now she's probably going to be on a better mood to actually do her job. That's what MP is saying. That's not simping. That's you actually being pragmatic. That's
right, I agree.
That's how most relationships go. The man gives more.
So what do you call a man that does everything y'all saying that he's doing, but he has to ask for sex? He has to ask
Jesus Christ.
for head.
It depends if he's
ask.
Right. Would that happen to you though?
What do you call it?
No, I got you. I call it a stupid motherfucker, but would it happen to you though?
Hell
yeah. To figure out the difference between what y'all talking about.
No, I'm not trying to disrespect Chi-Town. I answer the question. I call it a stupid motherfucker, right? But again, if we want to be real about what you going through, would it happen to you? Would you allow it to happen to you?
I would never allow something like that to happen to me.
Okay, then. So again, what do you want, my guy?
Uncle Rick, yes, he would. Because here's the truth: your wife don't like you all the time. There's weeks where you go together, man. I can't stand this goddamn. And you.
Man, you broke up, Ham. Last 5 seconds, you broke up, Ham.
Man, my bad. I'm just saying, like, I just want us to be 100% honest, man.
I'm being honest.
Go through weeks where you don't fuck with her, and she don't fuck with you, and that's your only option.
That ain't the same though. That ain't the same though.
But what I'm saying is, you ain't gonna get no cheeks in that week.
No, Hemp. I'm not saying it in terms of that. I'm talking about all the time. I'm talking about what do you call a man
let's just clarify. Let's just be 100% honest. Yeah, but remember that's 25%. So remember we said 30% cheating is not the majority. So we looked at the stat. 25% of men are going through sexless. But let's be clear. When you got beef with her, y'all beefing.
No, I remember we just had a panel with talking about that. What was the percentage of men is in sexless marriages?
25%. If I'm breaking up, I apologize. But we looked it up. It was 25%.
So 25% of men is in sexless marriages.
Is 25 the minority or a majority?
I'm
the minority.
No, I'm answering his question. So 25% of the men is in sexless marriages, and they still doing what the fuck they supposed to do, but they're in sexless marriages.
Yes.
So right. So they married the wrong woman, right?
Yes.
That means they chose the wrong spouse, correct?
You can't say that because
Nope. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. If the man
technically you can. Yeah, technically you can.
Okay.
They didn't know it before it happened. Like denying sex is a marriage thing. Is not a
I understand. So this is what I'm saying. I understand the argument, Fatty, that you and Ali make. Let's get that out the way. That's not what I'm saying, right? Again, like I said, at the beginning of the day, no matter what, you have a choice and decision of the person you choose to be with. You have that choice and decision. What we need to optimize is young men getting the game from either their fathers, their uncles, or somebody who gives a fuck about them. So when they do make the marriage, when they do want to get married, they can choose correctly. Now, again, like I said, I agree. It's too hard for y'all to find a wife out here because they standing too close to the hoes. I totally agree with that, right? But again, are you marriage minded? So that way we can get you the tools to focus on getting married.
Exactly.
Yes, but you miss their point. Is that there are some parts of the thing that you can control. Is completely up to work. Right. So most of the women, they don't deny sex when they are boyfriend and girlfriend. But as soon as they have kids, as soon as they have the ring, as soon as they start living together, now is when the shit actually starts to come.
There's reasons behind that, though. It's not like it's just a switch that came on that once you got married, she's like, up, it's a wrap. There's things. You said pregnant, right? You said pregnant. Women have all kind of things that goes on during pregnancy that they don't want to do that. So I mean, you just can't say.
Let's slow it.
Go ahead, Ham. I can hear you.
Well, real quick, let's slow it down a bit, right? Because here's let's keep it a buck for a second, right? Here's what actually happens with men. Oftentimes, you know, we be cool. You find a chick, right? Oh, she a little bit different. She start to appeal to you in a different way. But oftentimes, the brothers, the chick will put the press on, in which a man will then make a decision. Oftentimes, the men who have access ain't really looking for marriage per se, but they'll be open to it at an extent, and then they'll find a woman that they'll be like, okay, boom, right? And now here's the other thing: you got other chicks you smashing in between time, right? You not even on that. Like you, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
You are not breaking, Sam. You are not breaking down. Like it sounds sometimes they give like a 1 second glitch, but keep talking because we can hear you.
Okay, my bad. Then I apologize, fellas. Right, and so what happens is you like her, but you smashing Rhonda on Thursday. Y'all older, so I want to use an older name. You know, you smashing Rhonda on Thursdays, right? And so you're not even worried about necessarily just her. And then as we start getting committed, now we like, damn, monogamy different. And then you get married, and then she have the kids, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And she's trying to win, whether regardless of women like it, accept it, you know, they say it out loud, they know they competing. But once they continue to lock you down, you'll see things slightly drop off just a tad bit. You know, and then what do we do then? That's how life actually be life for men.
Yes. We concede and concede and concede and concede, and that's how it's life supposed to be. But that's the part that people don't want to talk about is the men are the leaders. Just because you dunk that ball doesn't mean that she didn't throw the alley-oop. Most of the men that I know that got married, they got pushed to be married. They weren't on the type of time. The woman started to drop some hints, and then they did it. Same thing with the babies. They kind of didn't want to have a baby, but the woman started to drop some hints, and now they get the baby. Same thing with the house. Just because you pay for it doesn't mean that she didn't put you in that direction. That's how most relationships go.
So wait, Fatty, you said most men that you know, they were pretty much pressed to get married?
If they were, like Em said, they were open to it because they like her enough.
No, I'm just talking about what you just said was you said most men that you know were pretty much pressed to get married.
Listen, I will give context, right? Living together, having a beautiful life as boyfriend and girlfriend. The girlfriend wants more commitment, push for the marriage, and they say, hey man, I'm already doing this shit. Let me go ahead and do it because I love her that much. That's what I'm talking about. It's not the either you marry me or I'm leaving type of thing. It's the you see pressure from the parents. When are you guys going to get married? When are you guys going to get kids? And the man probably, okay, goddamn, let me go ahead.
So can we say the difference in in results, or let's say hypothetically, right? Can we say the difference in results is that the men who wasn't pressured into these things and controlled the situation probably have better outcomes than the men who didn't?
I don't know if I agree with you, Ricky.
I agree. Because the same way, I don't concede to that bullshit. And I'm glad that my generation think the way that we think. Because I'm not going to settle for something. The same way you come into a relationship, into a marriage, you better be the same motherfucker throughout the whole marriage. I'm not conceding to shit. Either you going to be the same person I motherfucking married throughout the whole marriage in terms of doing what you did to lock me in.
You'll never get married.
You are going to be divorced in 3 years. That's not how marriage works.
You'll never get married.
Never going to end.
People change. Both of y'all change, bro.
I hope y'all. I mean, depending on how long you want to be married, I hope both y'all are changing throughout those years. You're going to change.
That's the fucking problem with y'all niggas, man. That's the problem.
But let me tell y'all though. See, Trill, you know, MRM Trill. I don't know if y'all know Shy. That's my young OG, man. That's my little cousin. He's bugging, bro. Shy brought some shoes for a girl last week, and he met her last week.
Put him in a fucking bed.
He a totally different. He a totally different dude, bro.
Nah, bro,
He a totally different. He a different type of animal, man. Hey, Trill, he go to True Lux with him. He don't know their last name. It don't matter. Shy, like it's.
Yeah, nah, but I think it boiled down though, man, to like your ability to adapt within the marriage. Like that's how that bitch gonna survive. I think fact is what y'all saying is right, man. The same person that you married is gonna look a little different and gonna be inspired by different shit in year 10, year 15, or whatever the case may be. Then that she may have been inspired by when y'all was dating. So I think, you know, as a leader, man, it's part of the job. I gotta adapt I gotta adapt and sometimes adjust how I get the best version of you out of you. You know, it's kind of similar to basketball or football or something. You can't coach the rookie the same way that you coach the vet after been there 10, 15 years. It's just certain things that's just not going to get peak performance out of that person now that they've adapted, they've seen more life, they've been experienced, whatever the case may be. You know, that's why you got teams to where mini camp, OTAs and shit, you're going to see all of the young players there, but you ain't going to see the goddamn veterans that's stars on the team because they don't need that to get, you know, inspired. They need different shit. And I think that's on the leader, you know, or the coach in that situation to figure out, hey, how can I get the desired results that I need from you? But the problem is a lot of men got issues communicating with their woman. A lot of men will be going sexless like a motherfucker and won't speak on it as emphatically as they should. Or with the urgency that's going to be necessary for you to get those results. They may bring it up one time or whatever and get frustrated that I ain't getting it, and I'm gonna go out in the streets and get it from somewhere else instead of sitting there down like, look, hey, like what can I do to get the best version of you? You know what I'm saying? Or to get this from you. I'm not getting it. I feel like it done dropped off or whatever, and it ain't even on no finger pointing type shit. It's just like pulling you to the side, like, hey, I want this shit to work. Help me help you. You know what I'm saying? And that takes vulnerability, that takes humility, that takes a lot of shit that unfortunately most men don't have. So instead of communicating that shit, they're gonna go without, they're gonna get frustrated, they're gonna build resentment for, and they're gonna go out and get it from somewhere else. So I feel like that's just part of the issue. You gotta adapt your leadership style as the relationship goes, or just like Fatty them saying, it's gonna be three and done. Bro.
You know, in Trill, you know, just in terms of full transparency, right? We'll get frustrated, and this is how we'll communicate it. All right, now, you know that one, like, and it's not 100% clear. We want, you keep playing with me, right? We'll say it in ways like that where we get comfortable in anger, but the truth is, it sucks and it's embarrassing, right? And it's hurtful that you're not getting it, but we don't want to get to that level of vulnerability. And we wouldn't dare go and tell your man, I'm not getting no cheeks from my wife, right? But the truth is, if we confide in each other, you'd be surprised what solace you can find because people are going through similar things. You know what I mean?
Well, dude, I'm just being real. I was completely pissed. This is my first. I didn't know what was going on. I thought I had a problem. I'm like, maybe I'm just wanting it too much. Maybe it's me. I'm like wilding out. So actually, you know, a man who helped raise me, I went to my pastor and he broke some stuff down for me. It helped out a lot. It helped me a great deal. I was like, I was to the extent, I was to the point to where she was like, oh, we want to take the kids to the park. Nope. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Which I mean, just raging, and I'm just being real. You know, most people won't do that, man. Sometimes I've been on here before where I heard people say, I get it from her every time because she knows her role. She's in her feminine. Bro, come on, man.
That's not true.
Come on, man. Don't. It's like don't. A lot of people have faced that. They call it a sexless point where you get super frustrated, and a lot of times the way we respond, I mean, at least you can say it's anecdotal, but you get pissed. You get completely mad. What's wrong with you? I mean, I should be able to, and it don't work that way all the time. But instead of getting pissed off because I was new to the thing, I want to find out what is it, what's going on. Ask her. Well, should she know? I mean, I've been wanting it every single day. Like it's been going. All of a sudden, it's kind of tempering off. It was every day now, 3 times a week. No.
Can we be honest about this? This is why these conversations a lot of times sound kind of fake, right? When are we going to admit that sometimes we need to put the fear of God to these women so they can actually comply, especially with this sex shit? The last thing you want to do is going to negotiate with your wife for more blowjobs. The day that you have to ask for more blowjobs is the day that you're probably not going to get the blowjobs that you want. What you have to communicate a lot of times is, hey, if you are not going to give me this, I'm going to get it someone else. Is that fair? And if she says no, now you have a deal. But the fact that we want to be nice to these women when they don't react good to nice shit is why a lot of times this conversation sounds fake. You are not going to go to your woman and say, hey, baby, I'm not having enough. Can I get a little bit more? There's a day that you lose that woman sexually because you're begging for sex. Women don't react good to that shit. They react with pressure.
No, wait. When you say you have to put the fear of God in them, what exactly do you mean?
Is if you don't give me, I'm going to get it somewhere else. Yes.
But yeah, I hear you on that, Fatty. See, but I hear you on that. But the relationship should never come to that. To be honest with you, right? In my opinion, but who the fuck am I, right? I'm gonna make it specific to me because I can only speak to y'all from my eyes, right? What I saw is that this is my woman. I don't know about your woman. I'm talking about my woman. My woman, when she saw me make adjustment, she adjusted. Right? So, and this way, Hamp, you know my rule. I remove excuses so that way, when you got some shit to say, I'm gonna flame your ass down. Right? So if I'm doing my job as a man, taking these burdens off you, except the things you want to do around the house, right? You want to garden, right? You ain't got to wash no dishes. You ain't paying no bills. And you still got a problem. Then we got a problem. You understand what I'm saying? That leadership it costs you something. It's not innate, nor is a woman gonna give it to you willy-nilly.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right? So
Uncle Rick, I just want you to expound on that point. The key is remove the excuses.
Right. And what I mean is that what I mean when I say that is, right, fellas, I hear what the shit that's outside. They keep saying men got to be better, blah blah blah. Y'all know how I feel. I think the black man at this point in society is doing better than they ever done in the history of America. Right?
You think so?
Yeah, I believe so. As far as financial wise, stuff like that. Now the family stuff is the problem. So if you want to put that into factor, I completely understand if that makes sense, right? We're not families like we used to, right? So we can use that as a big degrader, right? But as far as
I was thinking more so reconstruct, but that we get into minutia. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, but at that point it was a different. I got
that, right? That's my fault. I apologize. Go ahead.
Right. So again, right? If a man is taking the stresses off his wife, so that the things she could blame shit on is gone, I think you've done your job wholeheartedly. And at that point, ain't no fear of God needed. It's simple choices in this thing, right? So again, it costs you to be him. Again, you don't get no participation trophies.
Yeah.
That shit don't exist. Get the shit out your head just because you here and you a man and you doing it. It don't go like that. Now that's cool. Listen to what I'm saying. That's cool if y'all don't want no wife and y'all enjoy out here playing the field and dealing with these free chicks and these ducks and getting where you in, hey, by all means. But if you got a good woman, the reason she's with you first and foremost is for you to provide and protect for her. That's right. She might love you, right? But that provide and protect gonna override pretty much every time. And like I said, if she respects you as a man, when she sees you making these efforts, she's gonna make the correct adjustments. As a woman, now if your female is not doing that, she's not your lady. She ain't your lady. Plain and simple. But then again, it comes back to what choice are you willing to do? Are you willing to be the man you say you are? And because she treating you a way you don't like or not doing what y'all agreed upon, you gonna stay in that thing? Or you gonna cut your losses and get up out of there?
No.
See, that's what I was talking about right there. What you just said is what I'm talking about right there. Why would you stay in a situation where you have to bargain with somebody that you fucking providing for and taking care of and doing all this shit, and you got to bargain sex? You got to bargain for her to cook you a hot meal. You got to bargain for shit. Ain't no fucking bargaining. I'm gonna cut my losses and I'm gonna move the fuck on.
But that's the part that I get. And Trill and Aaron, I want to get your opinion, right? Shy ain't wrong. However, I think people get to the end before doing the work in the middle that I think was the meat pause of what Uncle Rick was actually saying, right? And we played real sports. Like I know MRM ran track or whatever, but football is the key to life, right? No offense, MRM. I know you was like yelling swish or whatever y'all saying basketball. But the men who stayed late in the weight room, who got them extra reps, you know what I mean? Trill, what position you played?
Safety, receiver.
Right. And so the routes, anybody who stayed with Tom Brady got the ball more. Right. They understood how you wanted to run that 5 and out. It seems simple until it's Tom Brady throwing the ball, and you will not get it if you're not running it correctly. We've done extra our whole lives, right? And in our relationships, it's like it's supposed to change. But the truth is, the men who've been successful in competition have always went the extra mile. So I liken it to shit like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think also we give women too much credit for knowing what they're doing in relationships. So in essence, a lot of times we get into it and just check out mentally in terms of letting her, kind of be the bar for where we need to be at from a compatibility perspective, from an emotional intelligence perspective, from all of the intangibles. We don't take the time to learn those things, but they are absolutely necessary to sustaining a relationship. You'll literally have dudes coming in feeling like, okay, just because I pay all the bills and I basically I got this house and I'm paying for everything, that I'm doing my job, right? But it's more to it than that. I think the longer you be in a relationship, you start to learn that shit. If you don't have emotional intelligence, that woman will leave your ass. It don't matter how much money you got. Ask Bill Gates, ask Jeff Bezos, ask Tiger, ask all these people who was billionaires that done lost their woman because they had zero emotional intelligence. You see what I'm saying? But again, as a man and as a leader, you should be constantly evolving. You should be constantly learning shit. You should be constantly able to adapt. That would be similar to marrying a woman and she make your favorite meal. You like macaroni and cheese. She make that shit every day. Literally. It may be cool at first, but year 10, that shit don't taste as good as it did when I first met your ass. But she's saying, well, I'm cooking every day. Yeah, baby, but I'm eating this shit every day. This is all you cooking. This is all I'm eating every day for 10 years. Damn. Can you do something else? Can you adapt? I don't like it as much no more now because you do this shit so much. So she gotta adapt to what your new needs are and what your new likes are and figure out, hey, how can I please my man? But that take conversations before it get to the point of resentment. And I feel like that's what men drop the ball at, because we don't communicate as much as we need to until it gets to a point of resentment. We sweeping shit under the rug. You know what? That ain't that big a deal. I ain't gonna say nothing. You know what? I don't feel like arguing. I ain't gonna say nothing. You know what? I want to keep the peace. I ain't gonna say nothing until it get to a point where you know what, man? I'm gonna just go fuck Jane down the street or whatever, man. I'm tired of this shit, man. But if you would have had that conversation when she first started slipping or when she first started dropping the ball, the shit that you felt like wasn't that big of a deal, wouldn't have turned into one. So again, leadership, adaptability, being able to get peak efficiency out of your partner. A lot of men do not have that skill, despite claiming to be leaders.
Word. Aaron?
Hello, everyone. Trill. Good to see you. Been watching you a while. Fatty. So, are you suggesting that if a woman doesn't do as much as a man does, and she's leading him in a marriage?
No. Woman lead by proxy. Man rule the world. Woman rule man. She doesn't have to be strong enough to open the pickle jar. She just doesn't have to man around and says, "Can you open this for me?" That's how women actually control relationships. They don't carry the heavy load. They fall in love with men that actually will do it. They will tell their brothers to crash out. They go to their daddy. That's how they actually survive. So that's how they rule. It's not by doing shit. It's by telling the person next to them, the man, to actually do the heavy lift. Go ahead.
So they're not doing as much because they're telling the other person to do more. Somebody has to do it, right?
Yes, they don't have to pave the roads. They don't have to pave the roads. You pave the roads and then drive their cars on the road. Yes.
All right. I thought the only position you could lead from is the front.
No. A chauffeur, who is leading? The person on the back or the person that is driving?
What do you mean, in a car?
If I order a Uber and the motherfucker is driving and I'm telling you where to go sitting on the back.
Driver's leading the car.
Huh?
Driver's leading the car.
No, but he's leading to where I wanted to go. King Joffrey was the king in Game of Thrones. His mother was the one controlling the reign from the back. He was never the king. He was the king in face, but his mother was telling him, go left, go right, do this, do that, because he was not the true king. She was the king.
If the driver says stop and get the fuck out of the car, what are you gonna do?
I will get out of the car and pick another one. That's exactly what women are doing. No, that's exactly what women are doing. You don't want to go to my direction, sir, Mr. Chauffeur? I will get off the car and order another Uber. That's literally what women are doing.
True. I didn't ask that. I asked, what would you do if the driver says get out? So a parent leaves a child, no? Leaves a child, no?
No, Aaron.
Does it? It's a question.
Yeah, because it's a leading question. If the man says get off the car, yes, he is telling you to get off the car, but he's not impairing nothing because there's still other buses, there's still other cars, there's still other means of transportation that's going to get you to the destination. That doesn't make you a leader.
The fact that the car is being led by the driver. Listen, let's use another example. A child doesn't do nearly as much in the parent-child relationship. The parent has to do it. The parent leaves the child though, and if the child comes to the parent and says, "My 7-year-old daughter comes, Daddy, I'm hungry," I have to feed her. I'm not acquiescing to her.
So you don't know. So you don't know a bunch of kids that cry and their dad does what they want. So they kind of leading by car. That's what you call spoiled kids. That every time they don't get what they want, and the dad and the mom actually spoil them. They are the ones that
poor leadership, poor parenting.
But no, Aaron. There's strength in strength, and there's strength in weakness. There's two ways you can actually be powerful. I'm a man. I can get the object that is heavy enough and put it on the wrong place. I can pave roads. I can build buildings. And there's strength in weakness, meaning my wife is married to me. Patty does something. She cries, and you guys are walking around on the same street, or she calls her brother, or she calls her dad, and she cries about it. And now I get consequences because a weak person actually made other people crash out for her. There's power in weakness, and this is the part that you guys don't understand. There's a lot of people that actually are emotional vampires, are resources vampires. They never build nothing. They never actually constructed something. They let the other person do the heavy lifting, and then they come around and they sit on the motherfucking premium chair because those people are just giving. That's what they do with Sims, for example.
You talk a lot, man. You gotta just be concise.
Oh my, Amp, I appreciate you, man.
Hey, Fatty is exactly right. You are Fatty is exactly right. And what he's saying, don't choose those women.
Aaron, coming from you, coming from you, goddamn it.
But all he's saying is the things that we all know these things.
Jesus,
there's always gonna be those guys who fall into that category and just do the simp and do all the stuff that you're talking about. Okay, now what?
the part you have to address is what happens when that man needs his wife to move and actually issues commands. You can't just leave it at the fact that weakness can take advantage of the power that strength affords them. You have to also ask the question, when strength demands whatever's weak to be employed, how does it respond?
You can't enforce nothing because you can't discipline your woman. If she denies you sex, there's nothing you can do. If she doesn't want to cook, there's nothing you can do. If she doesn't want to pick up the kids, there's nothing you can do. She wants to be.
That's not so. No, I think what it is when you go back to the kids analogy, right? Generally speaking, the kids is crying, wives more specifically, but give them what they want, etc. Right? But there's a point where that wife can take back all of that so-called control that them kids have, put their ass in a room and they cry themselves to sleep. You will have that option, I think, is the overarching point. Men and likening to women in these relationships. I think that exists.
Agreed.
And I would even say, like, how did they get there? Because spoiling them takes programming too. Because they got there because you gave them everything that they wanted instead of sitting them down and explaining to them, hey, this is why it's not happening this time. You can cry all you want to, but this is why it's not happening. My daughter, 5 years old, she is very logical and very reasonable when it comes to me. But when it comes to other people who just give her whatever she wants, yeah, of course she gonna throw that tantrum. She gonna fall on the ground and cry, whatever the case may be. But when they come to me and I say, hell no, that's not happening, she wiped them tears. Okay, daddy. Why? Because I done set her down and explained to her, hey, don't go near that, because if you go near that, this happens. Or don't go near that, but you know what I'm saying? Or don't do that because this is gonna be the result. But again, it falls back on leadership.
Exactly.
Right? If I'm raising her and I'm giving her everything she wants, how the hell do I have the audacity to complain when I finally say no and she crash out?
I think that's the point. And then the whole concept of, okay, then the woman is gonna go get somebody else to do the same thing. Okay, cool. Let her go. That's good for you. Like, I think we're talking about the things that we already know. Yo, if this Joan don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory, yo, I like the Buffalo Blast. If she ain't want to rock with me, go find some other dude that'll go with you.
In other words, he dodged that.
Yeah.
But now, John, you right. But let's keep it a G for a second. Once you start kissing on the lips, you on some huggy bear shit. We all know that letting her go and all that doesn't actually happen in real time in real life. Because you go to the hood right now, John, and you could rebuttal. The first grave about $1, the second one about a woman. I guarantee it.
Facts.
I just real not to cut you off. I put that in reverse. But go ahead.
No, yeah. I'm not negating that. But this whole conversation we're talking about is how can we become better men?
Okay.
I was that guy, that I liked her, so I dealt with a bunch of stuff.
A better man will never be good enough for the wrong woman, bro. That's what people keep missing. No matter what, look, shit happens in life, my guys. It happens. She might be a shitty woman. She might. Ain't nobody negating that point. But goddamn it, I'm a damn sure try to put up every roadblock and fucking goddamn emergency light that I can put up to make sure shit don't happen. And again, that started with me choosing a certain woman with a certain core value set. Yeah. She moved a certain type of way, right? She didn't let the things that other people say affect her, right? Mm-hmm. Again, she wasn't supposed to be easy to get, nigga. She wasn't supposed to be easy to get. Mm-hmm. And every single one of us come with our fuck ups. Every single one of us got baggage. Now, some of our baggage is more damaging than others. Again, that's a fact. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. I don't have a bunch of people around me because most people around me do fucked up shit. So I stay by myself. Whenever y'all see me where I'm at, I'm by myself. Right? In your life, you have choices and decisions. You can either control them or become victims of it.
That's true. That's true. What about when you invest in some shit though? I think that's what gentlemen get caught up in. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
And an investment, is it guaranteed a return?
No, but what I'm saying is people often try to save businesses, save their favorite hammer, save their favorite punching bag. Like niggas will do all they can because they don't put a lot of twerking with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that. So yeah, but and so I'm just likening that to the woman. Like,
yes,
you know what I mean? You've been putting a lot of work. I just want us to, because here's the thing, right? We can shade and all that, and hopefully God bless our situations are kosher, but the brothers that's really going through some shit, and we say, hey, just put her away. Like, what's the reality be that what actually comes to fruition, what manifests, you know what I'm saying?
But bro, I think again, I think you're speaking facts, but it go back to what I said earlier in the child example. You got to program your woman. Like we be thinking women just know and that they just being ignorant just cause. Don't get me wrong, that happens. But sometimes she just needs tutelage as to what you need from her. So you might have dated some niggas before that didn't require what it is that you require. So now I gotta, okay, boom. So I'm coming in dating you with that same mindset, and she dropping the ball with you. But as men, a lot of times we don't want to communicate that shit because it makes us feel weak. Coming to my woman and saying, hey, I'm not getting everything that I need from you as a man. That's a hard conversation for a nigga to have because we're not used to communicating, period. So again, it's about what you program. That you got to program that woman to treat you similar to the child example. If you're giving her everything that she wants and doing everything for her, even though she's not giving you what it is that you asking, and then you wonder why down the line she has no interest in giving you what it is that you asking, how the hell can you blame her when you done been allowing this shit for years? That should have been nipped in the bud early in the relationship. Hey baby, no, that shit not flying.
Yeah,
we're gonna do it this way. It's just like at a job. Like you could come in that bitch experience, but you still gonna have to get trained regardless when you get here. You could have 10 years of experience using this software, sure, but we use software like this over here. I don't know how you did it over there, but we do it like this. Sex is the same way. She may be skilled as a motherfucker, but I don't like what the last dude liked. I like this, and I'm gonna train you and I'm gonna teach you on how to please me. Yeah. But that takes communication that a lot of niggas have no interest in having, and that's part of the problem.
True.
Why didn't they need communication when you were boyfriend and girlfriend, and all of a sudden they need communication? There's the sexual part is the difficult part, right? It's like if you didn't need communication every time we saw each other, we were fucking like rabbits. And all of a sudden that you got the security, now I have to communicate to you what this and that, and I have to tell you. No, you should have actually known. And we don't just leave women like that because we don't even do that shit with our dogs. If your motherfucking dog pees on the carpet and you don't like it, and 1 week afterwards he pees on the carpet, and your friend says, just get a new dog, brother. Come on, man. You'll say, fuck you. That's my fucking dog. Why am I getting a new dog? This is my dog. I love him. We don't even exchange dogs that don't behave like that. Why do you think they will do that shit with the mother of our kids or our wife?
I do. I don't know the fuck you talking about, man.
You do it. Most men fold, Ricky. You have to be honest about it. Most men, like these 25% of sexual marriage, actually can tell you that a lot of people are getting there just and staying there because they feel like there's their place.
The key of what Trill said, and I think the word is obviously taken out of context if people don't understand what programming is, but the key is you come out better for it. The programming, like for instance, boxing, right? You get on a program before you get on your fight. Like, in fact, don't you do jujitsu or something like that?
Yes.
Right. I mean, I know that, y'all don't be punching each other and shit, which I think punching matters, but you program before you get in a fight. And then when you get to that ring, you are the absolute best you can be. Right.
Yes.
The coach benefits, you benefit, and then you actually see the results when you put them in real time. And it does have to happen. I think you make a good point, Fatty, where if you got to take a personal, you start kissing on the lips, the programming needs to start then. We can't wait till we get married.
But everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yes.
And instead of judging these women for the best version of themselves, when they are happy, when they are accomplished, when they're feeling good, who is your wife? Who is your girlfriend when she doesn't get her way? When she actually tripping, when she's on her feelings? That's when she gets the punch on the face. We are not judging these women by what they do when they are on their worst behavior. We're judging for what they do good, and that's the big mistake.
The rest matters 100%.
But,
The rest,
but DJ Hamp, that's why I tell the young fellas, they don't like it. Women hate to hear it. That's why you test your woman. You put her under stressors, so you see how she act before y'all link. It's simply what it is.
Yeah,
they do it. They just do it with more manipulation, and it's more subtle.
Yeah,
right.
You gotta,
but no,
Uncle Rick, do you think it's valuable to beat a nigga ass in front of your girl one time?
You goddamn right. That's why she want to give you some box whenever y'all out. I ain't saying it's right. I'm just saying it's what the fuck it is, right? Y'all ever been out with y'all girl and you got into a little scruff with some dude? You 9 times like you get some pussy as soon as you get home.
What if you lose?
I ain't never lost in front of my girl, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I die before I lose in front of my wife.
Why don't we have these conversations then?
Say again, bro.
Why do we come here and kind of pretend that the kind guy, the responsible guy, the vicious guy is the one that gets what he wants, the ruthless guy, the guy that puts his foot down, he manipulates her, he puts her on a spin, he gives her with the hot and cold.
Hey,
there's like Ricky, how many times do you have these conversations? Nobody wants to watch.
Fat, listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't disagree. I'm not saying that.
I know you don't disagree, but the rest, Ricky, it's not about you disagreeing. When are we going to tell our sons and our brothers what works instead of what makes them feel good?
I do, but then when I do, they say, when I do, they say, you too old, you don't know what you're talking about. Why we listening to you? You long-winded. I try, like, I hear what you're saying. I hear what everybody say, bro. I hear what everybody say. That's all I got to say.
He's just coming on this conversation instead of saying, "Man, you have to be ruthless, bro. Don't give a fuck."
No.
Ricky, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, instead of coming around and says, make sure that she loves you more than you love her. Make sure that you're not always available. Take your time answering messages. Do what works instead of doing what makes feel good. Instead of actually telling that these men actually need to be ruthless when it comes to women, because that's how our grandparents were, how our parents were, how even traditional countries, those men are ruthless. Go to Africa, see how they do with their women.
I got a question.
And then when we come to this motherfucking place, you need to be nice. You need to have sorry, Trill, I'm going to throw a shot. You need to be emotionally intelligent. My dad and my granddad didn't need emotionally intelligent. They need to do their job and pick a woman that did their job and they move along. That's something that we made in the West.
Go ahead, ask me a question.
A woman can feel bad about
it. I have a question. Do you?
No, Aaron, I talk too much. Are you sure you want to ask me the question? Go ahead. You got it.
Yes. Do you employ these tactics that you believe are successful?
What'd you say?
Do you employ these tactics that you believe?
Absolutely. I'm not.
And have they benefited you?
Absolutely. I get
what
better
is
results.
What you're looking for that these tactics benefit you?
No, I get what I want. Instead of I get what I want.
What are you looking for? What is it that you want that these tactics benefit you?
Sir, right now, I'm not looking for nothing. But even listen, Aaron, instead of doing the ad, these things that I talk about help with friends with benefits, help with boyfriend and girlfriend, and it helps with husband and wife. If that wife has the fear in God that you are going to leave her, that woman is not going to ration sex just because she feels some type of way. She's going to give sex every time you want. You are going to get better results being that man than going to her, hey baby, it's Friday, it's my birthday, and I want to you're not going to get that shit.
Let me tell you this. Here's how it actually work and be effective. That ruthless shit only gonna go so far in a marriage because she can see your pussy ass not being ruthless with yourself. You ain't gonna do shit, nigga. Fat nigga, lazy nigga. You don't got no hobbies, ass nigga.
That's what I was about.
Your kids is bad in school. They got bad grades. You ain't ruthless, nigga. So what it is when we standardize ourselves and hold ourselves accountable, fatty, and be ruthless with ourselves. Yes. Then when we ruthless with them, I think it has much of a greater yield. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you need to be ruthless and competent.
Yes.
And when you are competent, you demand you can be ruthless because you are competent. You do your job, so expecting other people to do their job.
That's
it's not just being mean by being mean.
Right. But that's the whole point, right? And again, if we clarify, that's what we mean when we say you're structured as a man. She sees these things.
And that's what Trill was saying earlier. That's what Uncle Rick always say. You know what I mean?
Right.
The
She
standard for
sees
yourself
them.
is key, man.
Right. The reason why, and listen to what I'm saying, guys. The reason why my opinion, my wife, right? The reason my wife reacts the way she does, because she's seen me make the adjustments. She seen me when I was down here, and when I said I'm gonna do this and this gets done, and then we move here, and I said we're gonna do this and we get this done, and I move here, and so forth and so on, right? The task of life that pop up, right? Now she's gonna get that from me because I chose her as my wife, right? But before I locked her down, I put her through it.
And she got that from you, right? You just said
yes.
That benefits her. That's what I'm saying. Ruthless with yourself can benefit her.
Yes, but before I locked her down, I put her through it. She had to prove to me she was the woman she said she was.
Mm-hmm. And that answers the question, why in the boyfriend-girlfriend phase do you not have some of these issues out of her? Because she's trying to pass the test, which is why you have to put her through the test to ensure she can last the test of time.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna read these supers. We're gonna do some final thoughts. I want to be able to edit this bitch on YouTube. Go ahead, Trill.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that ruthless shit is it can definitely attract her to you, but in terms of sustaining the relationship, I think that's what the issue is. Even the guys that we look at as having, you know, all the pizzazz in the world. You look at a Michael B. Jordan, you look at a fucking Trey Songz, you look at a whoever, you know, take your pick of the guy who you feel like can just get the most women. It's a reason that they got problems sustaining relationships too. Because all of that fly shit, all of that lit shit, all of that, all these women want me shit, that's gonna attract her, sure. But once she gets you, especially in a marriage, if you don't adapt some skill set in terms of understanding that woman and figuring out what's gonna get the peak efficiency out of her, you're gonna be just as single as the rest of these niggas who lit and got a whole lot of money. So again, it's just about being adept at both worlds. And I think a lot of times we as men, we go in with just one and we feel like just because we do that one good, then that's going to sustain a relationship long term. Nah, you got to be versatile, and that versatility got to be learned within the relationship because it's specific to her. If you don't, good luck.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now. What time is it over there, Fatty?
8 a.m.
He said 10:10.
8 a.m.
Oh,
8 a.m. HQ with the $2 says it ain't over. I ain't over 60. You okay? Miss Parker with the $2 says, hey Trill, AC was popping, family. Salute. Jack with the $2 says the dating pool roast reaction podcast is straight hating. HQ with the $5 says men ain't shit, but women stay pregnant when women are hoes, but y'all stay on our bumper. HQ with the $5 says told you before Chi-Town.
Not your bumper, HQ. Them days is long past, baby. Stop it.
Oh, G was trying to get it. The female wanted to marry her first, but baby daddy, but he didn't want her enough to marry her. HQ with the $2 says Chi-Town, calm down. Mr. Redu was popping with the $5 says the worst type of man is an attractive gentleman who's honest because women won't believe him. Lady Di was popping with the $10 says men need to be marriage minded without the influence of a woman. That's it. Darius with the $5 says it's 30 now, DJ Ham. This will always be a circular argument. I got you. HQ with the $10 says you can only control you. Women are never going to stop getting body counts. Men will have to deal with it, or y'all keep hitting your head against the wall about something men can never change. I see Tanisha for 1 month says the problem is everyone looking for unconditional love with a bag full of conditions.
Unconditional love does not exist.
Just me with the $5 says there are four black men on this panel with results, and there is still an argument. The results are right in front of your face. Change your energy in your environment. Lauren Mack with the $5 says let's talk about how handsome the men on the panel are. Y'all better pose.
Chill out, LG.
Bogan, goddamn.
L Boogie, chill out.
YKS with the $5 says great show as usual. Question for the panel: do women prefer the leader in the friend group? Hell yeah, I would say so.
I think so. That's just me.
Quentin with the $2. I'll say it for everyone. Fatty, who hurt you? Exclamation point.
Quentin ass.
Savage with the 279 Canadian says, ask Trill if a married woman ever tried him. Yes. Savage with the 279 Canadian says, ask MRM if he got married before or after getting the cheeks.
I held out.
Yeah, okay.
He ain't a cheap date.
Salute.
I wasn't easy, but I held out.
Oh shit. Uh-oh. See, you got something before.
Stop the cap.
Oh, Shay with a $5. DJ Hamp, Trill, MRN has been where Messy Fatty is, but now they have what he desires, and yet he quote unquote bucking. No diddy. Darius with the 10 ounces. Cool. I'm going to be a leader right now. Y'all niggas stop talking for a minute. DJ, you damn, I missed this, bro. I think this when my internet was fucking up, bro. My bad, man. Hey, I got a big ass kitty pause for Darius. It's like $40 in that kitty now. Big Phil, what's popping with the $5? MRM, you know damn well the older ladies at church told that woman everything about you. Hell yeah. Ladies at church love the gossip. That's why she married your ass. Hell yeah. If she was in that church, she definitely knew. Old Mac with the $5 says, your wife is your first counsel. However, the final decision is the husband. The husband leads, protects, and provides the structure and the boundaries. Jesus Pals with the $2 says, HP. Please ask Trill if his wife can have male friends.
Oh,
you say him? Oh.
He says no.
No, we say no. Sexy Red TV with the $10 super. Sexy Red became a member. This must be upgrade.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at
your cousin wasn't.
A lot with the $5. Most people think Fatty is annoying.
and they are right. It doesn't mean that I'm not true, and I'm not right.
Indeed. Juan, what's popping? Juan with the $2. So there are no relationships in Portugal? Goofy. Enos with the £2. What's popping? He's a Trill with the feminine and energy. Please stop.
Y'all really need to quit that bullshit.
EP was popping. Perfect. But the 20 ball said, sit Trill down. He been wrong all night. He out of touch with modern dating. You want to respond to this, Trill? BZ with the $2 says, Fatty is the incel's golem.
Golem. Lord of the Rings.
I never seen that shit. Just me with the. Oh, is that little green person?
Yeah. My precious, the one that.
Schmiegel.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't he the star?
No.
It's kind of, sort of.
He was a co-star.
Can I read this one?
Go ahead. Just me with the $5. Go ahead.
Tonight, who's going to cuddle with their wives or who's going to cuddle with their everyday plus cushion training Nike crew sock? Argument solved. And we are all here at 3 a.m. in the morning, the married people and the single people talking with each other. So, I don't know. I'm doing what I want to do. I think they're doing what they want to do. So,
Tezzy with the $5 says, real definition of a simp: being overly attentive to gain the attention or affection of someone who may not reciprocate the same feelings. And TAT with the $5 says, marriage is one of those things you go in with your plan and somewhere down the road you realize that it's not as simple as you thought. That's a good point. Enos with the £2 says, Aaron, you trying too hard to get a gotcha moment. Tanisha with the $2 says, who leaving a short thing for a maybe? Salute to my brother Jason.
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I gotta catch a plane at 7 a.m. Shit, I'm gonna be up.
Jeez, damn.
Yeah, but I might as well. Shit, it's already
go straight to the airport, bro.
Yeah, I gotta finish packing anyway, man.
Gotta go there and nap on those benches.
Yeah. Then I already missed the fucking 6 hour mark. We've been up here for 6 hours and 2 minutes, but we ain't saying nothing crazy. It's just easy to edit it on the internet as opposed to when I gotta download the shit. Man, oh man, but I ain't gonna try to keep y'all up here forever, man. I appreciate y'all.
You gotta go too, shit.
Hey, Trill, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
It's been a pleasure.
Awesome.
It's been a pleasure, man. It done been a while. It's been a while since I've been on these platforms and
made you remember why, huh?
I lie to you, man. I miss it a little bit, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Return, man. After this tour over with, man. But appreciate you having me.
Where you
Again,
next?
Huh?
Where you next? Where's the next stop?
Shit, man. We got Charlotte, Atlanta on the 8th and 9th, and then the BET Awards on the 28th, man.
Word.
Perfect. Shit like that. Shit like that.
And how does it work? It's a curated group for a season, so to speak. Like, is that how it works?
It's going off now.
Yeah, man. It's kind of it's like basically like they kind of had a core already, and then they seen the noise and shit that I was making online. It's like, man, bro, just come tap in, just come try out the show, see how you like it, whatever the case may be. And that's what happened. I came in Chicago and rocked the stage with them, and it's just been a fly experience. Been rocking ever since. Damn near 19 months straight, really.
Perfect.
But yeah, man, salute to them boys over there for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Needless
that.
to say, man, we super duper proud of you. I'm glad that you had fun this evening, because it's something about a discourse, even when it escalates, like I feel like it's not super duper deep. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's all love, bro. I don't got no feelings toward that fatty ass, man. Fatty cool as hell, bro. When he just talk regular, man. Just have a regular conversation. He just be trying to just you all fucking night, and that shit just be annoying the fuck out of me. That's all. But I don't feel no way about bro, man. I wish him the best. You know what I'm saying? Again, we didn't always had good rapport up until this point. So again, I think this shit was fun. In my opinion, for sure gonna be back to kick his ass one more time.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
No doubt, man. I'm definitely gonna see if I feel like I missed a decent amount.
Yeah, you did. Take the tape.
I'm looking in the chat. They like, Hamp, say something. I'm just not making no faces because I can't hear shit y'all saying. So I'm like, damn, man. But
here we are thinking you was just vested in the conversation.
Nah, I just look because I can't hear what's happening. So if I keep my face straight, I ain't siding with no. Like I can't hear this shit. If I'm laughing and shit and making faces, it could be misconstrued. You know what I mean? So I like to stay even, like poker and shit like that. But damn, hey Trill, man. Like I said, Uncle Rick put us together. Uncle Rick, I appreciate you, man. That's what uncles are for. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you, Trill, for coming through on, I would say, slightly short notice. Although this is how it kind of works. You feel me?
It's all good.
So that shit means a lot to me, man.
I just want to let y'all know I support all you niggas. Get y'all money. Shit. Fuck y'all talking about. All y'all getting y'all money the way y'all get it. All y'all built something from the ground up. Fatty built his shit from the ground up. Chill built his shit from the ground. DJ Ham, you already know that you great, whatever, nigga. Right? Like I said, y'all built y'all shit from the ground up, man. So I'm proud of all y'all, bro. We can have disagreements, but that don't stop the grind. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So appreciate you, G.
100%. That's the key, Uncle Rick. I want to highlight that point, man. The disagreement should not stop the grind, man. And I think we, generally speaking, better together. Like, as great as everybody is at content, like with this panel, like, I mean, it's just a bunch of talented brothers. You know what I'm saying? And so even when we had that civil discourse, we just keep it pushing. It's regular shit, men talking, you know? So I appreciate it. And Red, any final thoughts?
Leaders lead from the front. It's an act of service. Sometimes your efforts benefit someone else. It's more about the we than the me.
Word. Uncle Rick?
Married niggas still up. Y'all gonna figure it out. Married niggas still up. You know what I'm saying? Again, shout out to y'all, man. Trill, thanks for coming through, man. DJ Hemp, my guy.
You already.
MRM, make sure hey, MRM. Before I let y'all go, you notice how the government, right? They always want to fix the problem after it's over.
Oh yeah.
Make sure y'all check out Modern Renaissance, man. He has some intriguing stuff over there, man. Fatty, you know what it is, bro. It's still love. Aaron, soldiers, salute. I gotta take my ass to bed, man. It's about to be 2:00. Y'all be easy, man. Stay safe.
Make sure you take your medicine.
Oh, what's that?
All right.
What's that? Oh, nigga, your audio don't even work right. Fuck you talking about?
Look at him, man. I want you to keep control your A1C. Ain't that what? That's what y'all
talking about, nigga. I'm damn near as healthy as I ever been. Wait till y'all see me next summer. Shit, I keep my ass in the gym the last 2 weeks. Man.
Uncle Rick, look at this though.
I knew. Damn. You fucking up, MRM. You fucking up.
Yeah, man.
But, put him in the fucking. Well, hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. I love you boys, man. Y'all be easy, man. Take care of y'all families, bro, whatever that may be, and just keep y'all head on the swivel, man. Y'all stay safe.
Love you, Uncle Rick. Be safe.
Love y'all too, man. Peace.
Safe, G.
MRM, any final thoughts, my G?
Yeah, man. Like Uncle Rick said, marriage is beautiful, and I think it's probably marriage and having a family is probably one of the most beautiful things you can do throughout life, because there's things that come along with it you will never be able to experience as a single person. It's going to be way more fulfilling than just being a single person, because things that your wife or even your kids can and will do for you throughout your life, you will never be able to get that as a single person. Seeing them walk for the first time, seeing them graduate, them giving you laughs that you never would have had you not had them, those things are going to be what's really beneficial than being single. So yeah, like Uncle Rick said, married people are still up. And for the ones that are in the chat, this might sound corny, whatever like that, but based on some of the panels that we go on and based on some of the comments and things you see people say in multiple panels, it lets me know a lot about those people's mindsets. So your mind don't care what you plan in it, but it will return to you what you planned it in it. Now, good evening. That's why I'm not giving that interview telling me to land the plane.
Boy, it be your own people. Fat, any final thoughts?
People will tell you what they think about you when they're mad and when they're drunk. And real men stand on that shit. I don't like the you are this and you are that, but it's not personal. Now we are friends and all that. So no, stand on it. Like I said, when I say stand on it, it's not personal. Like I don't have malice towards you. I don't think this. I love the battle of ideas, and I like actually to debate people that don't have the same ideas as me. So the fact that you said a couple of things that were very personal and now you're trying to take it back, no, stand on it. I'll stand on it too. We both said things that I actually talk about, not what I feel about, not the place of anger, from an informed point of view. So not personal. There's not going to be a war about it. I'm probably not even going to review this as a show of good faith, because I'm not trying to get the moment. It's just, once again, the fact that if you are leaders, we need to be adept to conflict, and we actually need to sharpen each other out with people that are annoying, people that are disagreeable, people that don't talk the way we talk. So we learned a lot today. I actually learned a lot today. Lie to women, they react better to liars. Fuck bitches, get money. And I will keep doing both. So I appreciate you, friends. Thank you very much. Amp, Aaron, not you today. You annoy me. You said I talk too much. It's real. Salute to you. I appreciate you, and I see you guys soon.
Be
Bye-bye.
safe. Trill, any final
again, man, just like I said, bro, I appreciate you having me. Like I said, I feel like it was a hell of a conversation. It got detoured a bit, but again, man, that type of shit is gonna happen when grown men is talking. So it just is what it is. But salute to everybody that pulled up, everybody that came, checked it out, man. And again, everybody who here, that's Crew Season, make sure that y'all subscribe to bro, man. You got a hell of a platform here.
Appreciate
That's
it,
just
bro.
that, man.
Yeah, now they definitely came through. I mean, we had 630 people in the building, at 12 a.m. too. You feel me? And most of most of the viewers be Atlanta, East Coast. It's 1 a.m. for them. So
right,
we're doing all right, bro. But like I said, man, I'm gonna be sure to tune in more, download the app, push the app, the whole 9 yards. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Houston. You know what I mean? I'll be outside. We got a link. You feel me? So, yeah, man. Let's do it, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all be safe. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. I'll be traveling, but I'll see y'all tomorrow night. I think the show tomorrow night gonna be dope. And Trill, you said the releases are Thursday, correct?
Yeah. New podcast hitting the app Thursday.
And then the next show is the 8th.
Yeah, the 8th in Charlotte.
Okay, and then 9th in Atlanta, or you got 2 in Charlotte back to back?
Yeah, the 8th in Charlotte, 9th in Atlanta. Yeah.
All right, man. Listen, man. I need to know y'all hitting the app, downloading the app, put it on the community tab, put a 1. I want to make sure that it's done. We need to support each other because as he grow, we grow, and vice versa. Feel me? All right, man. Y'all be safe and do the right thing. You heard? Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.